rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal. For how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My fans on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the resolve. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who be caught up in using what I was taught with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Penciling out my darkest while stenciling out a harvest. And storing what gets me from A to B, just like garages. Instrumental with collages. Envision what I've been drawn. Broadway to give you rhythm like the great Lena Horne. So bent on, found comfort in the storm. Find peace and on when you see them others perform. Organized chaos, outcast it like hey ya.
Yo, party people in the place to be. What's good? It's number one Chief Rock Knicks Universe, your main man, Uncle Freezy, and welcome to a Knicks at Night podcast. Salute to everybody, all of us watching on YouTube. Salute Wiz is in the building. Coach is in the building. Andios, what's good? I see you. JJ, we rocking, baby boy. JJ, the Mets is rolling. So before I get too deep into everything, let me say something real quick about one of the people I hold near and dear, my homeboy Corey Lee, who was out there going through some personal stuff, man. So may the blessings of the Lord keep you in his everlasting arms forever as you go through this journey. May he bring you peace and comfort to you and your family. And I hope and pray that on the other side of this, that blessings will continue to rain upon you and your family. With that said, man, I'm going to bring in one of my internet best friends. one of my best internet friends. Coach is in the building. Salute, Coach.
Salute. I mean, I hope it's in real life too.
Yeah. Well, you ain't bought me. You hadn't bought me. You didn't buy me anything to eat yet, so we'll see.
We'll be there for sure.
Once we eat together, bro, we'll see.
Oh yeah,
listen, you'll see, bro. Yeah, man. So how you been, brother?
Good, man. Got done with my work week, I'm done for the week. I do that little 3-day grind and 12-hour shifts so I can have this freedom on the weekends.
And he worked hard for the money.
Sir.
So hard.
And I finally got over that little COVID. I had a little COVID snap there for a bit. I came out of that. All right.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. And yeah, man. Just excited to get this summer finishing up. My oldest boy drives back to school next week. So he does his little off-season college football stuff.
Yep.
So yeah, man, I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna go to some more games this year up there. I might combo a trip or two because he's up in Pennsylvania, so maybe I can go check his game out, and maybe the Knicks go to Philly, check that out while I'm up there.
Right.
I'm definitely gonna be checking out some games this year. Hoping you can come down to Orlando for Orlando trip.
Right.
Right. See that too. But
yeah, man. I just I gotta get around to see y'all, man. No lie, I would find it to be a pleasure to meet your son. You know what I'm saying? Or maybe if the chance doesn't present itself, maybe to watch him or something.
Yeah,
You know
man.
what I'm saying? Or maybe you could send a video or something this way, or a link or something
Mhm.
where we can watch or whatever, or some social media stuff where we can go and support
I,
or whatever.
yeah, I could
Yeah.
actually send you. He made his little sophomore season last year highlights, his auto highlights
Right, right.
from last season. I'll send you a link to that.
Bet.
Get a
Bet.
little
That'll be dope.
taste. Yeah.
That'll be dope,
Yeah,
man.
man. Other than that, besides trying to comb over the Knicks conspiracy theories and all that stuff, and I've been geeking out on this college football 25 dynasty mode and whatnot.
Man, I'm so jealous right now. I don't have a PS5, bro. I don't right now. I don't have the money to go get one because I'm paying for
Yeah.
a bunch of I'm paying for a bunch of stuff, bro. Right now, I just can't. Right.
Mhm.
Hey, this for me. You want to be? So I imagine this Mocha don't want to be on camera. You don't want to be on camera? No. Okay. Well, all right. Okay.
One
Yeah.
of these days, we'll see.
One of these days, you'll get some hot tea in a Gamecock cup. Is that what it is? Yeah, man. So I got to make the trip down. I don't know how this year is going to be because of work schedule
Mhm.
and all that stuff. I'm working through some stuff, man. Was on the computer grinding earlier today on some stuff. Man, stay super busy with some stuff. I don't know if I told you or told y'all this, but I have a license and I'm trying to stop working for the man and work for myself. And it's
Mhm.
been and then the first year and a half has just been a task. Let me just put it that way.
Yeah,
Right. Everything that looks good
man.
does not necessarily come easy,
Right.
you know. So just Nick's in the building, East Blue Drew's in the building, Miguel P, Coach, what's
Salute,
happening?
brothers.
Justo 11 is in the building. Salute to all everybody that's watching and maybe not commenting. I know what you're here for. You are here to hear Coach and I talk about, is Deuce McBride expendable right now, or can he fend off all the people that are coming for his job? I know that's what you guys that came here for. Can Deuce fend off all these newcomers to the roster for his valuable guard minutes? Is that a thing or is that not a thing? Can Deuce win it? And if Deuce doesn't win, what does that mean long term for the Knicks and Deuce? So, Coach, you want to start?
Yeah, man. Obviously, we all have a soft spot in our heart for Deuce. Um, we wouldn't be, I'm sure a lot of us, especially us older cats, we have this fatherly relationship with our Knicks. These are our boys, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's hard to let go of someone that's homegrown, someone who's actually developing and turned into a little something something.
Right.
Now, in the past, someone like Deuce would probably have an even bigger need and impact on this team because of how bad we were.
Right.
Now, I think because we've become so good, so surprisingly quick in this process, we kind of fast forwarded the timeline for us with the acquisitions we've had these past 2 years.
Okay.
And because of we went from his position being a huge position of need, now it's turned into a position of strength on our team where we have a different. See, a lot of people talk about the center position. Now that's a need.
Right.
But we also need, even though Bates Diop, I think, can kind of do the four sometimes, and then The OG can kind of do it with the second unit sometimes when Randall's taking a break
Right.
and all that stuff. I think we still need more depth in those two positions, the 4 and the 5, where I feel the emergence of Tyler Kolek being ready and Rokas looking like someone who might be ready as well is what makes Deuce an expendable piece as far as a trade for that other position we have that is a need right now.
So I have it on good authority that the Knicks know and are addressing the backup 5 position. I have it on good authority, and I hate to do this, bro. You know how you like, yo, I know something you don't know. You know how people do that, and then you be like, well, why did you say something if you can't share it? Well, the thing about that is so I have it on good authority that around that August 6th and 7th are the target dates for something to get done for a lot of teams around the league to get something done, right? August 6th and 7th. It's one of those deals where one domino will lead to another domino, right? And so I heard that from about 4 people, and so while what they all say are in different lanes, like the 4 people I spoke, 3 or 4 people I spoke with, maybe multiple conversations, but the 3 or 4 people I spoke with, their conversations are all in individual lanes, right? But those lanes are all on the same track. If y'all get what I'm saying, like they're all in. Basically, what it is look for August 6th, 7th, 8th, around that time frame. In order for not only the Knicks but teams around the league to start doing stuff. And so what that does is it will unclog the drain, so to speak, when it comes to player movement.
I have a question for you.
Okay.
Easy before you elaborate. As far as that date, is that because at a certain date some guys are eligible for extensions, or is there like is that date tied into things like that for certain players or something? Or
yeah, that's it. That's exactly right around that time. Now, with that said, every organization is not in that extension window. Like some people are purveyors and some people are recipients. You feel me? So it's one of those situations where, you know, fan bases that need additional help are just going to have to be patient because that's the deadline or that's the date that's set. And we are in that. And as Knicks fans, we're in that group of teams that have to be patient until around that time when teams figure out what it is that they're doing long term. And so, you know, I really dislike like peeling back the layers of an onion and then not using the onion. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
But I feel like it's necessary to our conversation at times because it feels as if we should just go get a guy right now and just bring him in. But the Knicks organization is not an organization that's going to overpay for a guy that may be lesser quality just for the sake of getting something done.
Right.
We're not that. The Knicks are not the Knicks front office. And this has nothing to do with anything that anybody's told me, but this is something that I know from being in Knicks universe. This Knicks front office is not going to buy fast food when they can wait and go out on a steak dinner. They're not that type of front office.
Right. They're like, oh man, I'm hungry. Man,
Taco Bell.
I'm in the mood for a Wagyu. You know what I'm saying? And I got the money
right
for some Wagyu, but I gotta wait till Friday where I ain't gotta wait for 3 hours in line for it.
Right.
So
Right.
I know what you're saying. Yeah. Like, you ever like, man, I'm hungry for something, blah, blah, blah. And then you got like an apple or some other things and kind of
Right.
at arm's reach and you eat it and like, it kind of satisfy my hunger, but man, I really wanted that double smash burger with cheese.
Right.
But
Right.
yeah, no, and I get what our fan base is very. It's like when we get a hint or a taste of something, we like. I mean, we're mostly New Yorkers, or we were born in New York, went so transplanted to somewhere else.
Right.
So we're used to that instant. Like, you go to the store, you go to the deli, you go to the pizza shop, and there ain't this putzing around going on. Like, things are done, boom, boom, boom. People are efficient. The workers get their shit done. They get it right. It's good. It's quick.
Right.
Oh well, like down in the South, which you live in the South now, so do I. Like, you go to Publix or some grocery store or deli, they're taking their sweet old time. So like the patience of New Yorkers, they're and New York fans, it's like they get that taste of something good. It's all right, let's keep it going, let's keep it rolling, let's get this thing done.
Right.
Like, let's just get Wendell Carter and Nick Richards tomorrow. I'm ready. Let's go. Let's get Walker Kessler. And they don't think about all the, there's other factors to this. There's other grown ass alpha men trying to make deals and wanting to feel like they get something out of it too.
Right.
You can't we're New York. Just give it to us. You know what I'm saying? It ain't like that.
Yeah, right. That's what I call hustling backwards. I've lived away from the city for quite some time. And what I've learned by being away from the city, that's how you hustle backwards. Like when you keep applying a Band-Aid to something, you know what you wind up, you're looking at a wound that has like 40 Band-Aids on it when you could have just had surgery. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's one of the things that I learned while being away from the city. But at the same time, I do understand why we're in that mindset. But Ivory 10 says, I thought being subscribed meant getting auto alerts. No, you have to go to your notifications, turn your notifications to all. And once you turn your notifications to all, then you'll get the alerts that our star running back coach is going live. The star of the show is live. Your number one Chief Rocket is live. So turn your notifications to all. And if you're not a member, consider becoming a member. Click on the join button on the YouTube Lawrence Tears homepage. Become a member, and we're trying to work on special stuff for y'all, like the members only show. I'm gonna reformat that a little bit. I'm still gonna do the Friday morning joint. But I'm going to add another member show where it's live like this, and then it's just only the members can, jump in there and do their thing. So we're learning as we go, learning as we go, and I'm going to try to provide quality content. But hey, Coach, I know that the topic is Deuce, right? The center thing is a real thing, right? But what I would say to Knicks fans that are in a rush to figure out the center situation is once they figure out the center situation, then what are you going to worry about? Because generally, worry warts don't ever stop worrying. They just move on from one worrying thing to another. Mm-hmm. Have you ever noticed that?
Yep.
And don't be and if you're in the chat, don't feel disrespected when I say worry warts. I'm not calling you a worry wart. I'm saying people that generally concerned about a lot of stuff, even when stuff get fixed, they still are concerned. They're like concerned folks.
Call the buts.
Yeah, but
yeah, we got 60 wins, but
yeah. Did you see how Tatum hit that 3 against us to win the game, man? We should have 61 wins. You know,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
that type of
Glass half
passion.
empties.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. So on the center front, I'm gonna say don't fret. That day soon come, just not on our schedule. We have to operate on NBA front office's schedule.
Mhm.
But in terms of the Deuce McBride thing, I think this is coach. I think the Deuce McBride thing could be 4 or 5 shows, bro.
Yeah.
I think it could be legit 4 or 5, 3 or 4 hour shows talking about Deuce, right? Because the more we discuss Deuce, the more information we uncover. Like you
Right.
ever notice the more you dig, the deeper your hole gets. So
Mhm.
it's like,
Quicksand.
yeah,
Because it comes down to this.
yeah,
What makes Deuce expendable the most is how improved and how good our roster is. Basically, by bringing in Mikal Bridges, who, yes, he is a wing, but technically he's starting at the 2.
yeah,
Okay? And then you got to start looking at that. Is
yeah.
is he ever going to jump leapfrog Dante to play? So then you got to look when you start looking at guys that you're counting on as your 7th or 8th guy on the rotation. Those guys start becoming they have to be 1 or 2 things. They have to be elite, absolutely elite, like almost top 10 in the league at one thing, like 3-point shooting or like maybe defense.
Right. Okay.
Or you have to be well-rounded and can do a lot of things
Okay.
and play a lot of positions.
Right.
Like be a combo. Like in Deuce's case, his case can be made if he was a true combo guard. If he also was a facilitator and can run an offense. Because right now he's just an undersized Dante
Right.
for what he offers the team. Yeah, he's technically a little bit better defender than Dante is, but he's limited to who he can cover because his height.
Right. It's exactly right. You right. I agree because I don't think he's a better defender than Dante. I think Dante can defend more people, which exposes him to better and more explosive talent.
Mhm.
Right. Whereas Deuce is not going to get those assignments. Like you're not going to see 30 minutes of Deuce McBride guarding
Paul
Luca
George.
or
Yeah.
Paul George. Yeah, you're not going to get 30 minutes of that.
Mm.
Right. And no disrespect to Deuce, but I think you hit another thing on the head too, is that one thing that no matter how much Deuce McBride improves his game, he can't improve this. You can't improve height. You can't work on that in the gym. Right? That is what it is. That is what it is. Right?
And he can't develop what Tyler Kolek has already developed, which is a sixth sense for finding a guy in the right spot at the right time.
Is that his new nickname? The Sixth Sense?
Yeah, I like that one too. I mean, a lot of
Tyler
people.
Kolek, your nickname is the Sixth
Sixth
Sense.
sense, yeah. But like he, a lot of people call him the creator, like Tyler the Creator.
Yeah, I heard that name
Cool.
somewhere before. You ever heard that name, Tyler the Creator, somewhere before?
Well, yeah, he's that rapper,
Yeah, I think I heard that name somewhere.
but I don't know, man. I don't know if we wouldn't be making this conversation a thing as much. Well, if there's 2 ways this conversation wouldn't happen. If Deuce was just a real combo guard and can play some real point guard, run a team like a regular point guard, we wouldn't be talking about this as much. And two, if Kolek and Rokas didn't show what they did in the summer league, we wouldn't be as tempted to say, you know what, we're not really missing much. If one of them come in, then obviously campaigns here too. We have to talk about that too.
Right.
So, which campaign? The combination of campaign coming, Bridges coming, and the emergence of Kolek and Rokas. Those are four people that can potentially make up if everyone thinks Deuce is so valuable. These are the guys that are going to make up for the loss of Deuce. Because right now, Deuce's value is, would you say it's the highest it's ever been since it's been the NBA at this moment? I mean, up until now, his value. I mean, he wasn't more valuable last year before last year.
And let me say yes and no to that. But here's why. Here's why. I don't want to dance around it because of I think you phrase it in a way that makes sense for one side of it. I want to mention this though. I think Deuce's value was as high as it could ever be in March and April before there were challenges to Deuce on the roster. His value was as high as it could ever get, right? But now that you have Tyler Kolek, aka the Sixth Sense, on the roster, you have Rokas Jokubaitis, who looks like he's an NBA player. You have Cameron Payne, who looks like he can steal some of those veteran point guard minutes, right? You have Mikal Bridges, who's gonna, just by the fact that you added talent, gonna slide some guys down the depth chart. I think Deuce's value for an improved player is diminished because of the law of large numbers, right? Because if there's a world where you feel like, hey, maybe it'll click for Deuce, who's to say it won't click for Rokas or Tyler Kolek also, right? And so while I favor Deuce out of all the, because I'm more familiar with Deuce. Do I like Tyler Kolek? Hell yeah, Coach. You know I love Coach. Since you and I have been together, you know I have always loved pass first quarterbacks, pure passers. Like, you know how we always have the quarterback conversation and I always bring up Dan Marino?
Yeah.
And I always loved in baseball, I love the guys that can bat 300, hit 30 home runs, and get 100 RBIs. Like, I loved those type, and I love the facilitating point guard, right? The guy, the unselfish guy that gets others involved, right? So Tyler Kolek falls into that ladder of the pass first point guards that gets others involved, right? Here's my thing for Deuce that I want to bring to the conversation, and I don't know if any of us have discussed this on other platforms, any other chats or whatever. Hey man, Deuce, Tyler Kolek, and Rokas Jokubaitis are all about the same age, right? It's not like Deuce is 26 and we've been waiting 7 years for him to develop.
Yeah.
Right. Their path to this spot where we are right now, they're all different paths, right? Tyler Kolek played a number of years in college as a starter. Big East Player of the Year one time, right? Rokas Jokubaitis, high school kid, Euro kid that played in professional leagues up until this point. And Deuce played a couple of years at West Virginia, 3 years at West Virginia, I think, and then came out, and he's got now 3 years with the Knicks. So they all took different paths to get here. So to assume that Tyler Kolek is still developing and Rokas is still developing and thinking Deuce McBride is a finished product is not fair. I would say keep in mind the jump that Deuce McBride takes from year 3 to year 4. Right? Take that into account also at the same time that Rokas and Tyler Kolek are possibly looking at a rookie season in the NBA. Just keep that in mind. Now, am I saying Deuce is going to be better? No, What I'm saying is, out of those three, they're around the same age. They all have different paths. I give Deuce the inside track because he's been here in the program on a day-to-day basis longer. Right? Does that mean Tyler Kolek won't be better than Deuce? No, it does not. And does that mean I don't like Tyler Kolek? No, that's not what I said. What I'm saying is, ultimately, these three guys are the same age. They took different paths. And so what I'm saying, to be fair to the conversation, let's give Deuce a chance. Now, on the Cameron Payne front, I don't think it's Deuce versus Cameron Payne. I think it's all three of the young Knicks point guards versus Cameron Payne. Because all of them, all the three young point guards want valuable minutes that a veteran, a 10-year veteran of different teams can come in and easily grasp because he's experienced.
Right. Yeah. No, I mean, like, here's the thing to me, though. We're in a supply and demand business here. Okay. And that's based on needs. The last 2 years, especially when Randall got hurt, the Knicks needed offensive spark. We needed to get buckets.
Okay.
And then we needed someone to be serviceable and on defense on the perimeter.
Okay.
Now that's why Deuce's value for the Knicks was so high. That's why us as Knicks fans held him in such high regard, because he was supplying us with our need from him. Okay. Now we have those supplies in spades. We have plenty of scoring. We have perimeter defenders.
Okay.
So Deuce's value to us, because of what our new needs are now, has lessened, because he doesn't provide the things we need right now.
Okay.
We need someone when Brunson is out of the game to provide some field generalmanship. That's a word. And
We're gonna make it a word.
Yeah, facilitating these other guys that can score. And the two young guys do that. Cameron Payne does it a little bit too.
Okay.
So for me, what makes him expendable, and then this isn't like I said, this isn't a knock on Deuce. It doesn't mean I don't like. You made a great point the other day. I watched this after. I didn't watch it live. I watched it after. You talked about one night or one morning about you're being critical of a play or a person doesn't mean you can't stand the player or you don't want them. You don't want to get rid of them. Yeah, I mean, you want to get rid of them like that. Me saying that the Knicks' need for Deuce isn't a slight on Deuce at all.
No,
it's just what everything else has gotten so good around him is what it is.
Right.
And to me, it's not out of desperation. The value of Deuce right now is high enough to where he can be a piece of a deal that will get us one of the things we need to compete and beat Boston and the other wannabes in the East. Because besides Mitch, we need someone like I hate to give him props, but we got to get through Philly, and the chances of Embiid being hurt again, I guess, are pretty high. But we need a two-headed monster to cover that dude. You know, like I've said this on another show. There's a lot of fives in our league that Mitch going to have a hard time covering. So there's a lot of perimeter bigs in the East.
Right.
Embiid, Brook Lopez, Miles Turner, Porzingis, if Wendell Carter and Wagner and all them, whatever in Orlando. Now I know there's defensive schemes we can do. Obviously, Randall or OG or someone or whoever's in at the 4 can go out and cover those bigs that are on the perimeter, and Mitch or whoever the other center is can kind of float around the rim. But the way I've been seeing Tibbs run defenses, that our big guys have been still closing out on the perimeter a lot. And we know that's not Mitch's specialty. If anything, that's going to make Mitch have to move around a lot more than we want him to move with those lower legs of his. So,
you mind if I disagree with you on that?
Sure.
Just on that point that you just made about Mitch's mobility.
I'm not saying he's not mobile.
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
That's not my counter, or that's not my thoughts. Because I don't want to counter what you're saying. I want your thought to be an independent thought, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what I want to do is just add a little bit to it. In my opinion, I think the Knicks are going to ask Mitch to be less mobile, right? And how they ask Mitch to be less mobile is by adding more athleticism on the wing and point of attack, so that Mitch can probably do what he does best, and that's be a rim deterrent offensive rebounder at the rim, right? Now, when guys fall on the ground at the rim and roll over on ankles and all that, bro, it happens. It happens in double plays at second base. Well, maybe not as much. It happens in run plays in football. Guys get their ankles rolled up on. It happens in basketball. When you have highly athletic guys moving around very quickly in short space, you're just going to get stuff like that. So it's going to happen to Joel Embiid. It's going to happen to Mitchell Robinson. It's going to happen to the Dwight Howards of the world. Man, it's going to happen to the Ben Wallaces of the world. It used to happen to all those guys, bro. Right? When you're athletic and stout at the rim and bodies are on the floor, things are going to happen. Some of the things you can predict, some of them you can't. So in terms of what we asked Mitch to do, what I'm going to say to you is this: don't be surprised if the Knicks run the number one defense from wire to wire if Mitch stays healthy. Now I know y'all are going to say, but when does Mitch ever stay healthy? Listen, just hear me out. Just hear me out.
The thing I was saying wasn't replace Mitch. It was we need someone to rotate with Mitch and to have his Mitch insurance.
No, I'm not speaking to that point. I agree with you on all that stuff. I'm speaking to the point that you made about Mitch being mobile. Just that one, just because you said a lot of stuff, bro. I'm not.
My bad.
I'm just speaking to that one thing. The one thing you said about the Mitch mobility.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying is I think in a defense, when you have better defense at the point of attack, and I'm talking about for 82 games, right? Our season didn't start when OG Anunoby got here. Our season started with Quentin Grimes starting. RJ Barrett was a starter. Emmanuel Quickly was coming off the bench. In October last, I'm talking about from wire to wire, everybody. Right? From wire to wire, I think we can have the number one ranked defense and have less of Mitch being that active guy, which in turn I think will be more of Mitch because you ask him to do less defensively. In turn, you'll get more defensively because for one, he won't have to exert as much energy in those minutes because now you're talking about a better defense overall. And I'm talking about from wire to wire, right? From from opening night all the way to when we win the championship. Less mobile Mitch. Mitch just in his space, just guarding his space. A shooter's open in the corner. No, Mitch, you don't scramble out to the corner, right? One of Mikal Bridges or OG Anunoby is scrambling to those corners, right? So in the grand scheme of things, Coach, I guess what I'm getting at is instead of Mitch being a ninja on the court, I'm going to ask him to be a samurai. Stand your ground and fight type, right? And I think in the long term, it'll help Mitch stay healthy. And then in the long term, I think what it also does is it provides more quality defense at the rim now that you have Mikal Bridges, OG, and Randall on the court defending, as opposed to having. You remember when our defense was Jalen Brunson, Quentin Grimes, RJ Barrett, and Randall on the floor defending? Remember that defense?
Yeah.
How that defense was giving up about 123 points a game in December? Remember that? Remember when we were the 25th ranked defense, and we were like, "Yo, what's going on out here?" Yeah, anybody remember that when back in December when we were giving up 124 points a game? That was a real thing.
Yeah, no, and I know. Look, obviously, Mitch's defense makes us better. Mobile, even whether he's as mobile as he was or not. But due to look at every big man in history, look at every player ever in history, look at every grown man in history. You start to get that.
I'm looking at one now.
That big daddy thickness. You get that pop, those papa pounds when you get lit. You know what I'm saying? And everyone looks skinnier when they're younger. Okay? Mitch is naturally, it ain't because he's lazy. It ain't because he ain't doing this. It ain't because he ain't doing that.
Right.
I know he puts in the work.
Right.
But human beings, the human body, I'm a medical professional, it is not meant to be that big. And when you're that big, there's a lot of stress on the joints. That's why for every great center, there's another 10 to 12 to 20 to 100 that didn't make it because they couldn't stay healthy.
Right.
It's the curse of being 6'10" or taller. You know, you're just more susceptible to lower leg injuries. There's a lot of impact and a lot of stress on the knees and tendons and ligaments and all that stuff. Your lower legs. So, timetable wise, I mean, Mitch is just Patrick Ewing had no knees.
Right.
The last 6, 7, 8 years of his career. Shaq, like all these big guys that kept playing, they slowed down a little bit.
You remember Jerome Bettis?
Of course.
Jerome Bettis at Notre Dame, bro, was a fire hydrant.
Yeah.
Right. Jerome Bettis last year with the Steelers was a school bus.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I mean, they're both very similar durability wise. Like running backs and centers are very similar. They're also in both leagues viewed the same way.
Right.
As far as it used to be, you had to have a cornerstone center.
Yeah.
You had to have that big man that was the man. You know, think about all the 80s teams. They all had, then the early 90s, that was the heyday of the center.
Yeah. Yeah.
It used to be that way with the running back. Remember that friggin' workhorse running back You had to get that stud running back.
George Rogers. You remember George Rogers?
Yeah, I mean, look at all the running back Heisman Trophy winners for so long. Like,
Oh, hey, yo, I was getting just real quick, not to cut you off, but I was in the trophy place in Columbia, and just for it's just weird, right? Just getting trophies for like a golf tournament or something, picking it because I drove a truck. Dudes was like, man, can you pick up the trophy? So I go by and pick up the trophies, and guess what was getting refurbished in there?
What?
George Rogers Heisman Trophy.
Really?
Wow. Really? And it was back there behind the counter. I was like, dog, can I take a picture with it? He was like, yeah, you got to come behind the counter, bro. I can't put it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I went and bro, you have no idea how heavy that thing is, bro.
Oh, yeah, that thing is
like
solid.
55, 60 pounds, bro.
That
thing is like, I don't know exactly how heavy it is, but it's heavier than it looks on the Heisman presentation. Like when they holding it, it looked like it may be like what 18, 19 pounds, look like maybe 20 pounds. Bro, I tried to I was like, oh what? Yeah, I got it, dog.
Them young bucks that hold us up make it look light. Well,
yeah, they make that thing look light. Yeah.
The reason why they Heisman Trophy winners, they next level strong dudes. Even the small ones.
Yeah, man. I just wanted to just throw that drop.
Yeah, that's cool, man.
Yeah, man.
So what I'm getting at is, the worth. It comes down to Mitch and Holt. It's easy to hold on to that old girlfriend that really never did you wrong. She's just really nice. Every once in a while she gets on your nerves.
Right.
But all of a sudden, Halle Berry's around the corner. She's into you. And you got to think twice about your current situation.
Yeah.
Kelly LeBrock or something, you know what I'm saying? But I'm what I'm getting at is this. Again, I'm the reason why I know this was supposed to be talking about Miles, about Mitch, I mean not Mitch, got all these names. Deuce. Yeah. Talking about Deuce, but the need of Mitch insurance is the other part of what makes Deuce expendable. Because he is, and what I was getting at before we went on this rabbit hole, was Deuce's worth is pretty high right now. Even around the league, it's higher than it was, before he showed what he can do this year and a little bit in the playoffs. And because of his age, and because he's got a really cheap contract right now.
Yeah.
So right now, his worth is enough to package to get something that we need as well. So, yeah, sunshine.
Yeah.
So for me, that's what, and because of the emergence, now, if we didn't have Mikal Bridges and Dante was the starter, and we needed Deuce to be our backup too, his worth is higher to us. So no, he's not expendable.
Right.
Because of our acquisitions, he now becomes expendable. And that's just the way it is.
Okay.
And I think we already have the pieces in place to win the East and compete with whoever's coming over from the West already, whether we pick someone up or not. As far
let
as
me let me before we get to that, right? Before we veer away from Deuce, right? I want to ask you this
Mhm.
because this is one of the things. This is one of the things we rarely talk about when we have the Deuce conversation. I think the Deuce conversation needs to start with this. What does Deuce need to show Tibbs, the team, and the front office in order to stay in the rotation with the minutes that he's been getting over the years, right? And have the arrow point up as him being a core piece going forward. Like what does Deuce need to show on a nightly basis to have him be in the guard rotation for the short term and the long term? Like what does he need to do, coach?
He needs to.
I'll be right back, bro.
He needs to show. Well, one of the things he can't do, it's physically impossible unless he had a surgery I don't know about. He can't get taller. I wish I was a little bit taller. Remember that song? He can't do that, so he can't grow. So he can't do that, unfortunately. Number two, in the off season, he's not going to acquire the sudden vision and sixth sense to find the open guy. And he's not going to all of a sudden find handles. To me, the things he has improved, his shooting has gotten better. And he's gotten more minutes, and he's shown he can be counted on for a scoring punch. Okay. But he can't show in one off season his improvement in being able to pass the ball or run an offense, handling the ball, bring it up the court. He's an off the ball guard. And in this league, you got off the ball guards. I mean, yeah, his handles are a little bit better, but at this point, at the age he's at, I know some of y'all watch MMA, all this stuff. Okay. One of the keys to MMA and UFC is to have a really good grapple game, be a good wrestler. You can't replace or compete with guys that have been wrestling their whole life. There's just something that you acquire working with against someone with the body, the physics of the body, and knowing just all the ins and out and grabbing somebody and angles and all that stuff. It's something you can't teach, you can't coach. It's just you do it your whole life. You know how to grapple. The same thing that goes for ball handling. Okay, if he hasn't been a primary ball handler and a point guard type his whole life, that's not something you're just going to acquire in one off season. Is what I'm saying. And my thing about Mitch and my concern with Mitch, it's not about replacing Mitch. I'm not saying he can't go out and cover the perimeter. I'm just going to say he's going to be more susceptible to injury because he's going to have to move around and be more mobile. Okay, that's my point. Hence the importance of either a guy that can replace him when he needs some games off, or B, someone that can spell him where we don't have to count on Mitch for more than 25 minutes a game. So that's where it comes down to. Do I think Mitch is a starting level center on a championship team? Yes. When Mitch is healthy, if you take away the health aspect, the things that Mitch do at a high level, rim defense, offensive rebounds, just rebounds in general, is better than he's top 10 easily out of all the centers in the league in both of those things, maybe even top 5 on those two particular things. When if you just take the health part out of it. Now, he does limit us offensively. His value and need on the offensive boards are going to be less valuable because we're going to have guys shooting at a higher percentage at the perimeter because they're going to be shooting open shots and there's going to be less doubles. And for me, that's where his value lies. But like every team in the league, besides Embiid and Jokic, what team? I mean, even Porzingis. I mean, they have insurance for him with Horford, which really he's old. You know, that I'm surprised they just been lucky with that. So for me, we just need Mitch insurance, is what I like to call it. I don't know why some of you in chat are trying to compare OG and Mitch without making that comparison. But for the most part, what we have, fortunately now, we have 3 players. And here's the thing. People sleep on Randall's ability. I think Randall is a better defender than he gets credit for.
Indeed. 1. Yep, absolutely. Okay.
Now, Randall, because of what he's getting counted on less for on offense and running the team or bringing up the court like he used to, now he can actually use his energy and use what he does on the defensive end as well. So what I'm getting at is this: we have 3 defenders on our team. Bridges, OG, and Randall, that are all 3 large athletic guys, long athletic guys that can cover multiple positions. So that gives us so much more flexibility because every team's best guy is different. Some teams, most teams, the best guys are wing. Well, we got 2 guys to cover them.
Right.
Some teams their best guys are 4, like the Giannis's of the world or whatever. And we got Randall that loves to cover him and does well against him, actually. So
okay.
What I'm getting at is this: Mitch's value, like, it's not like the world's going to end if Mitch isn't on the court. Like, 25 minutes a game is fine. That's going to have him be less likely to get hurt, less mileage. You know, I don't want this to be let's get rid of Mitch plight. That's not what this is. This comes down to, like, the only universe where Deuce and Mitch should be sent is we better be getting 2 young centers in the mix for it. That's the only way I'm willing to let go of Mitch. This whole talk about Duran and no, I ain't getting rid of Mitch and Deuce for him. I'm just not going to do it.
Coach.
Then we need another big.
Yeah, I think one of the things that we have to consider is that it's not a video game, right? Detroit is not just going to trade their second or third best player to the Knicks because the Knicks need somebody else's second or third best player.
Yeah, exactly.
And I speak to content creators in other markets all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And every time we bring up something like, yo, let's just trade for Jalen Duren, right? Let's just trade for
It works in a
Devin
trade
Booker.
machine. Look,
Bro,
yeah.
I legit get laughed out of DM sometimes, right? Like sometimes we talk on the phone, and sometimes we'll talk, via DM. Like if they hit me up or something in a DM,
Mhm.
like what's the word in New York? Like, ain't nothing, man. We scratching and surviving, bro. How about you? You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And so the Jalen Duren thing is fantasy. The Jaden Ivey thing, the guard that they have, is fantasy.
Yeah.
Pistons fans, when they hear that, they're always they're in this mindset like, why do New York fans think they could just go to a franchise, poach their best player, and in return get table scraps? Right? Like legit for a young, bouncy, big with all-star potential like Jalen Duren is gonna cost.
Yeah.
Right. And what are you as a Knicks fan base willing to pay? Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Like if we had Duren, everyone on this damn team, oh, they better give us like 3 or 4 firsts, and we better get this young guy here. It's the same thing with he's worth that much to the other team too.
Right. Right. Like I legit not spoke, but corresponded with someone in the Utah Jazz fan base. And ooh. So I spoke with somebody in the Utah Jazz fan base, and they're thinking like, why do Knicks fans think that they could just get Walker Kessler for Precious Achua and a first round pick? Like
A bag of chips.
in what world are you getting the best rim protector in the NBA per minute?
And that's 22 years old.
He'll be 23 later in the season. That's still young, still a baby, right? Regard 22, 23, is still a baby, right? Still has a lot to learn. What makes like we legit are viewing Walker Kessler as if he's Timofey Mozgov, right? Like we can just go, man, give him 5 second-round picks for Walker Kessler, and other teams around the league feel like he's so young and so good at what he does instinctually that you're going to have to give up a quality player and 2 quality first-round picks at a minimum,
Right.
because guys like Walker Kessler, a 7-footer that generally stays healthy, that has defensive instincts. You don't have to teach him defense. This comes like how Tyler Kolek can pass.
Mm-hmm.
This dude is that at rim protection. What makes us think that we can just give Detroit Deuce McBride and a first round pick for Jalen Duren and they would take it? They're not taking that.
Right. And there's
Right.
and there's another reason why these guys that run these other teams are really smart multimillionaires too. Okay. Because they're not dumb. They know that if something they have, if we had nothing and wanted Walker Kessler's worth is a little less, because he knows, Danny Ainge knows, this kid might be a final piece thing for us. That's going to put us over the hump. His worth is even more now.
Right.
Because of how much he's worth to us.
Value.
His value is way higher for us than his value is for Detroit. So they're not dumb. He knows that. So of course we
in addition to, Coach, just let me throw a linchpin in just real quick. Mm-hmm. In addition to what you're saying, right? We know that the Golden State Warriors and Utah Jazz are working on a Lauri Markkanen trade, right?
Mm-hmm.
What if Golden State also wants Walker Kessler as their young linchpin center for the next 8 seasons, right? how much will you have to pay Utah to pull Walker Kessler out of that trade that guarantees what you want from Golden State? Like, legit, in order for you to pull Walker Kessler out of that trade, if Golden State wants him, you're going to have to overpay Utah to pull him out of that trade, because Golden State may or may not want him because he's a valuable asset that could either be a part of their future or be valuable in another trade. Right? So there are multiple things to think about when you're talking about trading for a valuable center around the league. And think about this, Knicks fans also, and everybody. Just because the Knicks are searching for a valuable product doesn't mean the rest of the league is not looking or searching for that same type of valuable product. And what that does, and I can let Ivory 10 speak to this, that does that not drive the market up on that said asset, Ivory 10?
Supply and demand, baby. Supply and demand. Salute to the chat. Salute to you, Uncle Freezy. Salute to Coach Fritz. The whole crew, Corey Lee, man, this is a pleasure to be with you gentlemen tonight. Thank you for having me.
Salute.
So, yeah, I would say, Uncle Freezy, you're absolutely right.
Salute, yo.
Really
My bad, bro.
You're mentioning this because I feel like a lot of people have almost overvalued Deuce to a certain degree. And whenever you say stuff like this, everybody automatically consider, oh, you don't like Deuce, you want to trade Deuce. No, it's not that I want to trade Deuce. I want to put together a championship contending team. And to do that, I think the Knicks absolutely know that they need a big man and probably two big men. They could really use two, if you ask me. And there's only one way to get that. If we really need the quality we need, there's only one way to get it, and that's by trading something of value to get it. And people acting like, Deuce is this, this piece we can't lose. How? Why not? Why not? If the Knicks see him as an off guard, didn't DiVincenzo just move into that second spot as the off guard?
Yeah,
Not to say that we don't need backup and we need more talent, but I think we need a high level big man more than we need a third string shooting guard.
Yep.
Yeah. Also with the with Deuce, he's in back of two starters, legit,
right?
Two legit starters.
Mm-hmm.
So you're basically saying, I just want to, stash Deuce and think Deuce is going to be happy.
Yeah.
I just don't get that reasoning. So it's almost like you're going to allow him to go somewhere to thrive. It's
maybe
potentially.
Yeah,
potentially. But
I've been pointing this out, and I know Freezy, I think, mentioned it as well. The fact of the matter, Deuce took major leaps and bounds from his first and second year to his third year. If you look at his shooting averages, those first couple of years, in that second year, he had a 29% three-point percentage. 29%. He went from that to 40%. He went from I think it was a 33%, 35% field goal shooting to I think 45% or something close to those numbers. And if people thinking that he's going to also become if we get the Deuce we got last year, we will be very, very lucky and very happy to get that, because we saw a Deuce that last summer, let's be honest, we were talking about Deuce the same way we talk about Sims now. Like, he's not ready. I don't think he can do it. I don't think he's the man, the guy. I don't know. We all said that last summer, and we had every right to, because Deuce hadn't shown us any shooting at all, any offensive ability whatsoever. And we all doubted his ability. And now look where he is, and I'm proud of him for doing that. But if you look at exactly what Fritz said, which is he's the third string shooting guard, that's what the Knicks said. That doesn't mean they won't play him in a point guard spot. They're definitely going to play him. But I'm just saying, if they view him as a third string point guard, a third string shooting guard, it might be better for his whole career to go to a different place and get more time. Who knows? But I don't think it's a given that he's going to go somewhere and actually do better than what he's done as a net.
So according
Also,
to ESPN.com, this is early, right? And ESPN may not be the purveyor of all things information accurate, but right now, Deuce McBride is listed as the Knicks' backup point guard and the third string shooting guard, just based on what ESPN says right now.
I think that's correct. I think he's going to play in front of Kolek. He's going to play, probably in front of Payne. I think for now, I think he will. And I think he'll play in front of Payne until he is not playing as well as he did last year, or if he's not playing as well as last year. If he plays, and I think Payne is in front of Kolek as well, by the way,
Right.
by a mile. But whatever, I don't want to go there. Start an argument in the chat or something. But I think Deuce has the spot until he's no longer performing. We know who this coach is. This coach plays the hot hand on a nightly basis. On a game night basis, he will play the hot hand. But he will let you keep your spot as long as you can hold your spot.
Ooh. Corey Lee, what you think about that, bro?
I totally disagree.
What?
With what part? Because I
Corey
said
Lee. Corey Lee. Well, he said totally, so you know what totally means.
Well, let me frame what my opinion is. Number one, thank you all being out here, Coach Fritz, myself and Freezy. Unfortunately, I'm going through some things, but we'll talk about that later. I think that Tibbs as well as Leon are on the same page. And I think they're looking at certain things as far as the backup point guard, as well as the backup center. Whether that's discussed right now, I came in late, so forgive me. So if I'm not abreast, but I will tell you this: that if moves need to be made or have been made, Cameron Payne is the guy. And the reason why I say that, and I understand, because Ivory 10 has been driving this point for the last 2 to 3 weeks. And the point is valid, bro. And I get it. But not at a 1 year drive. You know what I'm saying?
Is that for me?
You sound like a little mumbled. You sound like a little mumbled, Corley, or you're on some really good, some really good pills over there.
Well, no. The thing is,
hold on a second. Let me finish. Number one, let me finish, and let me come back and reaffirm. Let me speak loud enough. I'm sorry, because I'm going through a lot right now, so I gotta speak louder and make myself articulately clear. Okay, what I said was I disagree with Ivory 10. Does everybody hear that? And is that
clear? We're clear on that part. We're clear.
Yeah, we heard that.
Okay, cool. And the reason why I clearly disagree with Ivory 10 is because if the signing of Cameron Payne would have been at least 2 years for him to be backup, the clear and legitimate backup.
Remember, I said Deuce was in front of Payne.
And why I say that, bro, listen, you can disagree with me all day. Clearly disagree with me, and you have your valid reasons why. But I'm going to explain to you why my opinion is what it is. But it's because it's a 1 year deal. Me looking from the outside, looking in, like we all have been, because we don't know, is the fact that it's a 1 year deal.
But what does it have to do with who he's going to play in front of or not? I don't understand.
Lee, that's what he's asking you, because I think you revisiting the same point. He just want to know why.
Why? Because when Kimba got his deal, it was a 2 or 3 year deal. Am I correct?
Okay.
Am I?
Yeah, but
I'm
he
asking,
was supposed to be
I
counted on for more than what Cam was. Go
no,
ahead.
but every deal they did was a 2 or 3 year deal with the fact that it was going to be solidified, whether it was a try it out deal and they would be who they were supposed to be for the team. The reason why I say this is because, to me, in my opinion, and me looking on the outside in, is the fact that it would be a deal to make a bigger deal, my brothers.
Hmm.
I'm not saying
Well,
I'm fully correct, and I'm not saying I'm right. Number
well,
one, Freak said something that was very poignant. We do character deals in long term, and unfortunately, when you see what's happened with this young man, not to say that we would not deal with him, but also too, with that said, and to make this clear, is that the first 25 games of the season is where Tibbs tries everybody on the bench and gives them opportunity to be in the rotation. So
Mm,
with that said, yo, you can't. Yo, listen, I'm not expecting for a grade. I could give an F about that, but I've noticed that in the last 4 to 5 seasons, for which what I'm saying, how he's done his thing. And with that said, I've digressed, and we can debate that. And I'm gonna mute myself.
here's the thing for me with that, for the rebuttal on the 1 year thing, the campaign. Number one, when you sign someone to a vet minimum, they don't do that for more than 1 year. They just don't do it. Like you ain't gonna sign the vet minimum deal for 2 3 years with somebody. That's number one. Number two, there's no reason to sign Cameron Payne if they believed in Deuce to run the point on the bench. Why sign him then? There's no reason to
flexibility.
sign him.
I think they signed
The reason why they signed him is this, and for 1 year as well. The other reason why it's 1 year, because they know that Tyler Kolek and Rokas might be somebody that's going to take that spot eventually. So he's that
Who they
1 year
know?
bridge. He's that 1 year bridge for them to come in and fill that spot. I'm sorry. I don't give a shit what ESPN's depth chart says. I don't give a shit what those the depth chart, that those things are
Who
wrong.
they know? I agree.
Even in the middle of the season, they get that shit wrong.
And I got to be honest with you.
Miles McBride is not the Knicks' backup point guard.
Well, let's be honest. I think what's happening is he's the first. Him and DiVincenzo are the two guards off the bench. So they just refer to him as the point guard.
Right.
I but we all know he's not a true point guard. We know he's not like a typical prototypical point guard, but he's the first small guard off the bench. They refer to him as a point guard because he's small, basically.
They refer to him as a point guard because he's too small to put him anywhere else. So that's why they put him there.
Well, he can guard some twos, but keep in mind, Deuce also. What I was saying was Deuce is going to play in front of Kolek and he's going to play in front of Payne. I just want to be clear on what my message was. I think he's going to play in front of both of those dudes because here's what I thought was very funny about the news, all the news about. I mean, I can't tell you the amount of podcasts about how Kolek was now the backup point guard. Listen. He said that and then said, well, I don't know if he's going to make Tibbs his rotation. Well, if you don't know that, that means you haven't spoke to Tibbs. So someone having a title of backup this or backup that doesn't mean they're the first guard off the bench or even the second guard off the bench. If you're not talking to Tibbs, anyone that knows Tibbs, you got to know he's going with his guys that he knows they can do what they do. This is not – it's not the yesteryears before when he had basically open tryouts for guys that no one knew what they could do because we needed talent everywhere. Now is different. We are a championship contending team, and Tibbs knows what he wants to do. He's going into this year knowing exactly what he wants his rotation to be. There are no tryouts, and the only time there will be a change in this particular lineup, and the only way that Campaign won't play is if he's absolutely terrible. And just like if Deuce is not shooting the same as he did this year, not performing at that level, then that will open up more time for Campaign, who will be in front of Kolek in my perspective. I don't think Kolek's going to see much time at all. He'll see garbage time, in my opinion.
Here's the thing with me,
Coach. Are we assuming that Cameron Payne is a better player than Deuce McBride?
I don't like to use the word better because they're different players.
He might be better for that second team and running that second
right.
group.
Like
what you're saying,
it comes down to Campaign is a better fit for what we need in that second unit right now, because Dante DiVincenzo now provides a higher level and a better physical fit to what we needed Deuce to do to come off the bench last year. And now Dante DiVincenzo has the role of Miles McBride last year, and he's a hell of a lot better at what we need from him that's on the second unit. This is what I'm getting at. So now, if Dante DiVincenzo can run an offense and play some point guard, then the need for Campaign or whoever, or maybe him and Deuce can play together. If one of those two were a better combo guard and we're comfortable running the offense with the ball, if just Miles McBride and Dante, if one of those two or a mix of the two can do that, then yeah, we can keep McBride.
I hear what you're saying, Coach, but I think this is less about what Deuce can't do and more about what the Knicks need and how they can get what they need.
Yeah,
right?
That's what I'm saying.
So not getting another big man, qualified big man, could be the difference between a championship year and a non-championship year. Deuce is not the difference between a championship year and a non-championship year, in my opinion.
Right. Like, what's going to hurt us more? Like, here's a perfect example. We all know, unfortunately, we've been getting bit by the injury bug. If Mikal Bridges gets hurt, what's going to happen? A mix between Dante and Josh are going to be rotated in the starting lineup.
Sure.
Have more playing time.
It'll probably be Dante. He'll probably
It'll probably be Dante starting. So there you go. If Mitch goes down, what happens? Like, all of a sudden, we got issues.
Well, here's the thing. I'm not worried about that right now because I think we have time. I think it's still really early. You just can't doubt this management. You know, they're just too competent, right? I mean, they've shown themselves to be too competent, and maybe we're just overconfident in their abilities now that we've seen some competence.
Well, this is
the front office.
That what you said there literally just solidifies my other opinion on this. I trust the front office. They won't bring in a guy like Campaign if they believed in Deuce around the point in the second unit. They would have never brought in Cameron Payne.
Well, you know what? They also like the idea of having another point guard or another guard, right? Because just like you mentioned, if one of our wings go down and Bridges has to slide up to the 3, then you put in Dante, into the starting lineup. Now, really, all you got coming off the bench is Hart. Right. And so you got it. So Deuce is very important in that particular situation. Right. If anybody in that starting lineup out of any of the guards gets hurt, all of a sudden Deuce becomes very important. So we talk like, he's the third guard, whatever, but that third guard could become very, very important down the road. But I do believe that it doesn't matter. Right now, we know we need another big man. We know if we're going to be serious, we need another big man. I mean, it's just
Now, if there's a universe we can get a quality big and keep Deuce, I'm all in. Like that, the expendability of Deuce for me is for me personally. Everyone else can think something different. The expendability of him for me is only tied to getting a center of worthy value. Like if we have to give him up to do it, then I'm willing to do that. But if we can get someone serviceable, someone that's good,
I know who we can get. Dwight Howard. Why not? Listen, I know he's a freak, but listen, if you can't be a freak in New York, where can you be a freak?
He's like 42. I think people watch the old highlight films and they get nostalgic.
He's still balling
over No. Let me say,
if you're gonna do that, you might as well get
hold a second. Yo.
Boogie Cousins.
Give me this moment. Everybody who's on this panel. Y'all are jumping out the window.
Oh,
I'm not. Listen. We're not dealing with no relics. We're bringing up, no disrespect to them. They have been proven talents, but right now they are relics. We're not doing that. You can agree or disagree. I don't care less, but they're relics.
Yeah,
I'm not.
If you could drop 50 at the wide, don't mean you could play in the NBA. So,
all right, easy. He's playing over in China or something. That's better than.
Hold on a second. Fritz, please give me my moment, and I'll fall back and I'll digress. I promise y'all. But I have to say this real quick. We're not going back to somebody. We're not looking for no 30-year-olds. We're not looking for no 38-year-olds. We're not looking for no temporary. We're not looking for no band-aids for a gunshot wound. Stop this, fans. Stop this.
Yeah, I'm gonna post some highlights of Dwight Gooden of Dwight Howard in the
No. I can give about a highlight.
You mean Dwight Howard, not Dwight Gooden?
Dwight Gooden might as well be. Might as well be.
Might as well be right.
Yeah, might as well. Go to crack house.
Yeah, and when we look for it, go get the Darryl Strawberry too. Because we're looking for some home runs when we're talking about this. Because
if we can bring back Taj Gibson, don't tell me he's not more effective than Taj Gibson. All right, easy. Taj was the guy on the court.
Stop it. No. Hold on a second. Still, you're not giving me my opportunity to let me get my point across.
Lee, go ahead and say what you want to say, bro. Go ahead.
All right, now, with that said, how dare we, as Knicks fans, delve back deep to find something into some highlight reel of what we thought can help? Because we're dealing with reality. And what reality says is that they can't help it. If the Lakers ain't dealing with them, if the Boston Celtics ain't dealing with them, why the hell the Knicks got to deal with them?
Yeah, but Ivory ain't weak.
Let it go. They're past their prime. Why we got to milk a cow that's dry? We can't get enough from their udders. Let it go.
All right. Okay. All right.
All right. Find green the path.
Okay. So the thing is,
what I'm saying in a nutshell is we don't need a temporary fix. We need a real fix.
Yeah, and what Freezy said before is what I 100% agree with too. That this isn't. If we want something of value, like a younger asset that's going to grow with the team, we're going to have to give up something of value.
Exactly.
Yeah. So that's why.
Inshallah. Okay.
So what I'm saying is that's why Deuce is expendable. So, and I'm not saying I want to trade Deuce because Clint Capella, I've been hearing that name float around. I'm not 100% sold on that. I mean, he's 30. I mean, in today's NBA, he probably has another 5 or 6 years in him, but that's a pretty big salary. I've been hearing that name floated around. That's right at the edge of age for me. Like I would want a guy that's in the wheelhouse of Brunson and Nova Boys and OG's age group, or someone younger. You know. Now, do I think Clint Capella for 2 or 3 years with Mitch would be a nice two-headed center? Hell yeah. I think that'd be nice. But
Also, Coach, can I say something?
that's the farthest I would go as far as someone that's kind of an older. I mean, he's 30.
Okay, yeah, and okay, listen. The only way I'm gonna rock with that is we get that in the buyout market. I'm not wasting no freaking draft picks. I'm not wasting no, because right now our assets are not where they should have been after we made this move to get what's my man name from New Jersey or the next Bridges. Thank you for that. Our assets are not quite as near as they are, and we are not in a position to negotiate a trade for him.
Right.
The buy, from what I'm looking at right now, because they have the young man that just drafted, they have the Jamin Johnson, they have Kaminga. You know what I'm saying? Right now, sitting in that position, the best way to come about him is the buyout market. We cannot think about this. Listen, we as Knicks fans do not have to be. We're not thirsty. Let's get it. Let's keep this frank. We are not thirsty. In Knicks fandom, we are. We're thinking about certain things, and we're worried about and we're trying to make sure we solidify certain situations because we are in this particular situation. But now, as I'm looking back at this in the market, as well as just thinking about it, no, we are not thirsty. So let's not bust our load to some degree in order to make the fan base happy. Now I'm digressing again. I'm falling back.
Well, actually, with the Clint Capella thing, I think there's more to it. I don't think it's necessarily just the player. I think the Knicks are looking at the long game, so they're still not going to give up on the Giannis dreams. I think they're going to be in the fight for another year, and getting a large salary center is a way to stay in the fight for that. So you can either
to some
next
degree.
year. No, I mean just to make the salaries work. Like
No, wait. Let me Fritz. So let me ask you this though before we. So what drives you down the Giannis road? Have you heard anything, seen anything in print? Have you spoken to anybody like any source and anything that will lead you to believe that the Knicks are still interested in Giannis?
Yeah, it's Begley has brought it up several times. Like they're still hope. Like they're waiting for the other shoe to drop.
They got to sell clicks. Those people.
Yeah, they
no, but I mean, with Begley is like they're kind of the Knicks are kind of doing like a calculated gamble. Like Milwaukee has like no assets. Maybe this is the year that it implodes because once Milwaukee is done, Giannis is walking away.
Well, have you heard anything from Milwaukee that says that though?
No, Milwaukee wants to just
or is that
Giannis.
Or is that a New Yorker speculating on what they feel like Milwaukee should
No,
do?
but Giannis
based on the-
Giannis has said the city of Milwaukee, he said he is staying there as long as they are a championship team. If they're not championship quality, he's walking away. So the Knicks are kind of like waiting the time. You can extend Randall, but you're still gonna need salary to get there. So I think what they're gonna take is they're gonna take a large salary center this year, and if it happens next year, maybe they know something that we don't know. But
Listen, Giannis has no
if
control.
they
He signed for 3 more years. He might want out, but he doesn't decide where. You can be you can say you want to go somewhere, but if
no,
you're
but he's
but other
he has-
teams,
he has
what
been-
other
he has
teams
been
besides
very
the
open.
Knicks have a tradable piece that's close
Everybody.
to the
I know,
value
but
of
everybody.
Giannis?
I know, but he has
Everybody
been
has a
very
tradable
he has
piece.
been very
Everybody.
vocal.
No, I'm talking about you're cutting me off halfway through my sentence. Not everyone has a piece that's strong enough to trade for Giannis.
I think everybody does.
Got your damn mind.
Really? Look at all these teams that are not even good but have great.
Hey, hold up before y'all go down that road. Fritz was trying to before y'all talk
No,
about
but it's not just him. It's Julius. It's all the valuable players we have on the bench. I think they want to financially have that availability. I don't think they don't want the availability where if Giannis came on the market, they had no recourse to make it happen.
Okay, so let me just ask you because I heard what you said. And coach, help me out. Ivory, help me out with this. So if Giannis becomes available, we would offer Milwaukee Julius Randle, Clint Capella, and a bunch of second round picks for Giannis.
No, I think a lot of things are on the table at that point.
Or would you consider trading Jalen Brunson for Giannis?
No. I
would
think
would you consider
I
trading
think the
OG?
Nova. I think there's some of those guys would probably be made available.
So it would be Randall and OG and Anunoby, and
I don't know. I don't know what it would be, but they want to keep that flexibility open. They want to keep the flexibility open.
All right, so let me tell you what I hear. And this is something solely and not saying that what Fritz is saying is not right, because he's always been accurate, right? Always been accurate. I give him an A+ on his stuff. But what I hear is the Knicks are saying if they're gonna lock in for the next handful of years, they are gonna lock in for the next handful of years with this group and improve around the fringes. They're gonna ask everybody to buy into this next 3 to 4 years, this group, and make a push for a championship and improve around the fringes, like improve the bench, try to improve through the draft with rookies that will be ready to play at a moment's notice, and not go star searching. Their goal is win a championship in this window, because you never know how close you'll get to a championship.
Yeah.
And so that's
but
what I'm hearing.
It's flexibility. It's flexibility.
No, Fritz, what I'm saying is, I'm not just speaking to your point. I'm talking about what I heard. What I heard is the opposite. It's not flexibility. It's locking in with a core group and making a push for a championship with Brunson and Bridges and OG and Hart and DiVincenzo. And if any piece has to be moved, and they're not looking to move Randall, but if any piece has to be, it may be Randall. But you don't know that yet, because you don't know how Randall plays with this group. Mind you, Julius Randle is the most accomplished Knick on this roster. Regardless how your emotion feels about Brunson, how you feel emotionally about Dante, how you feel emotionally about OG, Julius Randle is more accomplished than all of those other players combined.
Okay.
These are facts. But the
okay, I'm just trying to explain to you. Clint Capella doesn't hurt you, and the reason he doesn't hurt you is because when your extensions come in this year, if he goes away, that helps. Like
He's
like
on a 1 year
having
deal. He's got a 1 year deal.
having a 1 year large salary center get you a year for Giannis, and if you don't sign
Guys,
him back, your extensions go right into that
we've
slot.
got to come back to reality. We have a
But I'm
championship
just saying
team
that's where
right
it comes
now.
from.
I
know,
hear
but
you,
it doesn't
Fitz. I
hurt you.
appreciate
It doesn't hurt
I
you.
don't think the Knicks are thinking about anything other than keeping some flexibility and winning a championship this year. The only
Those
way
are
that they would
two
trade.
separate things. Ivory, those are two separate things. Like
Okay.
being locked into a core and being flexible are two separate things.
Okay, well, so here's the deal. When I say flexible, I mean if Julius takes that extension, that's that affordable extension for like $45 million a year, whatever that is, that's a very affordable deal. I think that's flexibility. I think when you have all the contracts that on your roster are good contracts, they're not like bad contracts, then that gives you flexibility because they're all tradable. Every single last one of them is a good deal. So I think that's the flexibility that we've seen within the NBA to get another star is having other quality players and some picks. That's we're not stuck with anything. I think the fact that we haven't oversigned or signed anyone to a ridiculous contract, that's what gives us our flexibility.
Okay, how does
think we
Clint
just
Capella
talking in a
hurt
circle.
you
I don't understand.
at $20 million? If he goes away next summer, that's where the money for your extensions are going to come from. It's not they don't not looking at Clint Capella at 20 million just because he's Clint Capella. It's because he's also 20 million.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
I'm confused right now.
Where did they get the 20 million from this year?
Right.
The 20 million comes from Precious. If by signing, trading Precious.
What do they get out of getting
other...
Precious? Why would they trade this center for Precious? What is Precious giving them? These trades are just. I'm not saying your trades necessarily. Fixed,
no, but I'm just saying.
Well, they be getting Precious and Deuce. And
yeah. So it's not. I think it's getting that 1 year salary. Right there, your extensions will slide right in there.
I'm sorry, I missed that last part. My internet went out, but I think them going after that center, that's all about winning right now. Sure, having that contract that's going to expire is great, but they're not looking to trade that depth. They're getting him to get that center depth. The Knicks are trying to win it all, man. We don't care. Flexibility I know, is but nice when it comes to salary, but it's more about having guys.
Okay, so Clint Capella plays a year at 20 million. You think he's going to re-sign for 20 million again?
No.
He's not re-signing that anywhere.
So but if he signed back, wouldn't it be less than 20 million?
Of course.
Yeah.
If we want,
okay, that's
how much should Al Horford sign?
I don't know what that has to do with the price of tea in China. Like I'm so like I'm thrown.
I'm telling you right now what it's worth. Look, we need to look at. Would you say we're getting close to trying to model our team after what Boston's been doing? We agree to that a little bit. Like
the Knicks are just trying to build a winner.
We're building it.
We need to build a winner. To have a winner, you need to have good wings. It's the NBA. We're trying to build a winner.
You better care because that's the team to beat. That's right. That's the reason why
they're the defending champs. Right.
So you damn right we're building a team that's can compete and beat them because that's what it's about, beating them. They were so much better than everybody else. They just walked through to the championship like it was the easiest path I've ever seen.
They made it look easy, though, Coach. They made it.
I know. I'm not. Look, I ain't sucking their virtual green leprechaun junk. Okay, what I'm saying is they're the team to beat. Okay, and they found a way to look pretty damn good with a broken ass Porzingis and an old ass backup of Horford. Okay.
Well, they have a great coach, though.
How much does he get paid?
Don't matter.
Okay. What I'm saying, and the point I'm getting at, when Horford first got signed, he was a high level. He used to be a max player, almost. Okay, so he took when the team started winning and his role lessened. He took less to be the backup and Porzingis insurance. Okay, don't you think a player like Capella or someone like that, yeah, the first year or two, it might be a little more than we want to pay, but think about what he's replacing. What is his worth? He ain't like he's 35. He's 30. He can still get. He's actually the right age. His decent years are left, and it coincides with our run. And this isn't a whole thing about getting Clint Capella, because the only way to get him is this is about Deuce, and Deuce would be a piece that has to be used to get a guy like that. Is what I'm saying too. So, in the end, for me, that's as what my ceiling limit of age / price / value. Clint Capella is my ceiling of freaking out and grabbing someone a little extra. You know what I'm saying? Like, besides him, I want young and develop with the team guys that can play now, which they don't grow on trees. There's only about 3 or 4 guys like that floating around that are available.
Walker Kessler.
Yeah. Like the three names that have been bounced around are the Nick Richards, Walker Kessler, and Wendell
Nick
Carter.
Richards is older than Deuce. I mean, older than Mitch.
I know he's 26.
Yeah.
Going to be 27 this year.
Yeah.
But, and I'm not saying he has to replace Mitch. If he's part of the Mitch rotation, I'm fine. If Wendell Carter, if Kessler, if he's part of the Mitch rotation, I'm fine. But the only way I want to replace Mitch is I got to have 2 of those guys in a 3-way trade or whatever. The only reason why, the only universe I'm okay getting rid of Deuce and Mitch is if I get 2 high-level young bigs. That's the only way those 2 are expendable for me.
You know,
otherwise,
I was surprised. The Knicks. I'm surprised. All right, Corey, let me say something real quick before you go on your diatribe here for 1 sec. I was really surprised that the Knicks didn't go after Luke Cornett. He's been here before. The guy signed for peanuts. He could shoot the outside shot. He blocked a few shots. The guy signed for peanuts. Why didn't we get him?
Because he's not in the Knicks plan.
I can answer that question, and none of us can answer that question. But what I'm trying to what I'm about to say right now to you all, right now, this Mitch, get rid of Mitch thing is deeper than what y'all think it is. Let me explain something to you, and for everybody in Nick's universe. And if you understand where Tibbs comes from, and you know what I'm saying, of course, let me explain myself. Yes, I'm a Knicks. I am a Knicks fan. You know what I'm saying? That's my heartstring. He is the last piece of real. We drafted him. We own him, and he is what he is. DJ, shut the hell up. I'm talking to my dog. With that said, the reason why I say this is because Tibbs diagnosis and the way he runs his defense is through Mitchell Robinson. Mitchell Robinson is the key to everything for which he does. Now, we may not disagree. I could care less. And I understand. Everybody's not going to agree on what Tibbs wants. But he is what he is the key to the whole Knicks defense, which means he's the key to the offense. Now, I can't argue with nobody's opinion, but at the end of the day, that is what it is. He is the main cog of what we do.
I
And I
agree. We're
digress.
talking about getting a backup, right? We're talking about getting another center, not getting rid of
Yeah,
Mitch.
and I
We
think
need
y'all,
another one.
hey, bro, I think y'all dragged the conversation away from what Fritz was saying. Like, and I also don't think y'all are listening to what each other. So when Coach was talking, I had the sense
So
that nobody was listening. I had a
real
sense
quick.
that when Coach was talking, that nobody was listening to what Coach was saying because everybody wanted to jump in and contribute. Right? Like a lot of the stuff that all of y'all are saying is overlapping. And I find trying to follow the conversation that y'all are repeating some of the same stuff, but y'all want to say it in y'all specific way. Right? The conversation was never, when Fritz was speaking about the flexibility part, he was talking about flexibility with the ability to be able to trade for or acquire Giannis. Right? And that was about 12 minutes ago. When Fritz said that was about 12 minutes ago, right? And now we're talking about how Tom Thibodeau is going to use Mitch. Nobody listened to what that man was actually was saying to us.
I heard it.
I understand.
I disagree, though. I disagree. I don't think they're making that move to have anything to do with Giannis. I think it has everything to do with winning right now and winning this year. It's not about having him to trade for Giannis. I mean,
right. But Ivory, but when you said that about 15 minutes ago, right? Remember when I said there were two different things? Remember I said there you're locked in with a core, and then there's the side that feels like there is a part with flexibility for the future. You remember me saying that, right?
Sure.
Right. And so if you're on one side of that or the other, because they have to be different. You can't play in the middle. You already know what happens to teams that try to do both. They wind up not doing either. Right. You understand. You've been watching this stuff for long enough. But to the point with that Fritz was making, though, Fritz was talking about the Knicks maintaining flexibility down the road. Right. Fritz, that's what you were pointing out, right?
Yeah, I don't necessarily say it has to be Giannis, but it gives them
flexibility
options.
is the point, is what I'm saying. You were talking about flexibility, right?
It gives them options while giving them what they need. I need this right now, but it gives me options in the future.
Quick question, Fritz. How does getting you're saying any expiring? I guess you're just referring to an expiring contract, not necessarily Clint Capella. Right. Because I'm just trying to because why Clint Capella has anything to do. Tell me what he has to do with Giannis other than having an expiring contract.
Okay, he fits the team, and we can use him this year.
Sure, we need another
fix the Knicks. Right? I know, but the Knicks were specifically looking for high salary centers. They were looking specifically for high salary centers. They weren't just looking for centers. They were looking for high salary centers.
Okay. So Ivory, let me speak to because right. So when it comes to the calculated gymnastics, that's Fritz. He's a genius level, professor level at the calculated gymnastics stuff. Right. When you're talking about the hoop stuff on the court stuff, I feel like I should be in that realm, right? Of speaking to and to that. And here's the thing. Here's the thing, right? I think we have to relax about talking about what fits and what doesn't when you totally or you shuffled about 65% of your roster. Maybe 60% of your roster has been shuffled. Maybe even more than that. Maybe 70% of your roster has been shuffled. Randall was out. OG was out. Mitch was out. Mikal Bridges is new. Cam Payne is new. And you brought in 4 rookies. You're bringing 4 rookies into camp. That's a lot of shuffling. So when we talk about fit, we don't know what fit is until we know what it is that these players do with each other. Now, when we just suppose what we saw the January Knicks be, right? Mind you, we feel like the January Knicks is the best version of the Knicks, right? Even those January Knicks didn't have Mikal Bridges on it. That January Knicks squad still had Quentin Grimes here, right? Still had Precious here. Still had Malachi Flynn here, right? A lot of the players that were here for the January Knicks, that best version of what we think will be, right? That team was on pace to, I think, win 57 games. We feel like by adding Mikal Bridges, Cameron Payne, and the other guys come back healthy, we'll be a better version of that, right? So when we speak about fit, we don't know exactly what it is this group is going to be together. That's why I'm saying I know we want the instant gratification of knowing what will be, but we don't know what a backcourt of Mikal Bridges and Jalen Brunson is going to be. We assume that since they played together in college 6 years ago, that they'll bring that chemistry to the NBA where they've never played with each other. Not in the all-star game, not on the same team, none of that. Bro, what you were doing when you were 18, 19, and 20 in college doesn't mean that when you're a 26, 27-year-old, that's going to be impactful on the floor. All it means is they'll be more willing to try more stuff because they're familiar with each other. That's it. When it comes to in my mind, I think what we should look at going forward, right, is with all this individual talent from the bench and the starters, I think what happens is the Knicks look to pivot away from what we're comfortable with at center and step into the new era of NBA where bigs can legit block shots at the rim, rebound at a high rate, and stretch the floor, right? If we're talking about fit, I think we need to pivot on that conversation, right? Is there a world where the Knicks are looking for not a Clint Capella type, but a Wendell Carter type that can rebound, defend at the rim, and stretch the floor? Is that the reason why all the previous dinosaur type centers have gone to other teams and the Knicks didn't sign one of those guys because they're looking for a archetype that they speculate or guess could fit this new wave of roster that we don't even know exists yet? That's why when y'all were talking about the Boston Celtics, I was with you in that pocket because I think the Celtics understand in order to win in today's NBA, you have to have backcourt defenders, elite wing defenders, and a big that can rebound at the rim, block shots at the rim, and stretch the floor. And when you look at the roster and all the candidates to be a center on this team, Mitchell Robinson, Jericho Sims, Huck Porty, Skipintsef, Precious, everybody that's out there in free agency, do they fit the criteria of rebounding, defending at the rim, and stretching the floor? No. The only guy that we feel like fits that criteria right now is Walker Kessler. Am I saying Walker Kessler is the only target? No. I'm not saying that at all. But what I'm saying is we all watched an abundance of classic centers get passed up by the Knicks and go to other teams, and you didn't even hear a sniff. The Knicks were interested in James Wiseman, but he chose such and such over the Knicks. You didn't hear a sniff of that, right? Maybe because the Knicks are pivoting from what they do traditionally at the center position, and maybe looking at what the future of the NBA looks at the center position, and may try to accommodate through that.
Yeah, I agree with you.
They could be, but it's very tough to get now. I mean, it's a tough one to get now. I mean, we really don't have a ton of resources. I think that's why many of us brought up the potential of trading Deuce and whatever else we could to find that guy. Because I think about it. If you're a team that has your hands on that guy and, he's 26, 27 years old going into his prime, or even younger, or even possibly older than that, you're going to value him. And I think the Knicks right now, I think I even saw a report today how teams have basically upped their price because they know what the Knicks need. And whatever, it's talk, it's media. Who knows what's true, what's not? But apparently it's not so easy to find.
And here's the reason for. I didn't want to talk about this much because I think it might be for another broadcast, but it does go in line with what we do with Deuce too, because what happens on August 3rd, which I don't know if you guys know, some of you probably do know, August 3rd for us is what's going to drive what happens with this team moving forward. And what August 3rd is, that's the day Julius makes his decision on his extension. So when Julius, because this is going to happen, you heard it here, when he signs his extension on August 3rd, because he's going to sign it. Thank you, Brunson, for showing your team what leaders do.
Coach, come on, man. Coach, why you – Coach, come on, bro. You know you just slaying the biggest arrow at Randall. You know Julius Randall actually did that first. Jalen Brunson didn't set the ball on that. Julius Randall did that. The extension he's on right now, he did that.
But I'm talking about with the current team.
No.
All right,
Yo,
don't. Hey, whoa! Don't be cutting into my point now. All of a sudden, that's not what I'm saying.
No, it's not about cutting into your point. But I'm
sitting here about to give Randall praise for signing, and then y'all want to poo on my point by saying Randall Brunson wasn't the first one.
Nobody poo on nothing that you said
right
but
now.
You cannot put that on Julius. You cannot put that on Jalen Brunson.
What am I putting on Julius?
Yes, it is.
I said, what am I putting on?
No, my brother. No, my brother. Because
you're confusing me.
No, the fact that you can't deny him of what he's done first. And that's a point.
That's a point. Look, you guys are swaying off of my point I was trying to make.
Okay.
You totally ruined the point I was trying to make.
I'll fall back. I will fall back. I digress. My bad. And I apologize.
I'm saying with the current makeup of the team, who's here now and moving forward, Brunson just showed the path of what everyone else from this point on is going to do. Not discrediting that Randall didn't do this first with his original signing, but when Randall did that, there was no one on the team and there was no future on the team at that time, is what I'm saying. So I'm not pooing on Randall. Okay?
Anyway, we didn't know it. We didn't know it.
Go ahead. You have the floor. I just
Coach, the point that I'm getting at is Randall signed a contract, right? Then he played 2 years, and then he signed an extension.
Okay.
He gave back money. If Randall didn't give back money, there is no Jalen Brunson.
Okay, that's fine. But the point I'm trying to make right now has nothing to do. I'm not trying to. Okay, I'm sorry for not giving Randall the credit first. Let me digress. Originally, Randall did this glorious thing, and he's awesome for it. Thank you, Julius. And now Jalen just did it. Okay, is what I'm saying. And now it's back up to Randall again. It's up to him to do this too now. If he doesn't do it, then he has to be traded because we're going to lose him.
What if Mikal Bridges doesn't do it?
Oh, second. Let me say something.
He already said he was going to do it.
Because the point. Lee, come on, bro. I just want to put my point in. Just relax.
No.
Go ahead, dog. You got it. You got it. You got it, bro. Go ahead.
Chill out. No, listen. Let's make this clear. It's not about what they allowed to let go. It's what was offered and they decided to take it. Let's make that clear. What they left on the table, yes, they could. Both of those gentlemen could have made that. I want more. So Let's understand what was on the table and was offered to both of them. So you understand what I'm saying? To be fair, because Knicks fans, we have been going on for a minute about what they left on the table. No, there was an offer. They both accepted either offer coming into their direction. And you understand what I'm saying? Yes, they could have fell back and offered more. Let's make that clear, yo.
That's not what was reported. What was reported is the Knicks were willing to offer Randall a certain number, right? But
But by
Randall,
whom?
but
By whose measure?
Lee, come on, really? Coach can't finish. I can't even finish a thought, bro. Lee, all I'm saying is all I'm trying to get to is this: the
All right,
Knicks
I'm done.
offered.
I said I'm done. I'm muted.
So anyway, the point I was trying to gear towards is this: that Randall has shown already that he's taken the extension and taken a little less than he could have potentially make in the future. Okay, by signing on August 3rd. Okay. So the dominoes are just going to start falling after that. Because obviously all these guys want to play together and they see the potential of all them staying together. Okay. So, but if Randall doesn't sign that August 3rd, I'm not saying I'm going to hate him for it or going to blame him for it. I just, he deserves to get his money if he can get it. I'm not mad at iHeart when he did it. I'm not mad at, if his worth is his worth, he wants to bet on him and not agree to take that player option or whatever at the end of his contract, then that's his right to do so. But when he shows what he feels this team could do and what he can be with this team and what this team could be, when he signs that extension, that's when I feel the dominoes are going to start falling with other pieces. And with the signing of this, with that August 5th thing you were saying that might happen, the center and all that stuff. That's why I think the Knicks are waiting because Randall can be saying, "Yeah, I'm going to sign to them," but we don't know that they want to make sure on the 3rd he does it, and they can move forward with their next thing they got to do. That's the point I was about trying to make before.
No, I got you, Coach.
Randall sidetracked.
You're saying the organization, instead of if Randall,
I apologize. No, all I'm saying, I apologize to everybody because I'm not trying to take nothing away from anybody, but we need to understand the situations of what we're talking about.
So nobody else understands, is what you're saying?
No, my brother. No, hell no. I will not say you don't. But we need to make certain things clear because we're talking about they're leaving money on the table when they're taking something that is offered to them. Not to say that, you know what I'm saying, they can't ask for more. That's not the argument. The argument is that everybody's saying that they're leaving something. Listen, Leon Rose offered them X dollars. They say, okay, I'll take it. That's my point.
And what I'm saying is that's not accurate. What I'm saying is
Oh.
Randall's first extension, right? The Knicks were rumored to offer a certain amount. And Julian
what was rumored.
All right. So okay. So if you're disputing the rumor thing, tell me where you got your information from.
I'm not excluding what the rumors were, but the fact is that they
but you just cut me off and said rumored.
Yeah. Oh, the reason why I cut you off was because It's a rumor. We don't know the facts.
Where did you get your? If I don't know, just share with us where you got your information from.
I'm not saying that what your rumor was right or wrong. It's key word rumor, bruh.
Right. So where did if what we have is just a rumor and maybe not accurate, then where'd you get your information from?
Period. When they signed what they signed. So
Right.
therefore, I leave it at that. So if I'm
Right.
wrong, I'll be wrong. And I have
Yeah,
no problem being wrong.
right. Well, all I'm asking is, or I ain't even asking, bro. What I'm saying is what was said is not accurate. They didn't offer Randall a thing and play hardball with Randall in his contract extension. Julius Randall, knowing the state of
All we know is what they signed at. Let's keep that clear, though. You understand what I'm saying?
we not keeping that clear. We not keeping that clear just for the sake that we can agree.
Okay.
You know, you my brother, and I love you. If everybody that's watching, this is not me and Lee going at each other. It's kind of just how we talk, and I know it seems strange or whatever. I do this with Coach sometimes too. Coach do it with me sometimes too, and it seemed like content, but it ain't that. It ain't that, right? The thing is Randall signed for less. That was his intent when he got here. His intent when he got here was to be the franchise player for a team that needed a franchise player. Right? At the time Julius Randall signed here, the year before that, our power forward was a guy named Noah Vonleh. Right? The point guard was Emmanuel Mudiay. Right? And I know Ivory 10 don't want to talk about this. Right, but the small forward before Randall got here was a dude named Mario Hazonia. The starting center was a dude named Enes Kanter. Right, Julius Randall signed here to try to become an all-star because he played in New Orleans. He looked like he could be an all-star type player. New York would give him the chance. He signed here. The first year didn't go the way he wanted. The second year, he was an all-star, proved that he could be a franchise player. When the extension talks came up, the roster was a mess. Y'all know this. Randall, knowing this, right? This between Randall and the front office, took less money so that they could bring in more talent. The following year, right? The following year, they bring in Kimba. It doesn't work, right? The year after that, they get Jalen Brunson. Thank you, Julius Randall, for taking taking less in your contract extension to add more talent. Jalen Brunson, to Coach's point, thank you, Jalen Brunson, for taking less so that the Knicks can add more talent, right? But to say that Julius Randall didn't have a choice is just saying that the Knicks front office plays hardball with everybody in negotiations, and I don't think that's the truth.
No, you Freezy, listen, me and you are 100% in agreement on what you just said. And I'm glad you broke it down that way. But still, you know what I'm saying? But he took what was offered to him, and I agree with you 100%, bro. So now, you know what I'm saying? But we have to understand that point, though, because it was a choice.
I'm sorry. I thought you were done, Corey. My bad. Oh, he is.
I'm gonna go get me some Hennessy too. I'll be right back.
So I think what Coach said is somewhat interesting because knowing this front office, if Randall is not, first of all, they have to offer him that extension, which I heard they were not going to offer him right away. I did hear they were not going to do that. But if they do, and he does not accept by a certain date, I think they might look to trade him because they definitely don't want to lose him for nothing. That is a very, very possible conclusion. I mean, I do think the team wants to stay in control. And if they have the potential of losing Randall for nothing in a year that might be a championship year, what will they do? Wow. You talk about pressure on a front office. Hey, you got Randall, who's performing at another all-star level, making the team better like he always does. And if you don't believe that, you can just go look at the highlights of OG Anunoby's points as a New York Knick and watch the dimes that Randall is laying right on him every single game. Just watch the highlights of OG Anunoby's points, and you'll see Randall's value in that video. Or watch his points as a Knick. Point being, what do they do if Randall doesn't want to accept that extension and he's playing at a super, super high level, and they could potentially lose him for nothing at the end of that year, or they have to re-sign him possibly? Well, it is the potential of losing him for nothing. Do they make the trade to keep control, or do they take that risk of losing Randall? I think they take the risk, because if Randall does what we think he can do and he performs in the playoffs again, or not again, he performs in the playoffs and we go as far as we think we can go, I think they will pay him what he wants to be paid, right? They will pay him. But if he doesn't perform, then he won't have the value and they might re-sign him anyway. So it's an interesting call. It's a tough call for management to make. Do you take that risk of losing him?
Okay, with that said, yo, and your point is very valid, bro. And just like Coach said, his point is valid. I'm thinking, in my personal opinion, you know what I'm saying, and I would hope Fritz would chime in on this, and give his opinion. But in my opinion, because we have treated him so well, that he will rock with the offer which is given to him, which should be fair, because you know what I'm saying, at the end of the day, he's still lined up with the CAA family. And the CAA family will find a way outside of the Knicks organization to compensate what he might have lost or will lose. You understand what I'm saying? Because listen, you got to think this right now. What Leon Rose has done, and Knicks fans need to really get this and wrap their minds around this right here, is that the CAA family are so totally in line with the Rose family. And Leon Rose has no problem finding ways to make extra money for his players. Hockey, you know what I'm saying, and anything else that he's involved with outside of that, as well as the NBA, to find his way to compensate what the salary cap can't give these players. You understand what I'm saying? Let's take a breather and think about that, though, Knick fans. Let's take a breather about that. What you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? We see what other NBA players and NBA franchises are doing. So you know what I'm saying? For a fact, the Celtics, they're gonna have $200-300 million players, which not excluding the $200 million players they got right now. You know what I mean? You know, every franchise. Listen, before somebody cuts me off, whether it be Ivory 10 or
ain't nobody cutting you off, bro. You've been rocking.
All right, you know what I'm saying. With that said, you know what I'm saying. There's outside channels because Leon Rose has the connections to compensate what we think it should make, and we all good. You know what I'm saying, as far as what I think, but I might be wrong. I'm not no expert in this situation. You know what I'm saying? I'm just giving you my opinion.
Freezy, what do you think of that? What do you think? Like, if the Knicks are playing extremely well this year, right? And they offer Julius that extension, and he says no right away, or maybe I heard that they're not going to offer him that extension right away.
Yeah, they're not, and he doesn't want it.
Right. I heard the both of those.
It's both sides. They're both sides. Yeah.
So what happens?
Wait,
Hold on.
No.
You're cutting me off now.
No, my point.
Who are your guys' sources? Is what I'm saying.
I want to hear opinion real quick.
Okay, so that man was talking and Lee
I know.
being coach.
That's
Just,
not,
all Ivory Tan.
not what I'm doing. If he's going to continue making a point after, if he's going to make a claim and then make a whole,
how you know he wasn't going to finish
after the claim? He didn't.
How you know,
moving on?
You know why he didn't? Because he got cut off.
Because Fritz doubled down on the same thing and he agreed with it. So the next sentence was
Fritz heard the same rumors I did. That's all. We're just going off rumors that were reported that Randall will not accept and they will not.
You didn't say that rumors part. You said, well, he said that he wasn't going to sign. And then Fritz was like, yeah, but no. Like, you guys didn't say
right. I heard the same thing. Coach.
His team said that he will not be signing an extension right away. And they said they weren't going to offer one right away.
It was reported that by who?
These are rumors reported by the NBA. Okay.
It was Begley, and from his mouth. His mouth, he says that August 5th, he said he's not gonna rush into this. He said he's looking forward to playing with these players, but he said he's not in a rush to sign anything.
Right. So Ian Clickbaitly said it. So go ahead.
All right. So my question
I don't do like that. Oh no. No, listen, we got very few listen, and I'm sorry for y'all to jump right into this real quick. Ian Begley is one of the few people who will spew bullshit. Excuse my language, Freezy. Spew.
I like how y'all do that. Y'all be like, pardon my French, but man, F this and
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. Forgive me.
Right.
Forgive me.
Y'all just remember, it's not just a conversation. It's people watching us.
I understand that.
Remember, Lee, just for a second, stop cutting people off for a second, bro. Right? Just stop cutting people off for a second. Right? My thing is just remember, there's an audience out there that's watching us, right? And not only are they watching like for today, but they're going to be people that's rewatching and people all around the world that's watching us mix. So just be mindful that it's not a telephone conversation. That
you right, and I apologize.
Lee, just for a second, just stop cutting people off, bro. Like if someone if you can't do it, bro, then maybe this conversation ain't for you.
You right.
Just for a second, let Coach finish his thought. Let Ivory 10 finish his thought, bro. Like they legit sat there. I went in the other room and watched them allow you to rock for an extended amount of time, and then as soon as they started, you cut them off.
Forgive me, and I promise you.
It's respectful. It's just us being respectful.
And I apologize, and I will be more respectful and more soundful in mind to allow these gentlemen to speak their mind.
Right. What we saying? All everybody want to do is just get their thought out without getting cut off, and then people twisting their words. That's what's happening. Every time Coach start, somebody cut him off and then twist his words, and then it started an argument.
But I didn't. Like I didn't mean to cut off Ivory's whole. I was going to let you rock right after that. I just want you to, if you were going to base the rest of your conversation on the rumor, I just wanted you to clarify where that source was.
Yeah, these are all rumors, right? None of us really know what's going on behind the scenes. Hey, Corley, can you just mute, because you sound like a transformer right now? You're like Transformer. Just mute real quick. So the question was, so I was going off of what Coach said about, hey, you know what? This management loves to have control. They love to have flexibility, and it's important to them. So with that in mind, if Julius Randle, if they decide, hey, man, Randall is killing it, let's go ahead and make him that offer, and he doesn't want to accept it, would this management, being as controlling as they are and as flexible as they want to be, would they consider trading Randall at that point when they're on a championship march? And that's a tough call. Do they potentially lose Randall for nothing, or do they make the championship march? I think they make the march. I think they'll just go forward and let the chips fall where they may. But I'm just thinking it is a pretty tough call for a management team to make.
Yeah, okay. I just want to clarify for everybody. Okay, so it came from Ian Begley, and basically he said Julius Randle says he's not in a rush to sign it, so don't look for August 5th. Honestly, I don't think he should sign it on August 5th. It's just a bad date to sign it. Because basically they could trade him in the middle of the season. He doesn't want that. So basically the Knicks are in a rush. He's not in a rush. The assumption that it works is that Mikal Bridges signs in October. And he signs his extension. And I don't think anybody wants to count the chickens before they hatch on Mikal, because Mikal is taking a big cut, like a huge cut. Like next year, if he takes that extension, he'll make $29 million, and that's nowhere near what he should make. So I don't think he's gonna jump to sign something when it just hasn't happened yet. And what if Mikal changes his mind?
We moved on from Randall already?
No, but I'm just saying Mikal's contract works assuming something that happens later. I don't think they want to jump to that conclusion yet. So I don't think he's going to sign it.
But how do we get off of Randall? I thought we were talking about Randall.
I know, but
he is talking about Randall. You just have to follow.
Okay, so
yeah, I'm not
so Randall may wait. Randall may wait until Mikal signs until he signs.
Right.
That's how
so you're saying that helps the Knicks in some way?
Yeah, but I don't think he's gonna jump. I don't think he's gonna put the cart before the horse, because if Mikal don't sign, they're gonna have to come up with a whole new idea. Like, I think, yeah, I don't think he's gonna. I think whatever happens, Randall and the Knicks are working together. It's not Randall's making designs and the Knicks have to follow. They're working together. And I think
explain
they're
that a little
waiting.
bit better though for me, Fritz. Explain that a little bit better for me. So you're saying Randall is going to wait to make a decision, wait for Mikal to make his decision. Why? I
think he's waiting for Mikal to go first. Mikal, sign your extension. Because it becomes a whole different financial. If Mikal wants more money, they're going to go through the second apron, and then maybe, okay, if we're going through the second apron, pay me my money.
Randall get the bag. Ivory, I don't understand how you don't get that, bro. Basically, what he's saying is sign Mikal Bridges first. And since I took a sacrifice in my first extension, whatever money is left, y'all owe me that, because not only did I come here when nobody wanted to come here, I was a linchpin during the rebuild to a championship contender, made the All-Star team 3 times at power forward. No other Knick has ever done that.
Gotcha. Right? I wasn't making that connection like he's
Julius Randle is saying that I've earned the right to get.
I'm quiet.
I got it. That makes more sense now. I wasn't so we go over a certain threshold. Randall's gonna be like, just pay me at that point. Yeah,
just pay me my money.
But the other caveat is this though, that like the threat of the trade isn't a thing for Randall. Here's why. I don't think he's that worried about a trade, because there's a 15% kicker if he in his contract if he gets traded. You know that the Knicks are responsible for. Like, he gets a 15% kick up or something. You got to look that up in his contract. I don't want to misspeak on it. Do y'all know about that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's Randall's little safety valve for if worried about getting traded or whatever. But nothing has. That's the thing to pump up and boost Freezy's point he was just making. There's nothing that has shown on either side, the Knicks or Randall. Randall has shown he's done everything in his power to stay here. and make us succeed. And this front office has shown how much they support and want Randall since he's been here. So I don't know where this rhetoric comes, where he's this piece that's this fragile piece we might lose because he might go off the rails and just leave us.
It's fear mongering, coach.
Yeah.
I think if he wanted to leave, the Knicks would be working with him. I don't think they're against each other. I think that's where people get wrong. I think just Mikal needs to sign first, and then he'll just sign his. If Mikal says, "Give me my money," he's going to say, "Give me my money too," because we're second apron anyway. The money doesn't matter. Like at this point, you're just signing checks.
So Fritz, if say Mikal takes his extension for that lower amount, for that 29-30 million, say he takes that with a bunch of like bonuses, what does Randall do then?
Then he'll just sign an extension. Then he'll sign that. Then I think he'll just sign that extension.
Interesting.
So,
but if Mikal goes first and says, "Hey, 29 million, I can't do it. I need about 40." Niggas say, "Okay, we'll give you 40." And then he said, since we're going over the imaginary line, okay, give me. And
now Randall's at
really
45-50.
Yeah, and it doesn't. And Dolan wouldn't be mad about it. We're over the line. It's just money at that point.
That's where Randall is anyway, right? Like 45. That extension is what, 4 years, 181, or 5? Is it 5, 181?
But he's going to start. He's going to start at 5. Yeah, he's going to start at like 30, 37, and then it goes up from there. So
the thing is, where does it come to play? Randall's the reason why I'm an advocate for Randall possibly doing it early is this. The last couple seasons, what's happened to Randall towards the end? He's been banged up. His NBA mortality, age-wise, position-wise, the way he plays, the physicalness, he's got to start thinking about if he messes around and doesn't sign it, and all of a sudden, God forbid, I don't want to speak this niggas into existence, but those first few games, he tweaks something, all of a sudden.
Well, he still has a player option next year, just so you know.
Right, I know, but then extension talk might be a little less likely.
He can still sign in October.
No, I know, but what if he's hurt?
Or hey, coach, I understand the cautious part. What about the optimistic part? What if Randall makes the All-Star team again? What if he's all NBA again?
I know, but what I'm saying is Randall might.
I heard what you said.
What I'm saying is Randall might want to sign earlier for his own personal peace of mind.
Right, but he's still coach. But he still has a player option though.
Right, not if he does an extension.
Well, yeah, he does. Yeah, he does.
I mean, wait. So let's back up a little bit. So what I'm getting at is the what ifs have a fail safe built in for him and the Knicks. So what if he does get hurt this year? The fail safe is he's got a player option, right? So they can reset things and do it all over again, right? But to Coach's point, what if there is a injury concern with Randall, right? What I would say to you, Coach, is this. If there is a injury concern with Julius Randle at this age of a power forward's life, then both sides should move on. Just, and I love Randall, right? And I love Randall, but if the Knicks are concerned that a 3-time All-Star has a such and such type concern, you can't live your life walking on eggshells, bro. You just can't. You can't walk around the streets with a parachute on. It's just not practical, right? What I would say to that is, what if Jalen Brunson gets injured and he signed long term? Now what? Right? What if you sign OG Anunoby long term, and what if OG Anunoby gets hurt? Now what?
Well, right? I'm speaking on behalf of Randall's mindset, not the Knicks.
No, I feel you.
I know why the Knicks. I mean, I know why Randall needs to do it or don't do it. I mean, it's the Knicks that are the ones taking the chance, right? Having him, if they think that's concern, which I'm not. I don't think that's a real concern. I'm just saying, in the back of Randall's mind, man, I've been in the league 9 or 10 years now. I'm feeling good though. I'm feeling great, but I know the reality of the rolling the dice every time I'm banging in the lane. Maybe I should get this bag and not have to worry about it. I'll just play and whatever. Maybe I just want that to happen, so I'm trying to speak into existence. And there won't be enough. I don't mind if we wait till October for him to do it. I just think it's gonna help things timeline wise. Like
he hasn't played yet. Like
dominoes.
even in October, he wouldn't have played.
Yeah.
At that point.
Yeah.
Right. And that's the point I'm getting at. Why he might be willing to do it is what I'm saying.
Salute, fellas. Salute.
Hey, Dre.
Salute. I'll let you go ahead, Frank, first.
Tyrod Taylor is going to
but
start 10 games this year, bro.
Yeah, between now and October, it doesn't make a difference. It's just that I think he's just gonna wait on Mikel. I just don't.
That just makes more sense. But that's the players working together to do something that makes sense.
It makes a lot of sense to most of the players in the league and most of the media people that Brunson didn't leave 113 million on the table.
And all of these guys are represented by the same agency, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Randall left and came back to CA.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
It would be beneficial. It would be beneficial. Salute. It would be beneficial to the organization if they extended him. Like, to not even looking forward further in the future, but like if they extended him, and hypothetically speaking, they had the maneuverability to trade for a guy that made a ton of money or supermax, they could use that contract. And if we're going like historically speaking, Randall has erred on the side of caution in terms of an extension before.
Yeah.
Like his best career year was in the season that was cut short. Well, it was a short season with no
The 72
fans.
game season, 21.
Yep. And instead of tempting fate and being like cautious about it, he just took the extension. Whereas he could have made up to $70 more million the following year.
Yeah.
But he erred on the side of caution. And granted, he made he made an All NBA and also after that. But he erred on the side of caution because that was his best year, and he just wanted to secure that money. And now he's coming off a dislocated shoulder. This might be there's also a thing that has to be said that Randall's value on an open market might be different than what he means to us. There's a reason why like Brandon Ingram isn't getting a max deal, for example, because the way it's set up in the CBA, max contracts used to actually go to max players or like top 10-ish type players. And with the current like economy, they have to either sign rookies on a rookie extension to a lot of money, but guys after that rookie extension, if you're not a top 10 player in this current landscape, it wouldn't make sense to go outrageous and give somebody a supermax. That's what it's looking to shape up as like right now. And if Randall went on the open market, I'm not sure a team would give him more than 4 for 181. To be absolutely honest with you, age 30 or the year after when he has his player option. So I'm being absolutely honest with you. If we offered him the 4 years, 181 extension, that's probably the best deal he probably is going to get if he run it to the open market. To be absolutely honest with you, teams are scared of giving big money to guys that are not on rookie maxes. Like teams are scared. That's why like Brandon Ingram has limited takers right now. That's why like Zach LaVine, it's hard to even move his contract.
I
Teams are just
agree
scared.
that Randall's worth more to us with especially our current makeup, and because what he can make with bird rights, because we've had him now for a while, all that stuff. he's worth more to us now. I mean, obviously because of his talent.
He's absolutely talented. Absolutely.
You can't put a price tag for what he's done for us so far already.
It's one of the reasons, like the way the league is trending, the more malleable a player is, or easier to be plugged in and played, the more money they get. They're like, OG got a max offer because no matter what's happening, he can shoot a corner three and play defense at an elite level. And literally, there's no such thing as a redundancy with those two traits. If you're a good defender and play defense, there's going to be someone looking for you. There are redundancies in playmaking. Like some teams may not value what Randall does on their team because they may have already 2 or 3 playmakers, right? And if on some teams there's no such thing as too much shooting, well, Randall's not necessarily the greatest shooter. So his skill set means more to us because we already have the 3 and D all over the place. We already have catch and shoot guys all over the place. But most teams, like if they're talking about building a team, they're not trying to commit that much money to a guy that might be a redundant piece. And I'm not saying Randall isn't talented. Randall is absolutely talented. But if teams are not willing to pay,
Dre, you said redundant, right? What other
yeah.
team in the NBA has a Julius Randle?
Oh no, but I'm not talking about what Julius Randle is. I'm talking about his skill set.
Yeah. Like what
Because we
skill
use
set? Like
him. We use him as
what
a
other
jumbo
team has
wing.
a Julius Randle skill set?
A lot of teams, if we're talking straight
Like,
skill
hey,
set,
can you name 2 of them?
if we're talking straight skill set, we use Julius Randle as a jumbo wing offensively.
All right.
But he's a power forward, but offensively his skill set says jumbo wing.
I'm just asking for 2 or 3 guys that are like Julius Randle.
If we're talking straight skill set and shot, like where shots are actually taken, Brandon Ingram has a remarkably similar shot diet as Julius Randle.
Okay.
Randall is just a bully ball player. But if we're talking about
Brandon Ingram is a bully ball player.
No. I'm talking about
I'm
his
just
shot
asking.
diet.
You said redundant. I just want to I just want to know what other team in the NBA has a Julius Randle.
You're conflating.
No, I'm just
Julius
asking
Randle.
you.
I'm
You
talking
said
about
redundant, and I'm at Ivory 10. Was that not a straightforward question?
I understand what you're saying, Freezy.
Coach,
I'm talking about. I'm talking
I'm just
about.
asking for another team with a Julius Randle. That's all I'm asking for.
I guess Giannis is Julius Randle on steroids. If you're being frank about it, Giannis is Julius Randle on steroids.
Right.
Giannis can't shoot like Randall.
No, Giannis can't shoot. Relax, bro.
But I can see how their games are somewhat similar, though. How they play.
Let's not get out of hand, bro.
I'll say
is
this,
not
Freezy.
even
I'll say
close
this,
to being the.
I agree with David Smith. Bam Adebayo.
I'll say this, Freezy. The most efficient Randall has ever been in a Knick uniform. The vast majority of his shots were 10 feet in. Whether they were jumpers or directly at the rim, he was taking those short jumpers in January, December area. And that's when his efficiency spiked. Now, those same shots Giannis would be taking will be layups because he's just a freak athlete. But if we're talking about end result, it's two pointers, whereas Giannis is not shooting threes.
Well, would you let me this is for Fritz. Let me ask you this. In this same Randall window that Randall has been a Knick, what team has had the better overall talent, Milwaukee or the Knicks? Since Randall has been with the Knicks, who has had the better roster around their all-star power forward, Milwaukee or the Knicks?
Milwaukee by far.
Milwaukee.
Right. So there that might have something to do with the reason why one person's numbers look one way and another person's numbers look the Brandon Ingram thing. And I get what I got what you were saying about him and his contract because I agree. I think we probably had this conversation numbers of times. The thing about Brandon Ingram though is Trey Murphy and Herb Jones can't be denied, bro. You got to get them dudes on the floor, right? You got to get those dudes on the floor. But Precious Achiuwa and Obi Toppin, that mix of guys were not pushing Randall out of his spot.
Absolutely not.
Right. What I'm saying about the Randall thing, just in general, I think the opposite, and this is my opinion, and I'm not saying y'all's opinion is wrong. I'm saying this is my opinion. I'm owning it. I think there is absolutely a market for Randall. I think we are so used to what Randall does, though, that we don't value Randall the way that we would if we watched Randall play in Brooklyn.
Mhm.
If Randall was doing this in Brooklyn and our power forward was Obi Toppin getting 13 points and 5 rebounds a night,
Why don't we
we
get
legit
Randall?
be saying, yo, we need to trade for Julius Randall. And I think it's the same thing about Deuce McBride and Cameron Payne. When I looked at Cameron Payne's numbers historically, his numbers are, bro, Deuce, right? A Deuce he's a better playmaker than Deuce by 1.5 assists. Everything else, Deuce McBride is the better player. Everything else, right? But since we saw Deuce struggle and get to a certain point, we remember Deuce's struggles and weigh that against where he is right now, not reaching his ceiling. We think Cameron Payne walks in the door is better because we watched Cameron Payne from a distance and we watched Deuce McBride close up. And I think that's the same thing with Julius Randle, in that we may not value a 3-time All-Star, 3-time All-NBA player in the Eastern Conference as much, because we're constantly adding valuable talent to a organization that was devoid of talent, right? The roster was legit devoid of talent, right? And I can name the names if y'all want me to. I can remind y'all about Cole Aldridge averaging 8 points a night, 4 points for us and 4 points for the other team. I can remind y'all of that, right? Coach, you remember Cole Aldridge used to tip, he couldn't out jump anybody, so he used to constantly try to tip the rebound to himself.
I try not to remember.
And sometimes he tipped it in the other team basket. I can remind us of that play. So now when you have a Julius Randle, who for the most part is a perennial All-Star, for the most part, right? When you talk about 3 out of the last 4 years, that's basically perennial, right? Basically. But you're talking about a perennial All-Star that has not, and to use Dre's term, that has, I think Dre said, where did you say your peak started at age 28? Is that what you say?
Your peak normally, like guys' best seasons historically in NBA history are age 27, 28.
27, 28. Right. Okay. So Randall will be 30 in November. Right. So Randall will be 30 in November. He's a 3-time All-Star. What the thing I would remind people of is be careful of the long-term extension with Randall. Y'all know I love Randall. Right. If I were offering Randall an extension, I would offer Randall 3 years with a team option for the 4th, because I don't want Julius Randle to turn into David West right in front of our eyes at the end of his contract and then be stuck with 2 years left. Right now, if he's still Randall at age 34, then I offer him another contract. Right. But I would even be mindful then, because I don't know if I want to offer him big money for his 34, 35, 36 age season.
Yep.
Right. Those are the things I'm like right now. I think Randall is in a pocket. Right. Randall is in a pocket. And like when I don't know if Ivory was here when we were watching the game against Milwaukee and Boston and Denver. Randall is different. Right. Especially in those games, bro. Like high stakes games when he's healthy, bro. We legit saw Giannis go to the scorer's table and cry out that Randall was being too physical. We heard that, right? And we talked about that all night long. That the league MVP was, he's too physical. You got to blow the whistle. Like he out there snitching at the scorer's table. We heard it, bro. We heard Giannis do that, right? And so if that's what you have right now, if he's in that pocket right now for like the next year or two, then I say pay that man. But anything outside, and Dre knows this, coach spoke to it too. But anytime you get on that other side of 30 when dudes play physical basketball, you got to be careful how you dole out the money.
Yeah.
And I'm speaking to that as a Randall fan. Like I love Randall. I love what he brought to New York. I love his family thing. I want to talk about the Knicks. But we don't want to be in that weird Carmelo Anthony back of the contract type thing with Melo. Remember Melo was owed all that money and you saw the decline in Melo?
Yeah,
Remember,
and that,
like 1 year
and
he was
that
an all-star, then he had the knee injury, and he never came back as Melo after that.
One time I
he
even saw
never
Melo
tried to change
pass.
his game, but he tried to play the same way on declined athleticism, which
Yep.
didn't work.
Right.
Yep.
And the thing is about Randall, what he's done and what I don't feel he gets much credit for is this. Melo's game was Melo's game since he was a rookie. Randall has actually adapted and changed
Yep.
his game.
That's true.
And he didn't come into the league as someone that could distribute the ball. You know, I mean, he had that talent, just in his bag, but he was more of a post guy a little bit when he came in. And then now all of a sudden, he can actually do big wing stuff like we were talking about.
Yeah.
Because right now, what he doesn't get credit for, what a lot of people dismiss for some reason, this guy's on a Mount Rushmore of 24, 10, and 5 guys in the league. They don't grow on trees. Okay. There's a reason why. I've said this at another broadcast a week or two ago. When you're in the company of things that only Wilt, Bird, I mean, they were all MVPs and champions. And then you got Randall in there.
Right.
When he had 24, 6, and 10. Like, people, that's not luck when that kind of stuff happens.
Coach, can I throw a little bit something on there? Can I throw some sauce on your steak that doesn't really need sauce?
Sure.
In that season when he put up those numbers, right? Remember the 21 season?
Yeah. Nerlens Noel.
Think about who he was facilitating.
Alfred
Payton.
Bro, I saw that me and Hoodie Cat was sitting side by side. Coach, me and Hoodie Cat was sitting side by side, right, at a game, right? And we were sitting about from you to the door in your bedroom from Nerlens Noel. And Nerlens Noel put his hands up for Randall to pass the ball to him at the 3-point line, right? Randall looked him off like, shh. I see him over there, but I don't want to throw the pass, right? And then Nerlens, yo! And then Randall threw the pass, right? Don't you know the pass went straight through Nerlens Noel's hands, straight through his legs, out of bounds, hit the people in the front row, and Randall looked at like Nerlens Noel like, and all Nerlens Noel could do is laugh, bro.
Randall threw one of his notorious fastballs.
No. He looked him in the eyes and did the old school granny pass to him. But what I'm saying is the lack of talent on the roster around Randall at that time is criminally undervalued from us as Knicks fans. That 2021 season that featured Derrick Rose and Alec Burks as scoring punch off the bench means that you wasn't getting consistent scoring from your starting backcourt.
I was gonna even add to that point, Freezy. He changed his shot diet year over year over year. Like one year he was a mid-range demon. The next year he comes back taking 8 threes a game.
Yep.
This year coming up, he sees that we have a little bit more perimeter shooting, so he starts destroying teams from the short mid-range or at the rim. Like, he adjusts due to the personnel. Like, the reason why he had to do so much on that team is, that team wasn't as talented. So he had the ability and he adapted and became a do-it-all big wing at that time, like an offensive hub.
Right. So now I think it's in his bag to where now with this team, this dude ain't gonna be taking. Wouldn't you feel good when Randall has to take a wide open three? He's actually going to have threes where he don't even have to. He ain't even get covered.
This kind of brings me back to the point like you made about Brandon Ingram and like the guys behind him having to come up. Part of the reason why like Brandon Ingram isn't moved right now, it's stupid. It's absolutely stupid. But the analytics don't favor him because he doesn't take a lot of threes, even though he shoots them well. If he literally took 2 more threes a game, someone would trade for him and offer him a max immediately. But because he's in this in between area where he's not this hyper impactful player, teams are so scared to give up assets and pay him the money. And like the Paul George thing was a deal out of desperation. Whereas Brandon Ingram is what, 26, 27? He's smack dab in the middle of his prime. But teams are terrified of paying 50 plus $1 million to a guy that may not be a top 10, top 15, top 20 player, which is stupid to me. But it's the economy that the NBA is in right now, where teams are just scared to give big money. This is why, like, what Brunson did in terms of taking his extension is beneficial to him, but his talent on a pay scale, it doesn't compute, and it helps us so much as far as avoiding the second apron. And teams are not trying to pay Brandon Ingram $50 million when they look and see guys like Jalen Brunson making 36 million next year. He's making 24 this year.
Right.
You know
It-
what
it's tough.
what I absolutely love about Randall is he is the only player on the Knicks that looks to get other people open shots. Randall looks to feed people. How many times do you see him trying to do handoff plays to get guys open shots? How many times I'm telling you, Randall is the only guy that seemed to really enjoy getting someone else an open shot. And he's the only guy that has the gravity most of the time to do it. The gravity and the ability to make the pass. I mean, Randall is super, super valuable to this team. He is one of the only distributors on this team. And it's just to our favor and our advantage that he's also willing to make the pass. He's probably the most willing passer of any scorer I've seen. I mean, the guy is just willing to give it up. I love it.
And you don't see that from wing players that'll average 5 assists and 10 rebounds. Those two things generally don't go together.
Only the really good ones. Only the really good ones.
Yeah, you're talking about and I'm gonna say this name, and y'all don't just hear me out on when I say this name. But when you're talking about high assist guy, high IQ guy, high volume rebounder, you're talking about Larry Bird types.
Mhm.
Right? That'll get you 10 rebounds, that'll get you 5-6 assists. You know, those type of players. Is Randall Larry Bird? Of course not. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is because Larry Bird could do other stuff like be an elite defender and a high leverage shooter and scorer and impact winning. But the Randall thing, I don't know if I think my personal opinion is that Julius Randle is a unicorn. And I think teams draft Randle archetype players all the time and they never pan out, right? As a matter of fact, Washington drafted a guy last year named Jarris Walker that's supposed to be
That
that
was
type
Indiana.
of guy at a shorter version of that. And he still hadn't hit his thing.
He was out there playing point guard in summer league, Freezy.
Right. Yeah, I saw it. And even and for those and I'll go a little bit further back than that. For those that loved Anthony Bonner and Anthony Mason, right? Be able to rebound and assist a little bit. If you love that, Randall is 6 times the player that those players were probably put together.
And think about who Bird was playing with.
Right. Right. And guys that could knock down shots.
And now you surround Randall. So the first time Randall's had the kind of players he's had around him now was when OG came last year. And you saw what he was doing and what the team was doing for that month. If
Dante was shooting like 50% off the catch and shoot with Randall.
Yeah. Like, that's the other thing a lot of people don't look at. Do you guys remember what was happening before he got hurt? I mean,
we were blitzing teams.
Bro, we were beating the brakes off the Nuggets, everybody. And that was only the beginning of it. So I know Randall felt that and saw that. and so did the team. And it's blasphemy to me when I see the fans that say there's a bunch of people overhyping Randall and over this Randall. Bro, I think we underappreciate it
Yeah,
too much.
it's the opposite.
Because
I think
what we forget, because we were disappointed because he fell off in the playoffs last couple times in the playoffs. Okay, it happens. But he was banged up 2 years ago, and this last season he was hurt. Okay, I know, not an excuse, blah blah blah. And the first time he went to the playoffs, he ran out of gas, carrying everyone on his damn back. Just to be honest. So, besides all that, the Knicks have Randall's a top 15 player in this league, guys. Would you say Julius Randle is an All NBA player?
I think he's top 25.
Okay, the All NBA is 3 teams.
Well, I mean, if you're discounting guys that, like, if we're talking about the original All NBA, like they changed the rules last season to it being.
I'm not talking about all 15. That. Yeah.
Like before, is Julius Randle a top 9-ish forward in the league?
Are there 5? Are there 3? Are there more than 3 players better than Randall at the 4?
Not at the 4, but this is what I'm saying, Coach. The original All NBA was tabulated with you having either 3.
I know,
you have
the
to have 2
guard
forwards and a
thing,
center. Yeah. So he was basically, is he a top 9 forward/center? And now with the league being guard heavy, the All NBA team was extremely guard heavy this past year. That's how they tabulate it now.
Yeah, but
he was a top 9 forward/center, but there probably were a lot more guards that'll try to like push him out of that range. It's kind of the reason why like a guy like Paolo didn't make All NBA or something like that. Even though Paolo was a damn good player, but the game has shifted away from the game is just guard heavy now. That's really what it is.
Yeah, no, I get it.
You know, Randall is leading the league in assists from the power forward spot. He is the #1 assist guy from the power forward spot. It's fair to say he might be the only point power forward in the league. He is a baller. He is so valuable to this team. You're right. He's gone into that.
It depends what you consider LeBron.
It depends. Right. Well, LeBron is a small forward. I mean, he's spent most of his career as a small forward. Now I would say, yeah, he's probably a power forward. But
who's a power forward? I'm sorry.
LeBron.
Man, oh my God.
It depends. Like he plays at the 4.
LeBron's positionless. He's magic.
He's just an outlier. He doesn't count. He just doesn't count.
But as of right now, as of right this minute, Julius Randle is in the top 20 in assists in the entire league. I mean, that's impressive for power forward. That's very impressive.
Oh, you're talking guys like.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Go ahead, Corey.
All right, and I apologize, but Freezy knows about this. I'm finna bow out, fellas. I have an announcement to make. Unfortunately, my mom is transitioning. I'm about to lose my mother. And hey, it's cool. It's cool, everybody. But right now, I have to bow out. But I just wanted to put it out there. For my Knicks families, you can show me love. That's cool. If not, you know what I'm saying, those who like me or dislike me, just help me transition my mom into a next level of life to where it has to go. I'm about to cut out after this, y'all. I love y'all. Thank y'all. I appreciate y'all. I'm finna sign off.
Good luck, brother.
Yeah, my condolences, brother. Stay out.
Love to you and your family, bro.
Be well, much love.
Freezy. I want to say something to Freezy.
Hey, you can say this on the telephone.
I know this, but I'm gonna say this out loud. thanks to you for being my big brother. Thanks to Dre and everybody who knows. Unfortunately, I'm losing my mother, and I have to move on in this. I'll be back. I'll be back. I promise you, because she wants me to come back to this.
All right.
But I have to let y'all know that right now, and I just want to put that out there. And if you can, pray for my mom. Just that our transition is easy, and for the most of it all, I gotta go home to my wife and my kids and deal with that. Okay. So with that said, thank y'all very much to my Nick family. I'm gonna be all right. Okay, and I'm gonna do what I gotta do.
Brother, we'll be
All
here
right.
for you with open arms, brother.
You in
All
our
right, bro.
I
prayers,
know
man.
this.
Here.
We'll be here when you
I know
get
that.
back. Man.
I know that. I know that. And the 718 boys will live. All right.
Sir.
Thank y'all again. And for those of y'all, like I said, who like or dislike me, it doesn't matter. But just pray that my mom's transition is easy. With that said, I'm signing off and I'm backing out. My wife needs me right now. All right. Peace.
All right, much
Be
love,
well,
brother.
Be well.
Peace, brother.
All right. Yeah, that was our guy Corey Lee. Yeah, man. Yeah, that's again, you know what I'm saying? We pray for strength and guidance and this moment of storm that won't last, because those that believe know that weeping may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning. For those that know the word and believers of the word, actually will believe that in their heart. So for my guy Corey Lee, in the place to be, you know, we're gonna be here to support and help our brother. We're gonna band together and try to help kind of get through all that. And I didn't expect Lee to say that, bro. I thought Lee was gonna be a little bit, you know. So, but yeah, man. So for our guy Lee, he's not the most eloquent with the word, especially in this time. So just understand that what he's saying is coming from his heart during a trying time, and we all go through. So it's important for this community and us being purveyors of information and sometimes just trash talkers to understand that we're all human and we all go through stuff. So yeah, so that's my guy Corey Lee, man. For those that pray for Lee and his family, that they may find comfort in this troubling time. And for those that are friends, man, just reach out for him and support him. You know, I'm gonna send him $4 so he can buy some pasta salad. So yeah, so and Lee know what I mean by that. That's, you know, we do a little back and forth like that, man. That's our guy. So, but there's that part of it.
How are you gonna be from the South, be down south and not eat macaroni salad?
But not macaroni salad.
Freezy, how you gonna be down
bro.
south somewhere and not eat macaroni?
Not macaroni salad, bro. Pasta salad.
Macaroni is pasta.
Nah. I know what macaroni salad is.
That cold stuff?
Bro, pasta salad. I think they go through the whole store and fill up the buggy and just put
peas,
everything on
corn,
yeah, pickles, olives, all that stuff on top of noodles and call it pasta salad, bro. No,
Dre, good to see you, brother. I missed the front.
And I'm not from the South, bro. You know, I'm from Jersey City. You know what I'm saying? I'm just,
rocking.
And
Good
just
to see you too,
trying to run from the economy, bro.
I hear you. I hear that.
Not NBA economy, because I would never run from Fritz, bro. I don't have that much stamina.
You can run, but you can't hide from Fritz, man.
Yeah.
So listen, I think we're all in agreement that Julius Randle is integral to the success of this team. 100%. I mean, I don't even. This team goes nowhere without Julius Randle, in my opinion. I honestly think we would absolutely struggle without having that gravity and someone in the paint that can attract attention. I think we'd struggle eventually. Everybody would just set the guard us on the perimeter because we really don't have any paint presence without him. So I'm, for one, glad to have him. I think we need him. And I don't care if he doesn't sign. I don't care. We got to win a chip. We win a chip, he could put his own number on the contract. I don't care.
Yeah,
Yeah, like as you said, like he is legitimately one of the few guys in the league that you have to always account for at all times.
Yeah.
Like you can't ignore him. Even when he's at the 3-point line, you can't ignore him. Because if you ignore him, he's just gonna get a head full of steam and get to the rim.
2 dribbles, that's it. He gets 2 dribbles, that's it.
You're giving him a runway to get momentum, and once he gets momentum, there's nothing you could do with him. Hopefully, his shoulder is what it is, because he's gonna need that if he plays with that brand of physicality.
Think about if you're guarding Julius Randle. Wouldn't you? Aren't you just so happy when he takes a 3? Just go ahead and take that 3. You do not want him putting that shoulder down and coming into the paint. You don't want that. Not today's power forwards. Not today's power forwards. They don't want that.
Yeah, because like when you think about it, when you have a guy like Randall in the game, when we're going to be playing Boston, they gotta worry about who the hell is going to cover our guys on their team. You know what I'm saying? Like, because they only have so much that they can contain what we got. Like, we're so. I always see a lot of people shift and talk about. They always talk about, oh, he's no good on defense, or this person's. How are we going to cover this? But, we forget, about how much our offense has improved. Like, not only did our defense get better, our offense just went to the next level now, like to this elite, crazy level. Like, we really have the potential analytic, like on paper. And I know the game's not played on paper, blah blah blah, all that stuff. But just from what Bridges and OG provide and Mitch defensively, and then on the other side of it to still be that viable of a team offensively, I mean, our plus minus differential is going to be. I mean, look what it was without McHale in that January. It was ridiculous.
I think it'll take us a little time to get warmed up this year, but once we do, we're gonna beat a lot of teams bad this year. We're gonna be
snap! Somebody backstage, hold on! Oh snap! Yeah, look out your window. Knicks fans is on your block. Y'all know the Knicks run the city. Pull them shades back. Look out your window. Look down there on the block. That's Knicks fans right there. It's about that time. It's about that time of the week where you get ready for your work week with a man that is so smooth he does not require a chaser. Your main man, the real, still the real Anthony D. Anthony D in the building. Oh, snap. Okay.
Salute AD.
Salute to the chat, Nick Nation. Let me just offer up,
Queens in the building. Salute to Queens.
Absolutely.
Salute to the greatest borough God ever created, the Bronx, New York. Salute.
All of that.
Get closer to your mic or turn it up. You sound far away.
All of them people. I just wanted to say to salute to Corey, in this time and stuff, salute to my man. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know we was giving out Julius the flowers tonight.
Hey, knock knock. Hey, Anthony D, knock knock.
Who's there?
You.
Hugh who? Hefner?
You damn right.
I'd rather it was Hefner.
Yeah, we giving Randall flowers. Randall deserved flowers, bro. Randall Randall is on the verge of being a top 10 Nick of all time, bro.
Is he really?
Really?
I hear that.
Yeah, man.
We do the. Hopefully Julius can be there in the end. Because that's. I don't look at. Like I've said this a million times. I don't look at Julius from October to April. I really don't. It's all about where we left off. That's it. So you can parade it. You can give him those.
You used to read the Daily News. You're a Mike Lupica fan, bro.
Gosh, no.
Yeah, bro. That's
gosh, no.
I don't care about the 82 games.
No. I don't.
Playoffs.
I don't.
Yeah, hey, did you care about the playoffs before Julius Randle? Because Noah Vonleh looked excellent in the playoffs.
You got to make it there first.
Now, Emmanuel Mudiay looked excellent in the playoffs, bro.
But that wasn't the.
That was pre-Randle, right?
That wasn't the point or the statement, and we're not gonna do that.
Bro, I'm beefing, bro. I got a New York cheesecake right here. Every 10, you gotta enjoy. You gotta have some New York cheesecake, bro. You know what I'm saying?
If it ain't from Junior's, it's not a cheesecake,
bro. All the time.
Bro, I'm about to do 200 push-ups. If Anthony D start knocking Randall, I'm gonna go just leave and do 200 push-ups, bro. But not all at once, bro. I'll probably do like sets of 40.
Well, you might as well start him right now.
I think we knew that part, Freezy.
I'll let the young fellas like Ivory 10 and Coach do like 100 at a time. I can't do that, bro.
He's crazy.
I'll do 40 though.
I ain't done 100 push-ups. You talking about the ice cream push-up? I'll do some of them.
AD, you got to tell your boy GI I want to play some golf with him.
I don't know if you're ready to play with GI, man.
Easy,
GI is
easy.
I'm not talking about the skill set. I'm talking about, you have to stand downwind because GI be blowing the heaviest blueberry. You may not be ready. You may not be ready.
That's the only way to play. Come on now.
I heard he's good though. I heard he was good, really good though.
Yeah.
He's a golfer.
I'll probably shoot about 105, 110. I mean, I'm not good. But...
Let's go.
Yeah, I'm a sub 100. I got
really?
90. Yeah.
We got to get out there, fellas. We got to get out there.
I'll shoot about a 55 on a 9, 55, 56. Depending on the day, man. Coach, the irony is when I'm hurt, I play better because I don't try to
swing as hard.
Yeah.
Hey, this is the thing. Once I stopped being an elite athlete, it's been a while. I got better because I didn't try to kill the damn ball. I used to have such a wicked slice, so I tried to kill that drive. And then one day I got sick of slicing it all the time. I just worked on my irons. I can always putt real well. So I started hitting them irons a mile.
Yeah.
Coach, let me ask you something.
Yeah.
I always wanted to ask a golfer this question. What makes a golfer not, and I know in different courses and different times of the game, strategy and whatever, but a lot of times when I've watched, like sometimes I'll see a dude take an unnecessary shot, something where he could have laid up for par.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what is it? An ego thing? Is it a you see what I'm saying? Like I remember, what's my guy from back in the 80s, the Shark?
Yeah.
Right? He kept
Norman,
right? Every time Norman would get to and mind you, nobody has raked more cash than Norman. But every time Norman would get to the big moments, he would do the dumbest things while the guy on the microphone is going, all great things to do.
Well, one of the keys to golf is believing in it's a confidence thing. Okay, you just have the confidence to just get up there and make good contact with the ball, and it's physics after that. When that club hits the ball a certain way every time, just like free throws, it's like a mechanical thing. The ball's gonna do what it's supposed to do.
I mean, because everybody is quiet. They don't allow you to take pictures. They don't allow you to be on your cell phone. It's not like when you at the free throw line and everybody is doing everything, calling your mama every name known to man.
Mm-hmm.
You're really there, just you and your caddy doing little.
I just think a lot of these guys, a lot of the guys that play golf, they have that. They almost kind of have that gambler's personality, like the way they, like if you notice the kind of guys that play golf. I'm not trying to stereotype, but you know, they usually they came up with a certain upbringing.
It's like a hold'em kind of mentality.
Yeah. They're like, okay, you know what? I believe in what I got right here. I'm gonna take a chance. You know.
Okay.
Yeah, it's ego, it's course management. You know, it's pride. You know, it's all
just playing the percentages, like
and confidence.
You're to me, if you a lot of head coaches in the NFL nowadays are starting to go for. They're starting to go for it more on fourth down.
Detroit.
Yeah. Or,
Detroit act like there's a fifth down.
Yeah.
No fifth down.
Detroit coach be acting like he's mad now.
Go for 35.
And they backed up the you know, not since they backed up the extra points, like
that was Colorado in '94.
Yeah, like the 2-point conversion is a viable play. You know?
Yeah.
I would have went for it though, just for the record.
Yeah. And so
if you're Detroit, you go for it.
Now, for me when I coached younger players in youth football and even high school, I don't know if you ever saw this story. There's this coach, I forget what state he's in. They did a whole little mini documentary on him. He never punts, and he onside kicks every onside kick.
Yeah.
Every kickoff, he onside kicks. And that's what all they work now. When your team that's all they work on is fourth down plays and onside kicks. That's a part of the game.
If he was trying to do that back in Buddy Ryan's day, Buddy Ryan would have two-pieced him before the game, at halftime. That is no way to play. How the hell do you look at your defense and go, get back out there, buddy?
Yeah, I mean,
that's basically what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird that your offense, like, because technically, if you average 3 yards of run play, you can get a first down. That's 4 downs. That's 12 yards. So if you're looking at the percentage, why does a defense tighten up so much on 4th down? Why don't they play each down like it's 4th down then? You know what I mean? So
because remember on the 4th down there is no tomorrow. So the level for the offense to be efficient heightens up that much more. See what I'm saying? It's the same. It's the same reason why you can get a defender to jump.
It's amazing how Jets fans say that since their coach is the opposite. A Jets fan is saying that because their coach legit on 4th down and
my coach is Aaron Rodgers. I don't know what you're talking about.
Will punt in the rain.
When's the last time you won? When's the last time you won a Super Bowl? When's the last time you won a Super Bowl?
I bet you that don't happen when Aaron Rodgers is in the game.
You better believe it.
Right. Hey, coach, let me throw a rock in your shoe real quick, though.
All right.
At what point do we move on from the Mitchell Robinson experiment?
Whoa.
Moving on, I say we're already in the middle of that transition.
Time out. What in the world would make you say that?
Hold on. He said, coach.
It's a question. It's a question.
I think they already have. And out of respect for what Mitch has represented, his current contract, and just he does have value and he has talent. And I would love to keep Mitch. But his project status of being a current NBA starting keystone 5 in this league is past. Like by now he needed to, one, show he can stay healthy. 2, develop at least a remnants of a 10, 15 footer and make some damn free throws. Like something like that needed to happen for his quote unquote project. Because right now, with what you talked about earlier, there's guys in this league now, they may not do it at the level Mitch does. There's other centers in this league that protect the rim, rebound, but they can also shoot. When you have an influx of 5s and bigs in this league that can do that and stay healthy, Mitch's time is running out. And for that reason, that's why the Mitchell Robin experiment is expiring, because no slight on Mitch and him as a person and all that stuff. I understand his value. Now, because we're so good offensively and we're so good defensively at the wing, we can win with him still. I'm not saying we can't win with Mitch, blah, blah, blah. We need to move on no matter what. But as far as being a perennial, turning into a little dynasty here these next 4 or 5 years, I think we need to consider other options. We definitely need Mitch insurance. I don't know if I answered the question.
We might need Mitch insurance, and I think that's all about health. But I think when healthy, Mitch is plenty good enough, plenty strong enough for us to win a championship with Mitch and have him be a substantial part of that championship. When a guy is basically making the mid-level exception next year, when he's going into his prime, Remember, Mitch is still not even in his prime. He's going into his prime, and he's making $13 million next year, less than $13 million. We're talking about a superior role player making $13 million. That's basically Dante DiVincenzo type money right now. Super, super valuable, especially on a team that has so many shooters and scorers. This is the kind of guy we need at that spot. We don't need another scorer. I understand spreading the floor, blah, 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 but you know what? You can't have everything. So I think Mitch is going to be just like last year.
Why not? Boston does.
He was doubted coming into last year. What did he do? He came out and shut everybody up. All those stupid podcasts about I don't know about Mitch. They
Gosh, Ivory, he played 2 months. Can you stop it?
They went silent in those 2 months, didn't they?
Yeah, but he played 2 months.
Yeah, so what? He got hurt.
But because that's what he does.
Stay healthy. That's what he can do.
You see, but that's what he does. He didn't shut any. Let me ask you something, Ivory. Right? Let me ask you something. Did Mitch average a double-double before you get hurt?
Who cares if he averages a double-double? Did he?
I was asking you.
Did he have the impact of a double-double? Did he have even more of an impact than a double-double? And the answer is yes.
Yes. You called him superior.
Superior role player.
Superior role. Has Mitch played 30 minutes a game in his career? Ever? Ever?
He's a center. How many centers play 30 minutes a game?
I can name at least 5. I can name at least 5.
There are 30 teams in the league.
Yeah, I can name at least 5.
There's 60 to 90 centers in the league.
Okay, yeah, he plays only 25 minutes and he still gets hurt.
Yeah. I like Mitch, Ivory. Don't get me wrong. I like Mitch. Mitch has only grown in like maybe 1.5 areas.
But he's
maybe 1.5 out of like 10 areas.
understandable, AD. But don't you think an exceptional skill is more important than growing in all these different areas?
Yeah, but you have to be on the
You gotta be on the
floor.
court to use it.
But you have to be on the court to use it.
So then that's how you feel about OG, I guess.
Okay, I'm gonna be fair again. Yes. That's if you want to go there, of course you're gonna have to go there, because to whom much is given, much is expected. He just got a $200 million contract. And I'm not asking. Hold on, I'm not asking him to be. I'm not asking OG or for Mitch to be Superman because of their contracts. I'm just asking them, you have to be available. In order for us to win, they have to be there.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
Duly noted. But the thing AD said, I think he said something like, "Whoever makes peanut butter sandwiches cuts the lunch." Whatever buzz phrase he used.
All of that.
Nah, bro. Nah. The thing
All
is,
of that.
the thing is with Mitch, I agree with AD to an extent, but I also agree with Coach too. Right. My thing with Mitch is we understand what we drafted when we drafted Mitch was a moldable piece of clay. When we on draft night, we did not know what type of player Mitch was going to be, because even Mitchell Robinson didn't know.
This management did not draft Mitch. This management did not draft Mitch.
So who drafted Mitch? The Islanders?
This was Perry Mills and whoever else was here at the time. They drafted Mitch.
Drafted Mitch Robinson. Nah, bro. The Knicks drafted Mitch. That's why I said we. I didn't say Leon Rose. Right? I'm just saying, just follow me on just, when we drafted Mitch, we didn't know what type of player Mitch was going to be, because he was the second-ranked center in his class. Right? The reason why he was a second-round pick is because of his route to the league, right? In high school, this dude was shooting threes over the top of 5'9" guards, right? Crossing up guards, 5'9", 5'10" guards. He's playing against 6 foot tall centers, shooting threes and dribbling, right? We didn't know at the NBA level he was going to be a rim runner. We didn't know what we were getting. All we knew was he was a 6'11", 7 foot superior athlete. Right, that's all we knew, right? But from that time to today, a Knicks fan can't legit say what Mitchell Robinson improved on since draft night. Like, what on draft night to today, what has Mitchell Robinson improved on? Because you can't say hustle, because he's always played hard. You can't say offensive rebounding, because he's always been an offensive rebounder. You can't say blocking shots. He's always had the ability to block shots.
Mitch's defense and his rebounding has gotten much better. His ability to stay in front of his opponents, his ability to box out and keep people out of the paint. He's a much better player. He gets in passing lanes. He was leading the team in steals for a month. I mean, I feel like people listen. I understand the guy has injury history. I get it, but let's not pretend like he doesn't have the skill to be.
I'm not speaking to his injury history. I'm speaking specifically to.
Okay, well, I think he's got elite skills for the team we have. He's got elite skills that really come into play on a team like ours. 100%.
I think,
and just like last year when he was doubted, he came in and he quieted everybody. Sure, it was only for 2 months. Fine, AD. Fine, 2 months.
He played a summer vacation.
AD is saying Mitchell Robinson is Santa Claus. He only show up for the holiday season.
You get your gifts, be thankful, and go on home. Be thankful.
After New Year's,
he's like the great pumpkin in Charlie Brown. That Charlie Brown and Lucy that was waiting for him since
Mitch is a vacation rental in the Poconos. Mitch B&B.
I love, bro. Coach, you funny as hell, bro. Yeah, bro. But I love Mitch, right? What I expect from it, I expect Mitch to retire as a Knick. I want to see Mitch here for 5 or 6 more years. But Mitch, you gotta improve your free throws, bro. You can't get worse at something. You can't get worse at something that you do every day.
They tried to
That's
change.
crazy.
They changed up his line drive. They tried to make him get more arc, and he just got worse. They need to let him go back to his line drive.
He was bad at that too.
He shot 60%
This is
that
not.
first year.
He is not Dave Winfield hitting line drive doubles.
And he's not Will Chamberlain at the he's not Will Chamberlain at the line.
Don't you ever in your life, put Mitch Robinson and Will Chamberlain in the same 5 words, let alone a sentence. Okay?
Yeah.
Don't you ever in your life. That man has like 900 records to this day.
Bro, and AD, the other thing too about Mitch is you can tell Mitch has a lack of confidence at the free throw line because when he gets offensive rebounds, now before he used to grab them and try to go back up and they would foul him. But now you see Mitch tapping the ball away so he won't get fouled. Right?
That's not true. Come on.
Come on, man.
We're not going there.
Ivory.
That's Ivory. These are facts.
We're not going there. Mitch is going there.
This is not something that we made up, bro. We saw it with our own eyes. This is not imaginary
you think
stuff.
he's really? Come on, man.
Ivory. If the best
why
thing
else would you see a dude that used to grab the ball with 2 hands now tapping the ball away?
We saw Mitch. He was the king of the tap it up a couple of times, then get the rebound. He was the king of that forever. He would tap it a few times, then he put in a position where he could get the rebound. He's not trying.
I'm not talking about tapping to yourself. I'm not
I
talking
don't
about
think
tapping
Mitch
to
is
yourself.
thinking
I'm talking
that.
about
I don't
tapping out
think
of
Mitch is
traffic.
thinking that much on.
I'm not talking about tapping it to yourself. I'm talking about tapping it out of traffic, Ivory. It's two different
But I don't
things.
think if he's tapping it out of traffic, I don't believe he's doing it to avoid going to the foul line. I don't believe that.
So you think he's a confident free throw shooter?
No, that's not what I said. What I said is he's not trying to tap out a
But
rebound.
I drew the two together. I drew 2 things together, and then you jumped on one side.
Yeah, but that ain't a small leap. That's a huge leap. I think you made.
Right, that Mitchell Robinson is not a confident free throw shooter.
That Mitchell Robinson is tapping out rebounds because he's afraid to go to the line. That's
what I believe.
Okay, so here's a small leap. Here's a small leap over the puddle, right?
That's not a puddle.
But here's my small leap over the puddle. If Mitchell Robinson, if the best thing he does is offensive rebounding, right? When are you going to need offensive rebounding the most? At the end of the game.
When people miss.
Now, if they're going to hack and shack him, you think he's going to be on the floor? Would you have him on the floor at the end of the game?
No.
You saw what the Miami Heat did to him in that series, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Every time he touched it, they hacked him.
Okay.
Kyle Lowry used he had 6 fouls. He made sure he used 5 of them.
So it nullifies what he does best at the end of the game.
On one of the plays, Dre talking about Kyle Lowry was laughing, running towards Mitch, and Mitch knew what was coming. At what point, bro? Hey, Ivory, listen, I'm gonna read Mitch's free throw percentages, right? And not to knock Mitch, but he started at 60%. 56.8, then 49.1, then 48.6, then 48.4. And last year, that man shot 40.9% from the free throw line. And those were his 6 years. Notice he went from 60 to 40 over the course of 6 seasons. And you, my friend, are defending the fact that he may not be a discouraged free throw shooter.
No, what I'm defending is the fact that he's not tipping it out to avoid going to the line. I think you're changing the
okay. I said the 2 things together.
They don't match. They don't match.
Freezy. Hold on, Freezy. Hold on, Ivory. Younger Mitch would grab a rebound and go right up immediately. I've seen him on countless occasions grab the rebound, be 5 feet in front of the rim, and decide to kick it back out.
Yeah.
Whether that's on Mitch or that's on coaching.
Scared? Is he trying to get a teammate an open 3? He's not because he's scared of getting.
Oh, now he's a passer. Now he Randall. He a passer.
He's not.
He's been getting rebounds and passing it out for a long time.
I think some of it might be coaching telling him to get rid of the ball because you're not really a scorer.
He's robotic.
And
the game doesn't come to him. The game doesn't come to him. You can't be. And this is a far stretch. You can't be what Brooklyn's disaster is under the rim and double clutch in the playoffs and pass it out when you're 7'1", uber athletic.
The other team center is 6'9".
And the other team center is 6'9".
What are we talking about?
It's also
So,
like one of
how
those
many
things
games is it going
where
to take for Mitch to quiet down the crowd again here? So
It-
I
it-
guess AD, it's got to take 82.
Ivory,
82.
it's also one of those things
He
where
needs to play 65 games.
hold on. It's also one of those things where offensively he's just kind of in that. Whenever you see Mitch like do a simple like hook shot,
Never.
not
When have
even
we
I'm
seen
not
Mitch
even
get the
getting to like
ball?
the
When have we seen Mitch
advanced
get the
stuff like
ball
a
in the
big man
paint?
floater.
Has Mitch ever played with a pass first point guard his entire career?
Yes, he
You don't
has.
need a pass
Entire
first point
career.
guard to
You need
have
a pass one.
you don't
No,
need a pass first point guard to have a drop step and a hook shot.
yeah,
When does he get the ball in there to do the drop
yeah.
step?
On
Because he,
offensive rebounds.
yeah, and
Yeah,
he's
because
got Randall that can pass it to him. He's
yeah,
got
because they've seen it. They've seen it in practice, and they're
Oh,
like, Mitch, I don't think
what
so.
what Mitchell Robinson does very well is
hurt.
exactly what the Knicks need. The Knicks are going to be a mega winner next year partly because of what Mitchell is bringing to the table. Okay, he is going to be that defensive stopper that when these guys are playing that tight D, that turns everybody around. I'm telling you, it's not going to take long at all. Everybody to just
so who
simply
says,
Yeah, but
quiet
it can't be for
Wait, wait, wait.
35% of the season.
bro? But okay, duly noted, AD. But here's the thing. Here's my thing, and it may be the thing. For what we call Mitch, how come Mitchell Robinson has never been rewarded for being that?
He
If
did.
Mitchell Robinson
Same
is,
contract.
if he's an elite defender, how come nobody else outside of New York calls him an elite defender? How come he hadn't won an award? Right? How come he hasn't been pointed out by everyone else around the, like, for instance, right? Klay Thompson is a shooter, right? We know Klay is a shooter. Now, he may not have the highest 3-point percentage, but his reputation is that, right? Like, he is a shooter. They gave him a nickname, Splash Brother, right? For Mitchell Robinson, though, nothing we label Mitch, like nobody outside of New York calls Mitch what we call Mitch.
Yeah, but he was on bad defensive teams his first 3 to 4 years. He wasn't on good defensive teams, so he would. And I get your point, Freezy.
So he's not a great individual defender, right? Is what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is a lot of those times when he would be on the floor, especially early, you would watch him like a ping pong running from side to side to try and cover.
He was 19 years old.
Yeah, no, what I'm saying is, I said the early years. So I'm talking about 19,
Mitch
20,
didn't
21,
play a game until he was 20. He was not
right.
19.
Yeah,
right. So they were bad. They were a bad team.
But the point
bad defensive
is we noted. We
He
understand.
only played because we were that horrible.
Young player, no college experience. Ivory, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
And if we were any good at the time,
He wouldn't have played.
he wouldn't have played because. And remember, he would get 3 fouls before you got back from the concession stand.
AD, come on, bro. I think we reaching, bro. Because here's the thing: if the team was bad defensively and he was getting tested all the time, wouldn't that show everybody that he was a good defender if he was constantly tested?
No, well, yes, but the thing is, he did show. It's if you want to be really going to it, like his one-on-one matchups, like when he used to play against Drummond used to take his lunch money every game because he didn't have the body. He looked like a little bit more Wembyana. He didn't have the body to go individually against grown man centers in the league.
He looked like Nick Claxton. How Nick Claxton look now? Yeah,
right. But if you catch him in a pick and roll, and the guard thinks he's 3 feet away, and if you get that shot over Mitch has a left hand. Mitch will absolutely swat that. So he was showing stuff like that. You see what I'm saying? But on a bad team, you're not really on a bad team all around with Noah Vonleh and.
You're not gonna get accolades on a terrible team.
You see what I'm saying? You're not gonna get accolades on a terrible team. You're not.
Yeah, well, it's hard to get defensive accolades on a terrible team. I'll put it that way.
But here's the thing that I'm saying. Like, I love Mitch. I want Mitch to stay. But the one thing that frustrates me with Mitch, and like the thing that Coach and I spoke to earlier, just because we criticize a player in a certain area don't mean we dislike the player or hate the player.
I never said get rid of him.
I never said that, Coach.
No, I know. I'm saying that to everybody else.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So what we're saying is if there's an area improvement for Mitch, Mitch's area of improvement is the area of improvement.
Yes.
Right? Mitch. Mitch shoots what good 3-point shooters shoot from three. Think about what I'm saying. What Mitch shoots at the free throw line, Deuce McBride shot from three last year. And if that don't concern you, bro, I don't know what can concern you.
Right.
Like Mitch legit, when you watch his shooting form, right? Mitch has what you call a slap shot, right? Like Mitch's mechanics, everything is so fast and flicky that he'll never have touch, right? The shooting a jump shot or shooting free throws, the sensation in your mind would be like putting a baby bird back in a nest. You put the baby bird back in the nest. Put the baby bird back in the nest. That's what you should be doing. Put the baby bird. Mitch slaps the whole damn tree down. Right? He'll never, and for a guy his age and with the resources, bro, you're like, Mitch, come on, man. Can you shoot 60%? 60% should be the base, should be the least you should give us. But that man, Ivory, he shoot 40% from the free throw line.
Yeah, but keep in mind
he averages less than 1 assist per game.
He goes to the line for once a game. Once a game. He takes 2 foul shots a game.
That's a problem too, then.
What are we talking about? We're talking about 1 point.
How many times does Embiid go to the line?
We're talking about the difference between a half of a
being
point.
around the paint.
No, he goes to the line more than that, Ivory. Now you're
looking at the numbers
right
here.
Yeah, he goes to the line because especially when he's really on it, offensive rebounding.
Free throw attempts: year 1, 2; year 2, 2.5; year 3, 1.7; fourth year, 2.5; 2.1; 2.1. He doesn't take any foul shots. I'm not saying that's a good thing.
That's basically 1 trip per game. Basically,
right?
Ivory was right. That's basically 1 trip per game.
But that's not good if your game is based off physicality and athleticism.
Hey, Dre, I'm with you.
He's defensively physical. He's not an interior paint player.
If you're getting offensive rebounds like that,
the thing is, this
got to get to the
team
line, bro.
Can still win a championship with Mitchell Robinson as a starting center. I'm not discrediting that.
Absolutely.
But at this point, as a businessman and looking at the big picture, you got to start looking at value for what he's being paid per game. That this man's making double his salary right now, because that's what he's getting paid. What, 13, 14 million right now? What is it?
14. Yep.
Yeah. Whatever you get. Yeah.
And he's not even playing half the games. So technically, we're paying him for what? We're paying for him to be on the roster?
Oh, boy.
I'm sorry. Look,
I'll put it this way.
You're playing 4 on 5 most of the game.
I'll put it this way. When we coming down the stretch and closing out games, you know who won't be on the floor?
Mitch.
I said it earlier. You know who won't be on the floor? Because you can't.
Right. Well, and look, even if we get a really, really good center, I mean, our closing lineup's going to be Randall,
probably OG at the 5, defensively.
McHale, and then if we need shooting late in the game, like if we're down a little bit, Dante. But if we're trying to close out a team, probably Josh. Depending on who's the hot hand.
Can you clarify closing out a game? Like what?
Closing out the win?
Yeah, no, closing out a game, because you said closing out a game first.
When I said there's two closing out. Right, closing out a game is maintaining a lead that you have and wanting to finish.
How much time is left on the clock?
About 5 minutes.
Right. I think Mitch is in the lineup with 5 minutes left to go. That's my personal opinion.
Yeah,
I think
it's 2 minutes left to go.
If it's like, Coach, if it's like
a 10-point lead with 5 minutes left.
Yeah, Mitch is on the floor.
All right. And if it's only a 5-point game?
If we're up or down, it depends.
Yeah. So when I think closing out a game, and not to disparage the point, because I understand where you were going with it, I just need clarity and in order to follow the conversation, right? And to me, if we're talking about closing moments, where it's 17 seconds left to go, the shot clock is turned off, the other team is down by 2, they need a 3 to take the lead or a 2 to tie it, I think Mitchell Robinson is off the floor. Right. And I think OG Anunoby does or Randall or somebody guards the biggest player on their team, and then you scramble with Dante, Josh Hart, OG, Mikal Bridges, and Randall. I think that should be your closing lineup. I don't see a world where Jalen Brunson is on the floor in that scenario or Mitchell Robinson. If you're just looking for a defensive stop.
Say what?
Right? Yeah.
You don't see a world where Jalen. Look, hold on here a second.
A defensive.
No, he's talking about one defensive.
You're right,
he's talking about one defensive possession.
Jalen Brunson,
Possession, which is on the floor.
Let me tell you something. Jalen Brunson could be in the bathroom. Okay, it will be an extra timeout. They'll be waiting for Jalen Brunson to come back to get him. Jalen Brunson and Josh Hart at the end of the game is never not going to be on the floor.
Yeah, AD, and see, you didn't listen to what I said though. I think you overreacted.
In any scenario.
No,
you get me.
No.
Jalen Brunson is always going to be on the floor as long as he's out.
Where you need a stop and you're going to leave a wing defender on the bench and leave Jalen Brunson in the game. There's no world where you are going to need a stop.
You needed a stop against Philly in the corner, and who was that in the corner? That was Jalen Brunson.
Because we didn't have nobody
else. You talk about the 3 that Buddy Hill hit falling out of bounds? You got to come up with better examples, bro.
But that was Jalen Brunson on the court, right?
Bro, Jalen Brunson was on the court.
Okay.
But AD, listen, man. Listen, I understand that Jalen Brunson is an elite NBA player. But the example I gave is 17 seconds left to go in the game. The shot clock is turned off. The other team down by 2. They can hit a 3 to win the game. There's no world where you're going to have the worst defender on your roster on the floor. In that scenario, in a league that, like Dre mentioned earlier, is in a guard and wing elite league, bro.
He's nowhere near your worst defender.
Name one.
I'll say this: with the addition of Mikal Bridges, you're probably going to see him on the bench more in those types of scenarios where it's one shot to tie. You're probably going to see Dante on the court guarding whoever's won, and we're going to be switching with as many wings as we have available to us.
Exactly.
Now, I'd say that after the Mikal thing. Now, before Tibbs played it by ear in terms of how he felt during the game.
Right.
Sometimes he would pull him out the game. A lot of the times he left him.
I saw him pull him out and put Deuce in the game. I saw him pull against Oklahoma City. He pulled Jalen Brunson and added Deuce.
But you remember when Jalen Brunson got that foul called on him.
SGA hit the game when over Deuce.
I'm saying when Brunson had that foul called on him against the Rockets, Brunson was in the game when it happened out of a timeout.
Yeah.
So like he's playing it by ear, but I think the fact that we have Mikal added to the fold in terms of more wings and switchable big guards, if it came down to like a situation where we're up 3 and we need to switch everything, we gonna see Brunson on the bench more often than not in that type of scenario going forward. Going forward, not every but before we had Mikal, if we were trying to do a switching defense, the only switchable wing we had was OG.
I can't wait till y'all say that Kolek is gonna come in and replace Brunson. That's what's gonna be next.
No. I said Dante would guard ones. Like I'll put it this way: if we were having like a switchable defense,
right,
at some point, it's gonna be a lineup with Randall, OG, Mikal, Dante, and Hart. That's what you're gonna see.
Right. Wow. Right. And then I think the 2 other guards that would play over Brunson, Cameron Payne and Deuce McBride.
Yep.
I could even see him do that over, because the thing is now we have the ability to be switchable. And coach, listen, man, I wanted to put a rock in everybody's shoe, but I think you put the biggest rock in the smallest shoe ever when you said end of game scenarios, bro. Right? Because I think you know how to drive the conversation. You knew we was going to get at each other in this end of game type thing, that because the end of game scenario where you can get the defensive stop and then get fouled, as soon as they foul you at the end of the game, you can put Brunson back in the game.
Yeah.
Right.
And we did that. We did that this year in the playoffs a couple times. Brunson was out on defense and they put him back in on offense.
It's not like if you take Brunson out for defense, you can't put him back in. It's not baseball. Right? You know what I'm saying? You sub Brunson out right? So because what's going to happen is the other coach is going to draw up his best switching matchup to get his best scorer on Jalen Brunson, right? With Brunson in the game.
It's gonna be offensive and defensive subs. It happens in the league.
Yeah, it happens, bro.
Like I put it this way: like when the Kings need to have a switchable lineup to get a stop, right? DeMontis is not in the game. They put him on like Vucevic. He's not in the game when they need a switchable.
No,
even though he plays the first 46 minutes or the first 46, 47
they bring in the
minutes.
Nigerian guy. You remember the 6'9" Nigerian guy? You know who I'm talking about? The dark skinned dude for Chicago. I forget his name, but he's like Portland has a guy like that too. Their third center.
So Drake, let me ask you a question. Who's Sacramento's best rebounder?
Sabonis.
Okay.
But if they're up three,
y'all can continue now.
If they're up 3 and they're stopping a team from making a 3, they're not caring about the rebound.
Right.
They're caring about the stop. They're caring about not giving up the open look. But because Sabonis, how much his rebound chop? Like, I'll put it this way, 80. You put Sabonis in a closing lineup, like a team trying to stop somebody from scoring 3 points with 10 seconds left. The first person they go attack is him in a switch.
Yeah.
Like you saw when Luka Doncic just.
But you could say that. You could say that for Joker. You could say that for Joker.
You can say that for Joker, and Joker sometimes gets subbed out of games too.
But in these crucial moments that you're talking about, and I'm going to give you an exactly point. I'm going to illustrate a point here in the biggest game of the year for this team. Miami against San Antonio with 25 seconds left to go. Miami's up 5. Miami's up 5, right? Their best rebounder, and forget about that he's already won them 5 championships, right? The coach takes him out of the game. Tim Duncan is sitting on the sideline when Bosch grabs a rebound over 2 guys that are 6'2" tall. You got to be careful when you're talking about this subbing this and subbing this, because you may have
you're talking about the pick and roll era. You're talking about the pick and roll era of basketball now. Teams late in the game don't necessarily run those type of things no more, bro. They looking 5 out. Everybody is shooting 3. Everybody is a threat right now. Late in the game. That's a different era.
But we're still in pick and roll right now. We're still in pick and roll right now. And at the end of that game, when they needed, right, they take out a guy to sub for defenses because they want to get quicker and this, that, and third. But guess what? The ball doesn't know where it's going to go off of a missed shot. And there's a 6'10" man standing there with 2 6'3" guys there instead of your Hall of Fame center. That's what I'm saying. You got to be careful when you're talking about these switches and this, that, for this matchup and whatever. You can lose it.
You can lose it, or you could lose it on the first play that they drew up because Tim Duncan was out there on an island with a superstar, and the superstar got the look he wanted.
Yeah, and AD, I noticed you used that example, right? But you didn't use the example of Mitchell Robinson fouling Tyrese.
Oh my God,
Maxey for 3 in a playoff that just went by, bro. That happened.
Even been in the game.
He should never have even been in the game.
How many times? I gotta run. Good night. Love you, fellas. I really appreciate y'all. I just want to say one thing before I go.
All right,
Mitchell Robinson for president. Mitchell Robinson for president. He'll only be able to do 2 years of his first term because he get hurt.
So 2 months.
I read 10 in the morning. Members only, bro. Members only in the morning.
All right, I like it. I'll be there.
Okay.
I salute.
Mitch gonna.
Oh, so you want to do that, Freezy? Okay, so let's do this.
Those are facts, though.
Yes, that is a fact. Yes, that is a fact. But you know, what also was a fact. In 1997, Patrick Ewing is on the wing with Tim Hardaway Jr. with the Knicks up 2-1.
No, that's not a fact.
What did Ewing do? What did you eat with Tim Hardaway?
Tim Hardaway.
I'm sorry, not Junior. I'm sorry, not Junior. Not Junior, but he's up against Miami against Tim Hardaway Sr. What did Ewing do to Tim Hardaway Sr. on the wing with the Knicks up 2-1 in Madison Square Garden? He blocked his shot. It can happen. It can happen. And Ewing was 36 years old at the time.
My youngest daughter was born in '97, bro. Come on, bro. We talking about.
I give you two different examples.
How dare you speak Mitch Robinson and Patrick
Ewing? I'm sorry, Coach.
How dare you compare Mitch Robinson and Patrick Ewing?
I'm sorry, Coach.
Ewing's no Wilt. Come on.
Yeah, well, don't tell that to Freezy.
Hold on, AD.
You know, I think Pat's the GOAT, bro.
Ewing's my favorite Knick of all time.
AD, I was gonna ask, where do you think Tyrese Maxey is ranked in the NBA? Like a top 30 player, top 40?
Oh, absolutely. He's probably my top.
Oh, we gotta relax. Calm down, bro.
30.
Calm
Just
down.
say 30.
You're overthinking it.
20. I'm gonna say 17 to 20.
What was the question?
And he's rising. And he's
not
rising.
He's not better than Donovan Mitchell. But I'm digressing.
What was the question? I'm sorry.
Where is Tyrese Maxey ranked?
You know what?
Top 17?
I think he's getting better. I was having this conversation just yesterday. Tyrese Maxey, he's gonna be. If there's anything that's a problem over there for me, in my eyes, is him.
Okay, I asked you that question to pose it for this reason. Tyrese Maxey is a top 30-ish player in the league. He shoots threes from 35 feet away.
Yes.
You talking about Patrick Ewing? Put Patrick Ewing on Tyrese Maxey 35 feet away from the rim and see what's going to happen.
Roller skates.
But here's the thing. That was a mistake that Mitch did. It wasn't a blatant mistake, but it was something that he didn't have to do.
Not supposed to be out in that water.
He's not supposed to be out there. That's why.
But here's the thing, though. You're gonna have switches because guess what? The other team is also looking to manipulate your weaknesses.
That wasn't a switch. He dribbled straight towards Mitchell Robinson, bro.
There's a reason why OG Anunoby closed at the 5 for us. There's a reason.
That was not a Tyrese Maxey took the ball out, dribbled straight towards me, full court straight towards Mitch, and pump fake. And Mitchell Robinson was in the Raptors with the retired jerseys.
There's a reason why OG Anunoby closed at the 5.
Then maybe we should be blaming
on the court because we were having more problems.
Yeah, but you're gonna have that.
Embiid.
Yeah, but Dre, we've seen examples. You're gonna have that either way. You want your best players on the floor. To me, you want your best player. And I understand there are moments that you're going to switch and the coach is going to call a timeout and the guy's going to go right there, have a sip of water, he's going to turn back around and go back into the game. I get that, right? I understand that. I'm just saying you have to be careful of when and where you choose to do those things because it can cost you the championship.
It's absolutely situational, but I don't, in my mind, I don't fault Pop for that.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Do you know that Tim Duncan had 15 rebounds at the time?
Okay, but how many championships did he have at that time?
Doesn't matter.
It does matter.
Doesn't matter.
It does matter.
But ain't nobody thinking about those.
It does matter.
The owner's not in the box office thinking about those. He's thinking about the one right there.
How many championships did they have before Popovich took over coaching?
Or how many championships did they have before they tanked? Before they tanked twice?
You have to trust a championship level coach in those moments, bro. You can't watch the result and then second guess when your roster.
But that's what we do, Freezy. That's what we do. We second guess.
No, we don't.
What are you talking about? Because we have to watch it. We have to watch it matriculated in front of us in order to say.
As an athlete, you do your best in that moment and live with the result. That's what you do. You can't live your life about what if I hit Terrell Biggs with a right cross? Would I be the heavyweight champ of the world? Would people be calling me champ right now? No. I can't live with that type of stuff, bro.
Well, he was never the heavyweight champ.
That man beat me up in sparring. And
he was never the heavyweight champ. Maybe he was the heavyweight champ.
I'm talking about my path, not his.
Oh, you mean the Green Street?
The two-time Green Street champ, bro. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Yeah, I'm saying you got to do your best and live with the results, bro. You can't play the what if game. We can't live like Knicks fans live off of Starks game 7, right? But they don't live off Starks game 6. What if Olajuwon doesn't get a fingertip on that jump shot from John Starks?
Or what if he made the pass to Ewing rolling into the lane? Or what if he made the pass to Ewing rolling into the lane?
How? When he's guarded by a 7-footer?
Freezy, it's a pick and roll.
How does he?
Freezy, it's a pick. If you watch the play again, it is a yes, but it's a yes. But Olajuwon does not go. He does not stay with Ewing. He goes to Starks. It is a pick and roll. All he has to do is make the pass to Ewing. He wanted the glory. He wanted the glory. You know it, and I know it. He wanted the glory.
Coach, how is a
he wanted the glory?
How was a 6'2" guard gonna get now? Remind you, the clock is running out. How is a 6'2" guard gonna get a pass over a fully a 7-foot greatest defender of all time with 4 seconds left on the shot clock? How's that happening? It's not happening, bro. What are you talking about, AD? How is a 6'2" Starks gonna get a pass by Olajuwon that's committed to him?
This is what Freezy does. This is what Freezy does.
Freezy does it.
This is what Freezy
Do
does.
it, Freezy.
This is.
We want Freezy.
We want Freezy.
Freezy.
Everybody, come on.
I'm with Dre. I think I'm with Dre, and I guess it's obvious. I guess it's obvious that in the game scenarios are Dre. What's the word you used?
Situational.
Right. I'm with Dre on that. That end of game scenarios are situational, and you can't make up your mind before the season start what you're gonna do. You have to play this stuff by ear and live with the result. It's like, bro, I saw the Green Bay Packers lost in a championship game one year. It was like a 4th and 2, and Aaron Rodgers threw an interception. And they were like, why did they give the ball to Eddie Lacy? Eddie Lacy could have got those 2 yards. And what you're saying is in that scenario, you trusted Eddie Lacy more than you trusted Aaron Rodgers. For you to even say that.
So Freezy, in that same
Seahawks
game.
Trusting Russell Wilson instead of
Exactly, coach.
But you gotta live with the. You know why you live with the result? Because they rolled that horse to the Super Bowl before that.
Have you listened to Marshawn Lynch since then?
Bro,
have you listened to Marshawn Lynch since then? Does he sound like he's living with that?
Right.
Sounds like Marshawn. They rode Marshawn Lynch all the way to the goal line.
Right. But you know what though? And not just Marshawn Lynch. You know who else did the same thing and lost the Super Bowl? The 49ers. Remember the 49ers were struggling to move the ball against the Ravens, and then Frank Gore broke that long run for like 60 yards and got it within the 10-yard line, and then they threw 2 fades to Michael Crabtree against Richard Sherman. I mean, not Richard Sherman, against the Ravens defense. You remember that?
Silly.
You gotta live with it, bro.
You have at the end of it, no, Freezy, because those, like I said, in your opinion, you have to live with it. Have you listened to Marshawn Lynch? That one play right there literally fractured the franchise. They were never the same again.
Well, tell him to go do it over. Put some pads on and do it over. Right? Because the thing is, you can't do it over. Right? You can't rewrite history, bro. You have to live with.
Do you know John Madden to his dying day never accepted the miracle? Right? If you watch the documentary in that, John Madden said when he spoke to the referee said that somebody on the phone told him that that's a touchdown. And to this day, the referee never told him who told him that was a touchdown. Right? How do you live with that? You don't live with that. You may never get, the Knicks were never that close again to winning it all. We were up 3-2, Freezy.
Right, and for that reason, you have to listen to IKBM, Dre, and Coach because they're smart people. Right? You got.
I never said they weren't smart. That's not the question. Their smartness is not in question.
No, I'm not talking about the end of game scenario on a football team. What I'm saying is when these guys have analytical thoughts about flexibility and situations, you gotta listen to them, bro. You gotta be smart
Okay.
in those moments.
Should Riley have been flexible in Game 7 and not have John Stocks go 2 for 18?
Bro, that I wasn't even born when that happened, bro. Bro, you talking about stuff that happened. You talking about stuff that happened in 1994, bro?
I just asked you a question. You can't be over it because guess what? You were the one who brought 94 into this conversation.
Bro, and I'm living with the result.
Yeah, and the thing is,
really,
shame on the Knicks.
Really, Freezy?
For leaning on this Knicks group learned from their mistake because they knew that only Patrick Ewing can't do it his own damn self.
I'm going to remember these conversations, Freezy, that we have offline. Okay?
Because Patrick Ewing finally had someone else that was tickling 20 points a game.
Yeah.
You know, Starks was actually somewhat of a viable scorer. He never had a second scorer ever.
Yes, yeah, because he never wanted one.
Yeah, but who's the franchise? Coach, who's the franchise?
For us right now?
No. Who was the franchise then?
Bro, that was 45 years ago, bro.
Yeah, that's fine. But who was the franchise?
I wasn't even born.
Ewing.
Yeah, John Starks was a grocery bagger.
Yeah, I know.
Okay? A grocery bagger
see how disrespectful
in Safeway.
So was Kurt Warner.
But no one, even back then, could ever do it themselves, AD.
Yeah,
Jordan never did it himself.
No, he
Bird
didn't.
never did it by himself.
No, he didn't. But
Magic
in the
never did it
moment,
by himself.
How many championships?
no, they didn't. But in the moments, in those two biggest moments, in Game 6 and 7, he doesn't have any. In Game 6 and 7, who do they go to? Who does the coach have? Who does the coach have the utmost confidence in? It's not in the greatest player of all times in their history. It's a Safeway bagger,
bro.
A man who wasn't even drafted.
That's not even true. We know
in Game 6 and 7.
Is this old school Knicks or what are we doing?
Yeah. See how we got away from Mitchell Robinson and situational stuff?
I mean, I was actually going to re-pivot us to McBride.
Put a rock in his shoe, coach. Put a rock in his Stacey Adams.
The reason why we went down this rabbit hole in the first place is
Freezy.
What the problem with Mitch Insurance and the things we look. If y'all want to hear something else, I'm going to just keep piling on Mitch. Sorry, guys. It's Mitch's fault Miles McBride is expendable. Because if Mitch stayed healthy, we wouldn't even be thinking about why do we need another backup. If Mitch was someone we can count on fully health-wise, we can let Skapanstev and Huck Porty and Sims all screw around
for those backup minutes.
Yeah.
If he was
let the best man win. Second.
If he was like a Clint Capella type in like 2018 that played damn near every game for 30 minutes, we wouldn't even be tripping off Jericho Sims being a backup center.
Yes, we would.
Exactly. Like here's the thing. This is what AD you don't understand.
Yes, we would.
Why would we be tripping off that? If we
he's horrible.
Plays 75 minutes,
for
30 minutes, that has impact.
Yeah, but he's horrible.
Crying about it.
Yeah, because you would at some point in time it would be very noticeable. Indiana series. When you had to put him out there when the lights were brightest, the coach could only stand 30 seconds. Get out.
In the end, it comes down to this too.
We
need to have guys in today's NBA. I'm not saying everyone's got to be a 75% free throw shooter. I'm not saying everyone on the damn roster's got to be 40% from three. I'm not saying that, but there's a lot of teams that their top 6 or 7 guys are that. They like shooting. It used to be widespread around the league. Even the little guys back in the 80s and 90s had the fundamentals of boxing out and rebounding and looking for their teammates and whatnot. Like that used to be a fundamental assumed thing that almost every NBA player had back in them days. Nowadays, the assumed thing is every damn person on the court should be able to shoot the ball at an average rate in the NBA, including the damn fives.
I was gonna say, Coach, like the top 1 through 20 players in the league are the same from generation to generation. It's just now that the top like 21 to 100 are just so much more skilled. Like
Yeah.
you're expected to be at least a solid free throw shooter.
Like the
At
top
least 60%, 65%.
the top 20 players in the NBA right now, the one that shoots the worst out of all of them is Giannis.
Giannis, yeah.
Like the rest of them can shoot.
And he's like at 70 or damn near 70.
Yeah.
Even though it take him 7 minutes to shoot his free throws.
Yeah.
and he's probably the only, all the other high level 4 or 5s that are in that conversation all can shoot free throws and threes.
Right.
And AD, not to dismiss your point about like the Pacers, but if we had, hypothetically speaking, if we had McCall, OG, and Randall, we wouldn't be tripping off a backup center because we would just go small and run with them, but be better than them at it.
Yeah.
I mean, imagine we had Miles Turner.
If we had Miles Turner, we probably would be the favorites.
We've beaten that argument to death. So, yeah.
What I would say is the Miles Turner thing. Okay, I get it. I get what y'all saying, right? Because of the limited things he offers and all that stuff, right? I don't think Miles Turner all time is a great center. I think Miles Turner is probably just hear me out. I think Miles Turner is probably a all time top 600 center in the NBA history.
Yes.
Right. And so but
that's fine.
Personally, I would take Jeff Ruland over him right
now. That's fine.
But here's the thing that I wanted to add to the conversation. I think we need to think beyond what happened last year and think about what the league is going to be at the end of next year and beyond. Right? Like the league is drafting a archetype of big man into the league right now. And if you don't catch on to the wave, you're going to be left behind. Right? Like legit, the NBA just drafted Victor Wembanyama in the league 2 drafts ago. Right? And we see his impact on the league immediately. Right? That man could have been defensive player of the year this year as a rookie. Could have been. He wasn't. Could have been. But like Dre said, you don't reward guys on losing teams, right? You don't give them awards because they losers, right? But what I will say is that the Knicks won't be able to draft a Victor Wembanyama. Victor Wembanyama is going to retire a Spur, and he may retire the greatest basketball player to ever play. He may. That's what it looks like he's going to be, right? One of the greats to ever play the game. But the Knicks have to start that search of that type player right away. And Coach, this is my example. You remember when Dallas had Dale Ellis and Detlef Schrempf coming off the bench, the old Mavericks?
That was 80 years ago.
But what I'm saying is the transition. but what teams started to do though is they slowly drafted Tony Kukoc, right? In 88, I think they drafted him. And he came over in like 91, whenever he came over, right? And then all of a sudden, you see Dino Raja, right? A Potapinko. Y'all probably won't remember Potapinko from the Cavs.
I wasn't born yet, Freezy.
Right.
You're
But
talking about
then,
guys I can't remember.
But all of that led up to a Peja Stojakovic in 96 and a Dirk Nowitzki in 98. And what happened is the teams that were not on that wave that still had Charles Oakley at power forward in 96 and 98, they never caught up. And what I'm saying is the relevance I'm saying is you saw Vic drafted 2 years ago. And if you don't get into the mindset of this guy, this archetype right here is the guy, then when that thing hits a crescendo that guy that was an archetype is going to beat your team to death all the time, and you're not going to have any answers. And the reason why I bring that up is because teams now, right, have centers that can spread the floor, that can rebound and shoot threes, right? The Knicks are not going to address that. The Knicks are going to roll with Mitch, and then they're going to complain when the Boston Celtics win a championship with Al Horford, Xavier Tillman, and Kristaps Porzingis. Right. So, am I saying that we should throw Mitch away? No. What I'm saying is you should absolutely at least address it, even if you get that player super young and groom him. Man, how come that archetype can't be Mitchell Robinson's backup?
Yeah.
Exactly.
I was gonna say, Freezy, like even to the point, guys come in that are quote unquote unskilled. Their floor is Mitchell Robinson, and they grow into more like Derek Lively, quote unquote unskilled. But we know Derek Lively has some ball
Very,
skills.
very skilled, unproven. He was. Can I change that to unproven?
Yeah, unproven
Okay.
at this level,
Right.
but
Right.
he's shown the ability to show flashes of passing and putting the ball on the floor that Mitch hasn't really shown.
Khalil Ware.
Yeah, like the archetype that Mitch is, the young guys coming in, that's their floor,
The
and they
Ulrich,
build
the
off of
Ulrich
that.
Shamshi kid that Toronto drafted
Yeah,
is absolutely that archetype, like the mix between Derek Lively and Giannis.
Mhm.
yeah.
That
Or you
that
could say
weird
Misi, Freezy. Say Misi.
Eves Misi.
Yeah.
I think Coach, you remember that show Manimal that used to come on TV back in the day? With a dude could turn into any animal he wanted to.
Yeah.
That's Eves Misi, right? That's Eves Misi right now. Right? Not only him, but you see guys coming in with the archetype, like even though Zach Edey doesn't look the part, he absolutely does the part though. Right? Like the kid out of Connecticut that doesn't look the part, he absolutely does some of the thing. Mitchell Robinson averaging less than 1 assist a game should be disturbing to everybody.
All them kids can pass up the post. You can't even
Yep.
ask
Yeah.
Mitch to do
All the
anything
bigs in the
post.
league, all the best bigs in the league can all pass.
When have
Right.
you ever seen Mitch do anything out of the post? Ever?
Never. It's not because they, like I said earlier, they've seen it. I want to say that Tom Thibodeau wouldn't just dismiss it until he's seen some evidence. Like that's not what it. Yeah, that's not what it is, kid.
Like
That's not what we need you for.
But just
Yeah,
real
go ahead,
quick,
go ahead.
just real quick. I'm sorry, just real quick. Y'all notice Clint Capella is being treated like a relic, right? The dude's 30.
Yes.
Yeah, 'cause
Coach, he's 30, bro.
I
And
know.
he's treated like a relic.
Yeah, because
He's
he
30.
don't stretch the floor.
Hmm?
That's what the rest of that. If y'all don't see what the value is now at the 5, you need. If you're a 5, like the reason why iHeart was so valuable
Talk it. Speak it.
is because, okay, granted, maybe he wasn't reliable from the 3, but he could play at the top of the key and pass the ball.
Church.
That is a value. I don't care. That's fine, Mitch. You can't shoot, then learn how to pass.
Mitch just learned how to set good screens last year.
Last year, bro.
Like that in Europe, that's what's great about Europe.
That's a fundamental.
Yeah, that's what's great about European players, and that's why a lot of them are so good, and that's why a lot of them are coming into the league and showing out because they're brought up not in the AAU ball where the best dudes just fly around and be athletes.
Everybody's saucing. Yeah.
Everyone's taught.
You're
learning how to dribble. You're learning how to pass. You're learning how to box out. You learn how to set picks. You learn how to shoot properly. You're learning all that crap before you even know how to go to the rim or whatever you got to do.
And you're a professional at 14.
Yeah.
And you have to wait your turn. You have to earn it over veterans, bro.
Yep.
Nothing is given to you.
Nope.
Oh, with grown men.
Yep.
Nope. Because if you look at their box scores are like damn, he only got like 8 points.
Yeah, they're all spread out.
How is he the next great thing?
Yeah, and you don't ever see like that's why I look at Rokas. Like a lot of times, people are like, oh, why are you so high on Rokas? He only averaged like 6-7 points. You don't even start. Yeah, because he's behind Ricky Rubio.
Over there, bro, they don't emphasize the pick and roll game. You got to learn how to play all facets of the NBA. You're not gonna get the keys to run pick and roll all game to get fluff stats. Like that's just not what they do over there. And if, like, God bless Mitch and what he did for his trainer, that older guy that he brought to the game.
Yeah.
But I saw that man Mitch shooting off the dribble threes in practice this offseason. And that old dude was there just catching the ball and giving it back. So I'm like, what is he doing in training?
What is he doing?
Like,
Yeah,
practicing
Shaq
stuff you will
and
never use in
Ewing
the game?
do that stuff. And
Bro, yo, I saw that. Have y'all ever seen a Mutombo mixtape? That's real. Y'all ever saw Mutombo workout in the offseason?
Nah.
This man is like saucing and shooting threes, bro.
But even then, like, coach, you said like Shaq was doing that. The thing that Shaq doesn't get credit for, his footwork was pristine.
Oh yeah. Well, and even Patrick Ewing, when they interviewed him and stuff, and actually, if you saw it, he was on the Roommate show. He talked about this. If he played in today's NBA, he would have shot from the outside, but I would have shot threes too. So, and you remember, Pat was one of the pioneers of the big man shooting mid range, which was unbelievable. Huh?
Pat is the GOAT.
Yeah, and the thing is, think about when Pat came out of Georgetown.
Curry GOAT.
They didn't know he had this offensive game. He was like a defense only guy, and man, and then he started doing that turnaround baseline.
That was the staple.
Added 2 moves every offseason. Every offseason, he added 2 moves to his offense, and before you know it, he could dribble and go by Parrish and dunk on Parrish with 2 hands.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I remember, man, Moses Malone used to absolutely destroy Pat Ewing, bro. And I'm talking about this. Man, Jeff Rulin, a guy, I know y'all don't know who Jeff Rulin is. Bro.
This is not old school Sundays. Remember what Coach said.
Jeff Rulin. Coach
That's my fault. I brought up Ewing.
So Jeff Rulin is kind of like Sabonis before Sabonis, right? And I'm talking about Arvydas Sabonis. I ain't talking about Domantas Sabonis. Like the 6'11" guy.
No, he wasn't as good as Sabonis.
No, I'm saying no, and of course not. Of
The
course,
archetype.
not. Yeah, I'm talking about the archetype. Yeah, I'm talking about the tree in the lane that can pass with either hand, multiple feet away, court vision, soft touch around the rim. I'm talking about that guy, right? Coach, so Jeff Rulin used to play for the Washington Bullets back in the day, right? I legit saw that man hit Moses Malone with a jump hook before we even knew what a jump hook was, bro.
You realize that Jeff Rulin was not as good as Jack Sigma, right? You always roll into these Jeff Rulin. Like,
what do you
want to take a look at Jack Sigma's, game 6, game 7. Jeff Rulin was never in one of those. He's a good player. He's all right.
No,
he's Mike Jaminski. Like, can you stop it,
bro? Every time we talk about a white center, bro. Every time I talk about a white center, bro, you throw white centers under the bus, bro.
Oh, they white? I didn't even realize they was white. They white?
Yes, Jeff Rulin is white, bro. Jeff Rulin is the
Fred Roberts.
You ever seen it, Coach? You ever seen a white dude be pasty white? Like, you ever seen a dude like with the farmer tan?
Can't with you at Jeff Rulin. What drives at me, I'm like, yo, Jeff Rulin, Jeff Rulin's all right.
Jeff Rulin was, man.
Nothing to write home about.
Jeff Rulin.
He's like the coach. He's like the coach in the white shadow.
I saw him. Nah, bro. Come on, bro. Give that man some credit, bro. Him and a dude. And I know, Coach, man, you and Jay might not be old enough to know this dude named Dan Issel. Right? Dan Issel never had front teeth in his mouth, bro, because he kept getting them knocked out. Like, he would legit go to the dentist and have brand new joints in the front. And then, like, 7 games later, somebody would knock him out. He'll catch an elbow. So Dan Issel, Jeff Rulin are like, bro, and for those that don't, Jeff Rulin is probably if you like Hartenstein, just imagine a more offensively aggressive Hartenstein, and that's Jeff Ruland, right? You got to go back and watch the Bullets with Jeff Ruland and Jeff Malone and those Washington Bullets teams, the old school Washington Bullets.
That's
I don't
still
think I don't think
never made the playoffs.
I don't
Yeah,
think
but-
never in history has Jeff Ruland got this kind of press coverage. Between Jeff Ruland and Bill Cartwright, you have like really given some serious hours of man time to all right, especially as a Knicks center. Bill Cartwright was
You got to relax, bro. You
Yeah.
got to relax, bro. Calm down.
yeah.
Calm down, bro. You need to walk away from the coffee, bro.
I still remember Hubie Brown grabbed the late great Marvin Webster up off the bench by his jersey to get in the game because everybody known to man was running by Bill Cartwright.
It happens, bro. Sometimes you the bug, sometimes you the windshield, bro. It happens. It happens. Sometimes you the bug. Sometimes it's like you remember the old Warren Sapp Bucks or the old Warren Sapp Bucks greatest show on turf. The Eagles, all three of them were elite NFC teams at the same time.
I can't.
Bro, it's when the Eagles played the Rams, they could knock off the Rams, but when the Bucks played the Ram, I forget how the triangle go. But if the Bucks ever got their hands on the Eagles, you know they could beat the Eagles, but they couldn't beat the. It was like a triangle. So sometimes you the bug, sometimes you the windshield, bro.
I can't.
It happens, bro.
All I know is, like I said, it's not that I don't want Mitch or Mitch's son of a Mitch, whatever. I just want. He could be a part of the team,
right?
I'm not discrediting that, but
he can even start.
He needs to improve.
Well, even that, even if he doesn't improve, if he represents what he represents for us, we can have a use for his talents in situations in the game. However, we need another
dynamic
center that offers.
So we agree.
Yeah. So any championship level team, okay, needs roster flexibility where you can morph into whatever you got to morph into as a team to
on any given night.
On every given night, exactly.
Yeah.
So we need to have that roster flexibility where we can match up against a team that we need a big to pass the ball around, or we need a big that can take a shot from three once in a while. Now, luckily, we have so many damn shooters on our team. We don't need a big that's going to get us 20 and 10. We just need a reliable, defensive-minded center that also has a high IQ, can pass, and can shoot free throws at about a 70% clip.
Yeah, Wembyana is on San Antonio.
I just described about. I literally just described probably about 15 to 20 centers in the league right now.
Yeah, but you're not. See, here's the thing that I think since I've been listening and participating here tonight that we're missing here. The Knicks, unless they draft that, right? They're not going to get that without really busting up some part of this nucleus here. Who are you willing to give up?
I disagree.
Okay, so where are they getting that?
All the crappiest teams in the league have been drafting two of those guys every year for the past 3 years because that's what young centers are nowadays, no matter what.
Yeah, but this draft has already passed, and they didn't draft that.
I know.
That's what we're saying.
That's what we're saying.
Yes. So you're going into the next. So you're going into the next year.
No, actually, we did draft someone that's better at that stuff than Mitch. I'm sorry to say, but Huck Porty is actually a better he's better at the top of the key passing, and his pick and roll game is better than Mitch's. I know it sounds crazy to say it, but it is. He's more natural at
He's
his
been in Europe
hands,
for a minute, so
like his pick and roll, the way he moves his feet. Now he's in no planet or universe where Mitch is, defensively and at the rim and all that, but he's got him and even that's Skapenstev. He actually can shoot outside. He's got a touch, and he's a 7-1 guy. Now, he's not as aggressive defensively, and he's not like the classic leaper or someone that's going to be physical on defense, I don't think. But they're both projects. Now, and for me to use them in the same breath as Mitch and anything, there should be no doubts at all. That's what I'm saying. But there's doubts for a reason. The whole ability, best of ability is availability conversation. I'm sorry. Once or twice is freak accidents.
Yeah.
But now we're talking about a pattern.
Right. Right. Okay.
So.
Okay. Dre, who you trading Mitch for? Dre, who you trading Mitch for?
So for that reason, Miles McBride is expendable.
There we go. There we go.
Because of the signing of Campaign, the signing of Mikal Bridges, and Dante being dropped to the second unit, and Miles McBride's inability to run the team at the point. Yeah. We're on a different timeline. We don't have time to wait around for Miles to be ready to run the defense. Run the second unit or run the team for 10 minutes while Brunson takes a break. We ain't got time to wait for that to happen. So that's why they signed Campaign, period. Because if Miles McBride really is the number 2 backup point guard, they would not sign Campaign. Sorry. They wouldn't have signed him.
Yeah, but it's not that simple. It's not that simple because, look, the team brought in Burks during the season. Tibbs feels comfortable with vets. That's what it's been. They brought in Rose. They brought in Burks. He feels comfortable with vets. So whether it was Deuce or another young guy or if it wasn't Deuce, if it was Kolick, let's just say that was Kolick, they would have brought in. He would have brought in him.
That are competent at what they need to do.
But all those people are vets.
Most of the time, vets are competent in things.
Yeah, but all of those people I named, all of those guys are vets, and vets that he has some kind of familiar, not except for Cameron, that he has some kind of familiarity with. He's just not gonna let in a young guy just take all those minutes. Deuce earned the playing time he's gotten. If you really think about it, Deuce was in the bouncing back and forth in the G League. Every time he went down there, he was dropping 35. He comes up here, he can't shoot, but he earned it. He earned his spot. So we don't know. We don't know yet.
Let's
Deuce
be
is not gonna
realistic.
be that guy.
If it wasn't for injuries, Miles McBride wouldn't have been playing as much as he did last year.
No.
Wouldn't have been as counted as much.
No. Because once they made the trade, they gave him a new contract. They were confident in him.
Yeah, I'm not doubting they don't.
The moment they made the trade, he took off. And they weren't injured yet.
I'll say this. A lot of those games where you're talking about minutes, look up what he played against Denver. Or something like that. Like when we were healthy or full cast, he was still situational. Very situational. He didn't become a guy that we relied upon for 20 plus minutes until the injuries.
Yeah. Look how much we counted on and used Precious Achua. And look how much he produced too in a lot of games. Then all of a sudden he didn't even play.
He's because
when OG came back.
Because the utility of his ability, like the utility of his skill set, while very like palatable and like useful, you got to remember he's basically a 6'1" 3-and-D wing. Like
Yeah,
he's
that's
a
what I'm saying.
pint-sized 3-and-D guy.
So when
our best player is already pint-sized.
right, and the thing is, it's another situation where it's not a knock on Deuce McBride. It's the level of the rest of this team is at. His services aren't as needed anymore with what his limitations are. So I personally think, and I've said it from the beginning, especially after Kolek showed what he showed in the this is going to be a campaign bridge until Kolek is ready to come in and take the backup minutes at the one. I'm telling you, bro. That's what it is.
I'm going to be real with you. When we're all healthy, hypothetically speaking, we bring Precious back. You know Precious is going to average more minutes per game than Deuce McBride when healthy, right?
No,
I think we need to relax.
relax. I think you need to relax.
No,
for real.
Think about it.
For real. Go ahead, Freezy. Go ahead.
If we don't sign another 5, yeah, that is
like the
true.
backup
cup of
5.
coffee, bro. I think
Who's
we
the
gotta
backup
relax.
5? Mitch has never played more than 25 minutes per game.
Dre,
That right there is 23 minutes.
So the answer to the question I think we should consider is this, right? I think it's as simple as sign Vernon Carey Jr. There's your answer.
PJ Tucker.
Sign Vernon Carey Jr. and for a veteran safety net that knows the coverages that we run, maybe look at Robin Lopez. I didn't say swipe the card, right? I didn't say swipe the card. I said browse, kick the tires on Robin Lopez. If you want to keep,
I might use EBT on that. I don't know.
yeah, man, eating big time, yeah, man. Yeah, man, because what you don't want to do is commit to unfamiliar. So you don't want to commit to a Wenyan Gabriel. You don't want to commit to a Trey Jameson. You don't want to commit to a guy like you don't want to commit to a Nerlens Noel. Maybe a usurping, the guy that got Pat Ewing fired, maybe him. Right? But what you want to do is bring in a guy where Mitch is the starter.
How the hell he got Pat fired?
at George, he got Pat fired at Georgetown. You remember they said Pat couldn't recruit, and it was like, nah, man, Pat got the best recruit of his career. Omer, you 7.
That's it. Did you practice that shot? Where did you get that shot?
You were fired.
Pat almost lost it on the bench.
I'm gonna restart Hoya Paranoia with this center. He reminds me of the old school Georgetown centers. Omer, you serving.
So many of those dudes, those legendary guys, go back to college and they think it's sweet, and they learn real quick.
You remember Churchwell? Remember Robert Churchwell?
Yeah.
Why not, dude?
Yeah. Like, look at Clyde. Clyde went back to Houston. Houston fired him in like 2 months. Houston fired him in like 2 months.
Coach? How do you feel about JaMychal Green as a backup center option?
I don't want
same as Precious.
I don't want nobody under 6'10" or 6'11" unless they can jump out of the gym and have some other skills. I don't want these undersized dudes. If they want to do that, might as well have Precious. Like Looney, all that. That's a Looney Tunes. I don't want that guy either. I don't want no
there's nobody out there. I mean, there's nobody out there that fits that archetype that you're talking about. That's going to be free, 7 foot, young, and skilled.
Exactly.
I'm not saying free
without paying for it.
You got to
pay.
Bye, Deuce.
And he's moved on, Deuce.
I'm gonna be real with you. A backup center or a transitional center is more valuable than what Deuce can bring us.
Oh God, you gotta relax. Oh,
relax for what? What are we keeping Deuce for? For what?
Nice.
You
what
could
about
say AD? You could say relax, and then Mitch
Is
goes
Deuce not
down
one
with
of
a
your is Deuce not one of your best on-ball defenders?
not with
now?
Mikal Bridges and
Now?
OG
No.
on his team. Hell no.
No, he's not now.
Hold on. If you
Not when
read,
you got
if
bro, on your roster, you have OG and Mikal Bridges.
right, and then who's after that?
Dante,
Okay, and then who's after that?
Josh Hart.
No, Deuce is a better on-ball defender than Josh.
No, an on-ball defender against 6'1" guards, bro. But
Against
when
guards.
a guard is 6'3", Deuce is not the guy.
Well, I'm not even gonna argue this point because that's
You can't, because you can't
it's
argue.
madness.
Deuce is covering that 6'4".
Yeah, but Josh gets smoked by 6'2" and 6'3" guys as well.
Josh
AD.
gets smoked by 6'11" guys too.
AD. If Deuce McBride was 6'5", he would not be on that contract we gave him.
Right, we wouldn't even be having this conversation.
Absolutely.
If Deuce was 6'7", we may not have even traded for Mikal Bridges.
If Deuce was 6'7", he'd be on the same deal Jaden McDaniels is on.
Right
now.
now.
Yeah, but his height doesn't lessen his value.
Yes, it does.
It matters.
Yeah, it does when he doesn't handle the ball or pass the ball.
To us, it matters more because our best player is a 6'1" point guard. There's like when you talk about a roster composition, there is a reason we targeted OG and Mikal.
Yeah,
because all the Villanova guys are guards.
Okay,
they
Drake.
got no wings.
Okay, Drake. But here's the thing, though: the Knicks, since Tibbs has been, not even I want to say since Tibbs has been here, these last 2 years, okay. Randall handles the ball as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Hart handles the ball. So when those guys, when a Brunson is not on the floor, they're not necessarily scrambling. They were only scrambling because of the injuries when they got hurt.
AD, when healthy, how many minutes do you think Deuce McBride is playing?
On this team now?
He barely played when we were healthy last year.
But the thing is, he got better and he ascended.
That's fine.
Even with injury, he got better. We don't know right now. Deuce if the season started right now, Deuce is probably busting Cameron Payne's ass.
And even then, Cameron Payne and Deuce are probably not gonna play. Both of them not gonna play a lot of minutes.
Yeah, but
you
what if he playing 8?
But
what if he playing 8?
Center is more important than a third point guard. Straight up, that's it.
He's
third
not
point guard.
Third. He's not third. Stop it. He's not third. Stop it. Some games he'll be third. Some days he'll be second.
I'm gonna keep it.
He's definitely not gonna be first.
I'm gonna keep it real with you. Between Brunson, Mikal, and Randall, 2 of those guys are gonna be on the court at all times.
All times.
So when you talking about orchestrating an offense and getting into an offense, Dante was a starter and he just got moved to the bench. Josh Hart was a starter and he just got moved to the bench, and they are both guards.
Yeah, but they were starters by.
They were both
default.
guards.
But they were starters because of injury. The Knicks didn't bring Dante here to start.
No, Dante.
The Knicks didn't bring Josh here to start.
Dante was not a starter because of injury.
Yeah, Dante started 66 games for the world champion Milwaukee Bucks, bro. We gotta relax.
Dante was not.
Yeah, but he was on the bench for the world champion. He was on the bench for the year after with the previous world champions Golden State. What are we saying?
Because he was coming off an injury, and that was the Kings.
You're saying Dante didn't start over Klay Thompson?
Yeah. Or
he didn't start over Steph Curry. I mean, which I'm trying to figure.
He didn't start.
Which one? So
he didn't
Steph
start.
Or Klay could have gone to the bench for Dante.
I'm not old enough to remember Steph Curry.
Okay.
I just remember he didn't start.
I'm just keeping it a buck.
Payne started too for the finals team.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it a buck with you, man. I love Deuce, but yo, we arguing about a guy like when healthy, he's not gonna play.
You just don't like Deuce. That's what
No, I know it has something, but is Deuce worth like brewing on the bench, like for not having Mitch insurance? If you have one or the other, because that's what it's coming down to.
Because if we're going by history, like McCall's not gonna miss time. Brunson doesn't really miss time.
Yeah.
Dante doesn't really miss time besides the Tommy Blues knee out. Like Josh Hart ain't gonna miss time.
Nope.
Like the pathway for Deuce to get minutes over say a backup center to get minutes are like they're polar opposites.
Right. And what are we even talking about?
And
You
for
gotta
for
play a
that,
backup center. You don't have to play your fifth guard.
and for that, the importance of filling that particular role means way more on this roster as it currently constructed. I like Deuce because he grew. At times, that man didn't know what he was doing on the court. But yo, you actually gotta be a little bit realistic. Like you can't. I know Deuce is tugging on your heartstrings, AD.
Once he got to the stage, he was ready.
I'm
But
ready to,
but
I'm
here's the
ready to
thing
say
though.
that,
He was ready.
But here's the thing though. We could replace all his minutes with the guy that broke the Knicks 3-point record and Mikal Bridges and Josh Hart without blinking, without even flinching.
yo, what's the
You
I
just
like
don't
the
like
I like the light skinned center in Dallas. The dude that looks like Kareem from New Jack City. What's the dude that looked like Kareem from New Jack City? You know what I'm talking about? The center, the center they got the center from New Jack City. They got the dude that just run around and don't do nothing. All he do he run around full speed and dap everybody up in timeouts. Hey, E. Gibson, who's the dude for Dallas? The light skinned dude, look
Dwight
like
Powell?
he looked like he athletic, but he don't
Dwight
ever
Powell?
use it. Is that his name? The one that look athletic, but he don't ever use it, and he just run around.
I think that's his name. I think his name.
Yo, he run around and don't do nothing for like. That man legit run around for like 17 minutes. You look at the box score, and it look like a bag of Funyuns. It's an O in every column, bro.
Wait, no, he got 16 hand claps and high fives. 7 high fives.
That's how he made the All-Star team, right?
Yeah. 16 hand claps, 7 high fives.
Yeah, he averaged a triple-double in hand claps, tower raises, and chest bumps.
Three jumps off the bench when the team dunks. You know what I'm saying? About 5 pats on the back, 5 butt slaps per game.
That dude got Theo Pinson tattooed on his heart. Theo Pinson is his role. Jack White is that man role model.
Trash can juice senior.
You're a sad man.
Every time Jordan hit a shot, Jack White jumped up and waved the towel.
But like the thing is, we're built a certain way where right now, what more can Deuce provide the Knicks? Like as far as his development, like can he get like what more can he provide?
Let me ask you this based on that. Right? Why'd you ask that question, and what type of answer are you looking for?
I want to, because I'm assuming everyone's gonna say, well, yeah, he can get better at threes and defend a little better. But I'm sorry, there's nothing you can't practice. I mean, yeah, you can practice your ball handling, but it's hard to learn the nuances of being a playmaker and finding your teammates in the right spot. That's not something that just develops. Like, and to me, the spot we have Miles McBride in right now, that's meant for a guy like McBride is. I'm not saying he's already reached his peak or nothing like that, but I think he's reached the level of what he's gonna be in the NBA.
So why'd you ask us the question then? If that's where you were going with this?
No, because I want to know if you guys think he's destined for more than that. I don't.
The reason why I interrupted slightly, and I did it like try humbly. I'm doing it, did it humbly, and just to get clarification, right? The reason why I asked is because if we're basing it on that same thing, that means no young guard is going to be able to enter that space that you mentioned and be effective on a Knicks roster that's in a situation that you mentioned. Right? I think Tyler Kolek, and because I was going to say one thing, and then when I heard you elaborate on it, and that's the reason why I asked. But now that I heard you elaborate
No,
on it, I'm thinking like no young guard is going to
no,
be able to fit into that space.
that's where I no, yeah, that's a spot that's meant for a young
A
guard.
veteran proven guard, right?
Well, no, but you're putting McBride in a space that I don't have him. I have him behind campaign.
That's the space that I mean.
Right. Okay. So for a
But
guy
I
that's
elevated Cameron Payne though.
right now, I already have campaign. Campaign is and should be our backup point guard right now with the way the rosters. Right now, Deuce McBride's our third shooting guard. Okay, in my depth chart. Okay, that's just where I have him.
So he's not even a combo guard in your opinion.
No,
I'm gonna keep it real with you. The way it's shaking out, unless Brunson gets hurt, I don't even think Campaign is gonna play any meaningful minutes. Be real with you.
Campaign is not going to play any meaningful minutes off rip.
no, I know.
Tibbs just doesn't. If the one thing that Tibbs has shown since he's been here is that when new guys come in, all right, he kind of lets them fight it out. Okay, dabbles with the lineup a little bit. And then once things starts looking like this is teetering like a 500 situation, he goes back to goes to the guys he trusts. And
Is
the
that
guys,
is that not human nature?
yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna be real with you. If Deuce McBride is the difference between winning a championship and not winning one, something went wrong.
It's all over the roster. All over the roster, bro.
Yeah, but that's not. Come on, Dre.
But
we've seen big role players be in time. You know what I'm saying? Have memorable moments. But Robert Ory's not. If you said what's the name is in the top 600 players, Robert Ory must be in the top 300.
Robert
But-
Ory
no.
started in finals games. Right?
No, I'm saying, but if you're using that measure, right, then Robert Ory would have to be 300 slots in front of the last person's name you mentioned. But he's not one of
Miles
the greatest.
Turner?
Yeah, he's better than Miles Turner. He'd be a better player than Miles Turner in that kind of situation. But is Robert Ory one of the great forwards of all times? No. But he's hit great shots. He's had his moment.
He's not the only one.
And I will tell you,
That's what I'm saying. He's not the only one.
And I'll tell you, Josh Hart is our closest version of that guy.
Right, and my point also is this.
You mean Robert Ory, a guy that plays 25 to 30 minutes in playoff games routinely?
And plays multiple positions?
Yeah, but he's not. But he's not a great. But he's not one of the great forwards that you think of. He's just one of those great role players that in that situation, can he hit that shot? Absolutely.
Yeah, you know who else though? There are a lot of guys like that, man.
Mario Ellie.
Mario Ellie. Bruce Bowen.
When healthy, are you closing a game out at any point with Deuce McBride? No.
But what I'm saying is,
if everybody's healthy, no.
What does Deuce McBride provide that we don't have on this team as well? That's what I'm saying. How many people also provide what Deuce McBride provides? Let's make it as simplistic as this. Not even taking his height into account. 3 and D. How many guys do that right now on this team?
Bro, and Coach, I understand where you're going, Coach. With it, let me just say this thing about Deuce. That archetype of player is not to disparage Deuce, because Deuce is my guy. He's a friend of the show. We love Deuce, right? But that archetype guy, your Patrick Beverly, your Gary Payton II, your Bronny James.
Javon Carter.
Yeah, Wendell Carter. I mean, not Wendell Carter, but Javon Carter. Like with those guys are,
They passed around the league, man.
bro. Yeah,
All right, so here's my follow-up, man.
they're a dime a bushel. You can find a 6'1" super athlete in any YMCA in America, bro.
Davion Mitchell switched teams as
How
a
many
lottery
guys on the
player.
roster do what Tyler Kolek does?
How many guys in the league do what Kolek does?
What does he
Not
do?
many.
Has he played an NBA game yet? What does he do? We out here giving Tyler Kolek spots. Like
Bro,
you
I don't think
already
none of
got
these
you
guys-
already
I
have
don't
the
think none
man's
of these
name.
guys
You already
do.
have the man's jersey ready, and he's going
Yep.
to be this guy.
He got it
didn't
from
say
Mark
Because of
that.
what?
He got it from Mark Jackson. You know what number Tyler Kolek is going to wear, right?
He can't wear number 13.
He's
He
got to, bro.
cannot put
He's
on
got
burger
to.
buns number 13.
Bro,
Stop.
it'll be too big for him, bro. This is triple XL.
AD, did you watch the summer league games?
Oh my God! I
No,
did watch
AD
a
is
couple of
above.
highlights of the summer league.
Well,
Yeah.
then you can't speak on Tyler Kolek. If you just watch highlights, you can't speak on it.
Oh my
I'm saying,
God!
that's just like the people that complain about politics and they don't vote.
No,
I don't want to hear
AD
it.
too good to watch. Man, summer league.
I don't
is
want to
beneath
hear it.
the
I'm way
league.
too good to watch summer league.
Yeah,
These guys ain't gonna play this year. I'm way too good to watch summer.
AD is a life.
I'd rather
thing,
watch.
bro.
I was watching Bronny. I'd rather watch Bronny James before I watch. Oh,
Yeah, AD been a fan for 40 something years. He ain't watching summer league, bro. All he
that's
care
the
about
damn
is
summer league.
is
I still got nightmares when Eddie Curry forgot his shoes at the summer league.
Yo.
What are you talking about?
I have
I'll say this,
nightmares.
AD. I'll say this, AD. He hasn't played a second in the NBA, but his skill set is not a redundant thing that we have. Like we're
You
not.
sound like a scientist. Where's your lab coat? His skill sets, Dr. Kevorkian, the get mind trick. What? He hasn't put. We don't know if Tibbs will ever have confidence in him in these moments that
He
we
wouldn't have got
talked about.
drafted. I'll tell you, we wouldn't have traded up or moved back.
He got signed for the highest amount that any second round has ever been signed for. The Knicks don't just throw money around like that.
I
Bro.
thought that was Bronny James.
Nope.
No,
look it
the
up.
Knicks
No.
throw dimes around like manhole covers. Remember that saying from the 80s?
Yeah.
No, I'm
What
talking.
is wrong with you tonight, Freezy?
I'm talking about the current front office, who's being mindful of their money and who they're paying.
And their mind is on their money, and their money is on their mind.
Mind.
How's it go?
Look up. Kolek just signed the highest contract any second rounder signed. And they did that for a reason.
Yeah.
They value him as a first rounder. We just got him in the second round.
Yeah.
And I'm not just I do not. I'm the biggest skeptic, and I'm always a yeah, but with I'm not. If anyone's effing up, I'm the first to say it. Or if anyone ain't worth handing something to, I'm the first to get on their butt for it.
Okay.
So I'm not giving Kolek anything. I don't think I know what I see with my own two damn eyes. As someone who's played sports at a high level and who has coached for 3 decades, and my eye test tells me that this dude is ready to play NBA minutes. And I don't care who the coach is, or what Tibbs ain't gonna do this, Tibbs ain't gonna do that. I don't want to hear that crap. It's something that how many second rounders wait. Last I checked, there's a superstar on our team that got drafted in the second round. And
Does our team have do the Knicks have a top 5 pick on it right now? No.
Nope.
I think
Randall 5?
No, Randall was 7.
He was 7? Oh, okay.
7 to the Lakers. Yeah.
We only have one lottery pick on our team.
Yeah, everyone else is late first or early second.
Yeah.
Oh, or late second in Sims.
So we had a whole team of chip on our shoulder going to prove something, guys. And here's another one who was, I know the Big East ain't what it used to be, But we're talking about someone who's Big East Player of the Year. He ain't no scrub. Just because he looks like John Stockton, he looks like just some little unassuming, cheesy white guy. People don't want to give him nothing. But the dude can play.
No, I believe that was unfair.
Well, I'm not saying you're doing that, but I saw a lot of people.
In general, yeah. General.
Oh, you think in general? Oh, okay. Well,
it's easy to look at someone who's unassuming physically,
and assume they'll be Scott Brooks.
Yeah.
or Scott Skiles. Or Rick Carlisle. Y'all remember that? I go to that all the time. Scott. It's funny to me that Scott.
You wish he was Scott Skiles.
Yeah. It's just funny to me that
he
Scott
might be.
and Rick Carlisle had to fight for the last roster spot with the Knicks, and now they coaching in the NBA. To me, that's hilarious, bro.
Skiles could ball. Skiles could flat out. He could flat out ball.
I'm gonna say this, and I know y'all gonna laugh, but he may be the best pure passer to ever play in the NBA, bro.
I think he still has Orlando's assist record.
No, it's the league record.
It's the league record, right? Okay.
Yep.
The best pure passer, bro. And I'm talking about pure like for instance, a guy like Chad Pennington is never talked about in the best pure passer conversation because at times he was check down Charlie. But when you're talking about short and intermediate accuracy, bro, I don't know is there a guy more accurate in the short to medium passing game than Chad Pennington that you ever saw?
He was throwing them soft ass teddy bears at people.
He was throwing those soft ass water balloons.
Yeah, I was about to say Joe Montana.
Yeah, well,
they started the short intermediate movement.
Yeah. I'm just saying, putting an underrated guy in the conversation that normally wouldn't, because you don't have normal guys in conversations with giants, bro. Right? But when you talk about guys like Tyler Kolek, like the pass that he threw to the guy in the corner to shoot the three, for him to commit to one pass and then twist in the air to throw to a guy because he knew what that guy was gonna be, it looked great, highlight film. But on a thinker's level, you're like, yo, that guy changed his mind in mid-flight and knew where the guy was going to be and hit him in his shooter's pocket, and they nailed the three.
Even before that, Freezy, he had an escape dribble to even make the defense commit to it. Because remember, he punched the ball forward to make the defense commit to him to assume that he was actually attacking the rim. So he was setting that play up.
Well, they saw something in him because he's the first dude they drafted in 3 drafts?
No, Dadier was the first dude.
Yeah, Dadier was the first one.
Yeah, Dadier was the first dude.
Okay, so Dadier and him was the first 2 guys they drafted in.
The Trevor Keels disrespect, I don't like it.
That man said Trevor Keels.
My dog legit just farted.
Yeah, for real. They were pushing that poor man's name like someone. We drafted somebody. We got Trevor Keels. You didn't know that?
Oh my gosh!
You didn't see the press clipping? We drafted Trevor Keels, so we did not punt on the drafts intentionally.
We passed on Kendall Brown. We passed on Kendall Brown for him. But yeah, it's hey coach. So here's the thing with Deuce, and I think I know. I think I understand where you're going with the Deuce thing. My thing with Deuce is, as fans, it's not easy for us to let go of guys that you draft that are not busts.
It's so hard.
Right? See, because we drafted guys and they were busts, and we're like, yo, it's time to get Kevin Knox out of here. Yo, it's time to get Frank out of here. But when you watch Deuce climb the ladder, right? You watch him climb the ladder, so to speak, and then you see his classmates get traded out of the country or get traded to a wasteland, and he's still here. That instills a little bit of faith in him. Right? It's the reason why we still talk Jericho Sims. Jericho Sims is not an
Mitch?
NBA center.
It's Mitch.
Mitch, yeah.
Mitch is even a more prime example. He's the longest tenured Nick.
Yeah.
I thought Freeze was about to go into a whole Cooley High section. It's so hard to say goodbye.
No, I don't watch the end of that, right?
That's
I cut that movie. I cut that movie.
I cut it off
at a certain point.
Every time.
Yep.
Every time. When Coach East goes running up the train under the train trestle. That's it.
Right.
That's it for me.
That's it. Yep. Right there.
Right there.
Right there.
Right,
Yep.
right there.
Yep.
Because that man did not die. That man went on to Grambling.
Yep.
And he became the star that he was gonna be.
Yep. Right.
Films. Yep. Yup. When he pours out that beer, I'm telling you, Freezy, I fall all over the place. I can't. When he's like, yo, this is, you was gonna make it, and he goes swish, and he shoots that, and he shoots the shot. Oh my God, I'm all over the floor, Freezy.
That and every time I see Ricky walking in the alleys.
Oh God, Ricky!
That's the end of the movie, bro.
That's it.
When Ricky threw like that corner and started scratching the thing, the end.
Yeah. I want to see that dude in like in real life. Be like, yo, why you shoot Ricky, yo?
I'm trying to, yo, and everybody, coach, you got that homie like from school that is like got everything in the world except common sense. Like your boy, he good looking, he rich, he charismatic. All the adults like him, all the girls like him. He just like the dude, like, nah, I know the Crips and Bloods fighting across town, bro. I just want to go see this girl. Like, bro, nah, bro. We ain't ready to go to no gang fight just so you can see a girl. Are you crazy?
Nope.
He that guy. He just
got to be that one. He got to seek out his destiny.
Bro, there was a fight on Kennedy that well, this is Jersey City, y'all might not know, but there was a fight on Kennedy that lasts like 5 days straight. 5 days, right? It was Snyder and Lincoln, and they just fighting down on Kennedy, right? Fight lasts 5 days. They'll go in the house, come back. Soon as 8 o'clock come, they back fighting, right? And my homie was like, "But yo, Puerto Rican Carmen down there, bro." I'm like, well, come on, bro. Are you crazy? We're gonna go down there. We're gonna go down there with Snyder and Lincoln is fighting. Mind you, I go to Dickinson, right? I go to Dickinson. He go to Lincoln, right? I don't care, bro. I'm not going. No, bro. What are we talking about? But anyway,
what are we doing?
Yeah. Anyways, Coach. The thing with Deuce McBride, bro, is I get your point. Right. But there's an emotional attachment to guys like that we just can't easily let go. And the same thing with Mitch. That's why I criticize Mitch for shooting laser beams at the rim, but I never want to get him. I will never want to let him get traded, bro.
Clang.
Well, emotional attachments don't win championships.
Yeah, well.
If it did, Marcus Smart would still be a Celtic.
Yeah, but you know what though? They didn't trade just Marcus Smart. They traded Robert Williams too. Yeah.
But it was Marcus though, and I remember when like I've heard like some of the Boston like podcasts, a couple of them. I'm like, dude, y'all did not watch that man in the playoffs. Like people were just going up. He was living off reputation.
Jaylen Brown had to play point guard. Dre, you remember that?
He was living off reputation.
Brian Scalabrine isn't the difference maker that wins championships. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
Taco Fall doesn't win. Like fan favorites don't win championships. Okay. I understand why people love Little Deuce. He's so cute.
Bro, does he not have the coolest nickname? And he's got the coolest athlete name in sports, bro.
Look at Mighty Mouse. Go.
That dude's name is Deuce McBride, and he wears number 2. Is that not the coolest thing for an athlete ever, bro?
Deuce.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to say, if we can get a good quality backup center, Deuces.
Well, how? Bro,
I want to keep him. I do, but
we're gonna get a quality center without trading Deuce, bro. We
Okay,
have
then
No, you're not.
Then
No,
I'll
you're
live
not.
with that.
yeah.
No, you're not.
Look,
The truth of the matter is that Deuce would really, because a couple of days ago we were having this argument. Would you trade Deuce for Kessler? And I was like, yeah.
Of course.
Like, yeah.
Ain't even a question.
That's not even. I'm like, that's not.
Would you
even,
trade a second round pick that may or may not have attained first round pick status for a first round pick that's the best rim protector in the league?
Yeah, like that's not even.
Yeah.
They're not even. I don't even understand how they fell out in Utah.
Right.
Utah's tanking.
They don't even but how you tanking? You gotta do dude that's 24 years old on your team or 23 years old on your team. How much younger do you want to get?
The only reason, like the reason why he's fallen out of favor for that team is that coach Hardy comes from that Celtics coaching tree, and their whole philosophy is we need stretch bigs, real stretch bigs, not guys that are comfortable taking a corner three. We need guys to take threes from far away. This is the reason why they signed Filipowski. Drafted him.
Yeah.
Like they want bigs that shoot threes at a high clip. They want to play that 5-out style that the Celtics are comfortable with, and all those guys that came out of that Celtics tree are about that.
Because
So,
they're
like,
gonna because next year they're gonna play Flip and Flag together. Man, this dude Cooper Flag is Tom Chambers, bro. And I know again, I know y'all don't know who Tom Chambers is. I understand. I'm just saying.
I wasn't born yet.
I know. But Freezy, like, don't be surprised when you turn around and look, and the Hornets figure out a way to get a space in 5. Like, that's probably what's going to be on their agenda for the next draft. They're going to draft a center that can shoot threes because what's his name?
What does it matter?
Charles Lee came out of that coaching tree.
One will fall to their lap. This is the Hornets we're talking about.
But AD, you got to like take into account the entire conversation though. Right now, they have 2 banging bigs that the Knicks value: Mark Williams and Nick Richards, right? And Charles Lee, who is a disciple of the 5-out system and a disciple of having a pristine organization and all that stuff, is not a head coach in Charlotte. They completely cleaned house, right? They're looking to build in the image of the Boston Celtics. It's the reason why they took Tijan Salan, hoping that he could go that
Well, ball is still there. So they haven't completely cleaned house. The ball is still there. But I get you.
It takes time.
Bro, they changed the owner, the front office, and the coaching staff, bro.
I get your point. I mean, it's a new day for them, you know. So you're saying that maybe the Knicks can take advantage of them, or they can do business? Maybe. But it's still gonna cost you.
Yeah, they know. Like, teams know what we want. Like, it ain't no secret.
Yeah, it ain't no secret.
Nah, it's not a secret. Nah, but the thing I'm saying about Utah and Walker Kessler and Mark Williams is those guys will be available, but you have to put yourself in a position to receive what it is, right? Like, you got to be ready. Like, you got to have your assets aligned, because Mark Williams is not going to be cheap, and nor should he be, right? Mark Williams is probably, in my mind, and I know this is going to sound like a slight to the Dallas Mavericks, but in my mind, I think Mark Williams might be better than Derek Lively, maybe. Right? Maybe. Right? When this dude is putting up better numbers than Jalen Duren in less minutes. Right? If you're talking about production, like dudes on the floor,
if
like
he's not a health risk,
he is a health risk though. He had the back injury. So, but the thing about a Mark Williams type dude, bro, is if you compare Mark Williams and a Walker Kessler together, I think the Knicks are the NBA champs. Right? I think the Knicks are the NBA champs, bro. Off rip, right? Or just off them two alone. Now, I know it won't happen because both of those guys have the potential to be all NBA something type guys. Right? And both of them are going to want to play 30 minutes.
And you only got but so many picks.
Right. But I think what you'll do in that case is add some in a Mark Williams trade, you know you coming off Pacom Dadier, bro. You know he's gone
Yes.
in that type trade. Now,
Yes.
what I would ask coach is, would you keep Pacom Dadier out of a trade for Mark Williams if that meant you were getting 28 borderline all NBA defense minutes from a center that's 24 years old?
Hell yeah, I get rid of yeah, I will get rid of him. Because here's why. This is why I get tired of seeing Knicks fans complaining when we give up first round picks. Okay. How many first round picks that hit out of 5 is a good number? Like what you consider a success.
What do you mean by hit?
A hit, when a first round pick to me should be, for a first round pick to be successful, they should be a starter by their second year in the NBA on your team. If you draft someone in the first round, they should be starting for your team.
A starter for what type team, though? A starter for a playoff team or a starter for a lottery team?
If you're picking the first 15 picks, you should start by your second
right
year.
away. Right away,
Yeah,
right?
almost right away.
Yeah.
Right. Maybe the back half of the first round, you should be in the rotation the first year.
Yeah.
Okay, second year, you should be buying for a starting spot. That's where you're talking first rounders.
Right.
That's a hit. How many, if you have 3 years of first rounders, how many of them become a hit?
Less than 1 to less than 1.
Yeah. You're talking most first round picks for a lot of these franchises, probably 1 out of 5, 1 out of every 5 hit like that.
Right. That's about I was going to say about 30%, 1 out of 5.
So, I mean, I don't know. I'm sure us nerds look it up, what the real percentages are and all that. Now, when you look at when we use our picks to pick up a player that is not only a starter, a borderline all-star or a future all-star, when you talk about that kind of hit, what's that percentages go even lower. Okay. So you got to get in the mindset that those first round picks, like that person we just signed was our pick. Like that's who we drafted. Like that's the mindset you got to have. But like some of these people don't think that way. They just think that all these draft picks are going to be the next friggin' Ant Edwards.
The next wave. But coach, let me finish my question. Would you trade Tyler Kolek? Would you include Tyler Kolek in a trade for Walker Kessler?
Yes.
Yeah, at this stage, it would hurt, but yeah, I would.
Yeah,
because right now, Tyler Kolek is a safer, like, first round level pick for another team.
Right. What I'm sorry.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah, and Kessler is going to be a starting level future. I mean, he's already going to be the age
He's
of
already
most
a starter caliber center.
Yeah,
he's a high level starter. Utah was crazy, bro. I watched their game. I watched them sit guys that were hot, bro. I watched the Keontae George game where Keontae George was on fire and they sat that man for like.
I don't know what they're doing. I've actually looked at them a couple of times during the season. I'm like,
they're tanking.
Yeah, but I'm like, it's so disgusting. Like, you got talent on this team. Right. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have very good young talent on this team. It's disgusting.
But I saw them cool. I saw them cool him. I saw them cool off. I think me and Dre were on the phone. Utah was playing somebody, and IKBM, Dre, and myself on the telephone. It was like a coincidence. Like I was going through League Pass on a Knicks day off, and I watched Keontae George and Walker. Laurie Marketing get hot at the same time, and I saw them send both of them to the bench and cool them off. Keontae George was at the 2. Sexton. I mean, I'm sorry, not Sexton, but Clarkson was running point. George was playing the 2. Laurie Markkinen was at center offensively running off of. They had the other team's center chasing Laurie Markkinen around the floor, and Laurie Markkinen was out there looking like clay in the mid-range, right? And then they sent both to the bench and then brought Keontae George back to run point with a whole bunch of random dudes and cool both of them dudes off, bro.
Hey, Freezy, it's you know what it is. They're trying to do exactly what OKC did because SGA was All NBA talent for several years now, but they straight up benched him and sat him on the bench because they wanted to be in a position where they had overwhelming talent, where they could do whatever they wanted. And the Jazz aren't just there yet. The Jazz were in a position where they had decent enough talent to be a playing team, but since they're not like a trade destination or a free agency destination.
Yeah. And also their picks haven't hit yet either.
Yeah, so they have to be overwhelming. They have to overwhelm the market with draft picks and draft capital and draft guys at the high end part of the lottery and have a bunch of them hit because that's the only way they're going to be successful. Whereas with the Knicks, we do it in a way that's the opposite of that. So like we're built through free agency and trades. That's for better or worse. That's what we are right now. The only two guys we have left that we drafted is Deuce and Mitch, and they both might be going out of here within the next 18 months. Both of them might be gone.
Yeah, both of them. And for the record, I think they value Cooper Flag over Laurie Markkinen.
Absolutely.
Right. And to be honest with you, if you ask me today, would I prefer Cooper Flag, who has not even played a competitive game, a really competitive game yet? Like he hadn't played at Duke yet, let alone playing the NBA yet. I'd still take him over Laurie Markkinen, bro. And Laurie Markkinen is a unicorn, bro.
But that man 28
and is looking for the bag.
So it's like
you would take him over Markkinen?
Yes.
Hey, look, man, I'm gonna tell you, AV.
Markkinen is really underrated, yo. You talk about Tom Chambers, yo. Markkinen reminds me a lot of Tom Chambers. Markkinen is really underrated.
He's really good, but it's like
really good.
Like
that Cooper Flag kid, 6'9", 7'5" wingspan.
Yeah, but if you
extremely mobile.
But if you get Markkinen, to Coach's point when he says deadlift shrimp, right? You get him in the right team, and all of a sudden his numbers may detract, but he will look so much better. Because
Markkinen is going to be more like Dirk. The older he gets, the more he's going to be. Because what happens is people forget about early Dirk was doing the same thing Markkinen is doing now. But the older Dirk got, the slower he got.
More
as time.
He got more purposeful.
Yeah. But if y'all remember the early Dirk, dunked on Paul
Pierce,
belly to belly and chest to chest, bro.
It might have been his only.
That man shitted on Paul Pierce, bro, and the Celtics fans were jumping up clapping, bro. They're like,
so underrated. Dirk is so underrated, yo.
Bro,
oh my god,
young Dirk.
Yeah,
very underrated. Young Dirk, Coach. You remember young Dirk with the hair and the headband? Remember the little teeny headband, Dirk?
Yeah.
The little teeny thing to keep his hair back, bro. That dude, bro.
That pinch post right there. Because you can't block his shot.
No, bro.
And then plus he does that little leg kick.
That's all in your chest.
Yeah, that means all in your lower. I mean, it was a dirty play that no one ever calls dirty, right? Mm. But it's really a dirty play because you're kicking people.
But that's 30-year-old Dirk. I'm talking AD. I'm talking about.
Young Dirk was getting the ball off the glass and pushing it by himself.
Bro, the dunk he had on the Milwaukee Bucks, bro. The dunk he did on the Bucks.
Yes.
You're like everybody on the Bucks knew Dirk was going to go to the rim, and everybody gathered at the rim and got posterized.
Dirk,
like that man dunked on every Buck that ever put on.
They didn't wait. The one thing, and I'm not a Dallas fan, but I always look at other teams with superstars and how they do by their superstar versus us in this area. The one thing that Dirk can never say, and Dallas fans can never say, that they didn't keep reshuffling the deck to try and win it with him.
Right.
He had so many cast of characters. Young players, drafted players, middleweight. I remember they gave Eric Dampier like a 7-year deal.
Yeah.
Eric Dampier.
Well, they said if you ask
and
Rel
Deshaun
and them, I don't
Stevenson,
know if
remember
Rel's listening. They said Mark Cuban wasted a lot of.
That's a lie.
Prom.
That's a lie.
So
That's an absolute lie. If you take a look at that, remember, Dirk starts with Nash.
Got a troll in.
Okay? Just think about that. He starts with
he's
Nash.
just a fan, bro. He's just a basketball fan. That's all.
Right? He has Nick the Quick Van Exel on that team. Okay? It goes.
him letting go of Steve Nash is a disgrace. Personally,
It's a disgrace. Them trading Jason Kidd instead of trading everybody else was a disgrace.
Well, they didn't I don't think they really realized what they had in Nash at the time, and they allowed him to be a free agent.
Yeah,
The Suns do the same thing. The Suns had Kevin Johnson, Jason Kidd, and Steve Nash all the same team.
Well, Kevin Johnson was a broke down old man by
But then,
and he played the 2 for them. Remember, Kevin Johnson was their shooting guard. Right, but that time he had moved off ball and let Kidd run the show.
All of them were in like 3 different places in their career. Kid was pushing up on
the young vet,
and the other guy, Kevin Johnson, was at the end of his career.
Yeah,
I'm thinking about it.
And Nash was just starting. Like
Antoine Jameson played with Dirk.
Yeah.
Like he had a lot. Mark Cuban changed around the cards in his career way more than the Knicks did for Ewing.
Oh, you talking shuffle the deck? Yeah, they
absolutely.
Yeah, they shuffled the deck a lot.
Way more than they did for Ewing.
Hey, AD, let me ask you that. There's a Lakers fan in the chat, and thank you for all the NBA fans that come through and rock with us, see us on the internet and just come through and check us out. Thank you for everybody watching all around the world. Philippines, Jamaica, we see you.
Hit the like button.
Yeah, man. Consider subscribing to the channel. Here's the thing, just real quick before I get out of here, I want to ask y'all this: where do you rank the Knicks all time as a franchise?
Yeah, third best
and I'm talking about 1 through 30, right? Because when I have the conversation with the homies, they always list the Knicks in the bottom third of great franchises all time.
What's the metric?
What's
the metric? What do you consider greatness?
From the beginning to now?
Yeah. For everything from beginning to now, like where do you rank?
Is it okay? I was gonna say like championships or making money or history.
All the above.
Yeah. Because all the homies, right? They rag me. They like, man, the Knicks ain't even a top 20 franchise all time. And I get mad, like, why would you say that? And then they list the 2000s.
No. Exactly. Basketball is what, 7 decades old or 8 decades old?
NBA basketball.
NBA basketball is 8 decades old. Okay.
Yeah.
The Knicks can say legitimately that they were the best team in a decade, which is the 70s.
Yeah.
Right? Which is the 70s.
No.
They have 2 championships and 4 finals appearances.
Bro, you said, man, the Washington Bullets made the playoffs every season.
Yeah, but the Bullets only have 1 championship.
But they went to the finals twice. The Knicks only went 3 times.
Knicks went 3 times and has 4. Is it not 4?
3 times.
Okay, 3 times and have 2.
Yeah.
They are.
They are
the team of the decade.
We should have won all 4th time, but we lost to the year the Milwaukee Bucks won it.
Right.
With,
and that's 68, right? 68, 69.
No, that's.
Oh, I'm sorry, 71. Excuse me. Yeah. But so if the Knicks are the team of the 70s, right? Boston is the team of the 60s. The Lakers are the team of the 80s. Chicago is the team of the 90s. The Lakers again, between the Lakers and San Antonio are the team of the early 2000s, right? And then 2010, you can haggle with
Golden State Warriors.
Okay, so now Golden State. Well, some may say Miami, but now Golden State, right?
Yeah,
that's the history of basketball. I just mentioned 8 teams or 7 teams. They've been teams that have been extracted, brought back, changed to different cities, right? That is a foolish argument. It is beyond stupid.
There's an argument for the Knicks being probably if there was no such man as Michael Jordan, the New York Knicks might have been the team of the 90s.
Or the Pacers.
Yeah. But we made the playoffs every year of the 90s.
Well, no, because the Pistons have a championship in the 90s.
Yeah. No, 88 and 89.
Well, they had 89, they lose to the Lakers.
89 and 90.
89, 90, and then they go back to back. Right? They go 90, 91 because they went back to back. So if not Chicago, they're the team of the 90s. So let's just give them an honorable mention.
No. Thomas' body fell apart, man.
The Pistons are the 80s, bro. Sorry.
The Pistons don't win their championship until what? 89, 90 and 90, 91.
No, AD.
They went back-to-back championship.
You're wrong.
The Bulls
90,
are the
91 was the
91
Bulls.
NBA champs, bro. The Bulls are the 91 NBA champs.
Bro, okay. All right. Okay. You want to pull it up?
Right.
I don't have to
pull them
up.
No.
You want to pull them up?
No, we don't have to. We already know the answer to that one. But the thing is, there are franchises that never won championships that you could argue are better than the Knicks.
I can't argue that.
No.
Yep.
You
absolutely could.
Because they didn't win it.
You absolutely could.
Then you don't value the championship.
Right. Or you can make a 80-year argument over a 4-year stretch, and that's what you're doing. You're arguing 80 years over a 4-year stretch. The Knicks were champions for a 4-year stretch. What about the other 76 years of basketball, bro? Okay,
then what about the other 30 some odd teams? The ones that have been canceled, brought back, changed other cities. They didn't win at all. They haven't sniffed the championship at all.
Bro, you can argue that the Miami Heat are a better franchise historically than the Knicks, bro. And they're an expansion team.
Just because of the LeBron era?
No, they won a championship without LeBron.
Yeah, with Wade and.
But coach, the point I'm getting at is their championships are stretched out over time. It's not like it was just LeBron. They won a chip without LeBron. Yeah, but it's the same thing with the Warriors. The Warriors won a championship. The Warriors won a championship in 75. The Warriors have 5 NBA titles.
Yeah, well, yeah, the 76ers, you can make an argument for them being third.
Okay.
Historically.
Yeah, you can make an argument for the 76ers.
Yeah.
But you just can't make an argument. But still, we're still talking about a small grouping.
You're talking about the Knicks winning a championship in a small window?
No, I'm talking about all the teams that we mentioned here. As far as you can make an argument for this one, that one, the third, the Spurs, whatever. We're only talking about.
Are the Pistons a better franchise than the Knicks?
No.
AD, come on. I'm asking seriously though.
They got 3 rings.
Okay.
For 6 years. For 6 years in the 80s, they were.
They got 3 rings though. 3.
Yeah, and they made the Eastern Conference Finals 6 years in a row with Ben Wallace and them.
7 actually.
7 years in a row they made the Eastern Conference Finals, bro. They got one championship.
I mean, I'm not. But again, this is a small
conversation.
We're in a conversation, but this is a small pool. We're only talking about 7 or 8 franchises.
Is Portland better than the Knicks all time?
Hell no. Hell no. Are you mad? They drafted Sam Bowie. End of discussion.
He drafted Frank Ntilikina.
Yeah, Sam Bowie's worse because Michael Jordan's in that draft.
No, bro. We see why y'all always do that to Sam Bowie, bro.
But sometimes we just gotta we just gotta.
That's like the weirdest thing, bro. Bro, they had 2 all-stars at the shooting guard position.
Matters not. That man had 5 surgeries in 3 years in college.
That man had 3 surgeries in 5 years in college, bro. We gotta relax, bro. That man wasn't under the knife 5 times in college.
But
bro.
by 80
And he was in
surgery
college
ain't.
for 5 years.
I really want to say 7.
And
why did Houston draft Hakeem then?
Say who?
Yeah.
Why did Houston drafted Hakeem?
Because Hakeem was that guy.
Hakeem, no, he was raw, but he wasn't bad.
He was that guy. Excuse me. Hakeem, excuse me. How many championship games did Bowie get to and how many did Hakeem get to? I'll be right back in 5 seconds. You can answer that. Because you remember. You were alive.
Did you watch Sam Bowie play or just watch highlights? Like you watch highlights,
bro? Dre, this is what some of the old timers, bro. Like they have the revisionist history, bro. And what I would say to you, right? Like when Sam Bowie got drafted, and when Sam Bowie I was 15 or 16 years old, probably about 16 years old when he got drafted, right? When I saw him,
he was Tim Duncan.
When I saw Sam Bowie, bro, Sam Bowie looked like Isaiah Thomas, but at the center position. And for those that remember Isaiah Thomas at Indiana, bro, you're like, yo, this is incredible. This dude can do all this stuff. And then you see Sam Bowie at Kentucky. Sam Bowie, legit, no lie. And Dre, I'm not saying this to stand for Sam Bowie. You're right, but I'm a basketball historian, bro. Bro, Sam Bowie back then looked like Victor Wembanyama looks like to us right now. Right? Like if you're amazed by Victor Wembanyama, bro, you would have been amazed by Sam Bowie. The only reason Sam Bowie went 3rd is because of the injury concerns. If Sam Bowie had stayed healthy, he would have been the number 1 pick. Right? And we look back on it. We look back on Portland passing on Jordan, right? But you can compare it to I don't even think there is a comparison where there is a all-star starter at the position and then his backup is busting his ass in practice. Like what guy right now is an all-star and his backup is busting his ass in practice right now? Like you know what? It would be like Sacramento 3 years ago drafting another point guard and they had Halliburton and De'Aaron Fox. And you're like, why would Sacramento draft another point guard? Why would they when they already have Halliburton and De'Aaron Fox?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because we look at it in revision, like we look back like, no, they should have took Jordan. Of course, that's a smart thing to say now because we have 40 plus years of evidence that prove that would have been the right call. But
Freezy,
in this moment,
Freezy, here's the points that you're missing here. In the 1970s,
I don't think I'm missing it.
Okay, well, I'm gonna give my side, and then you're not missing it. In the 1980s, 70s, whatever, when you had those type of injuries, it was catastrophic. Bernard King missed over 2 years. Sam Bowie, we've been on these airwaves time and time again talking about when the big gets injured. A la Bowie, a la Walton. This is what Portland kept doing. Sam Bowie had several major surgeries in college, Freezy, right? When Michael Jordan on the USA Select team, when they played the NBA All-Stars, this is long before the draft, he dominated them. He dominated the stars at the time, okay? You're going to tell me about Sam Bowie, a man that had several injuries, and you were going to draft him over that guy? Come on, man. Let's not revisiting history. Come on.
So what AD is doing right now is telling part of the truth. What it is
that's all the truth.
No, that's not all the truth. The truth is that a guy 7'1" had stress fractures.
Mhm.
Right. That's what Sam Bowie was having surgery on. Stress fractures in his foot. That's what he had surgery on. Right. And if you think that stress fractures, then like basically it's the same injuries Joel Embiid had at the beginning of his career. Y'all remember when Joel Embiid used to be out for the year?
Yep.
Joel Embiid used to be out because of stress fractures, bro. It's not like this dude was a walking calamity of injuries, bro. He wasn't. He had stress fractures in both feet.
And
That's what it was, bro. Because a
if he-
skinny guy was putting on weight to play a position. His body wasn't able to handle the stress. And so his feet fractured. It's the same thing with Yao Ming.
But the outcome is the same thing. The outcome is his availability, which he wasn't available in college.
Coach, you see,
he
I'm
was
good
not
at this.
available in college.
You see how I set him up with the thing? I'm good at this, bro. You notice I said Yao Ming and Joel Embiid. You notice I said Hall of Fame centers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you notice I made sure to mention 2 Hall of Fame centers for this.
Yao Ming is not a Hall of Famer in my book. Thank you.
You're bugging, bro. Hey, stop being a hater. Queens get the money. Don't get the hate. Come on, bro. The dude had stress fractures in his feet, and we were at a stage where surgeries were becoming innovative. We're not talking about the Gail Sayers era where you blew out a knee, or Mickey Mantle era where you blew out a knee and you couldn't run no more. Bro, we ain't talking about that era, bro. We're talking about the era post Tommy John surgery, bro. Right? We're talking about, bro, come on. Surgery has started being innovative. What happened though with this guy, right? And could the same thing happen to Bill Walton with the San Diego Clippers? When you get hurt so much, instead of you get tired of the rehabbing thing and you're like, you know what? I'm just going to go out here and play it safe. I don't like being injured and doing Say Andrew Luck. Man, I don't like being injured all the time, man. I'm just going to try to play it safe. And then if I'm not, then, the passion. That's what happened to Sam Bowie, bro.
I want to let the panel know that Freezy once told me that he would have drafted Odin over KD. Okay, continue.
Right, if Odin was healthy, yeah.
At the time, yeah.
If Odin was healthy, yeah.
See the thing is, bro,
mad.
Look, AD. It's easy to go back when you already know the outcome of who they are now.
Odin was a defensive guy in college. He was not that offensive absolute juggernaut that we saw in Texas on ESPN. Can we stop it?
AD, again, you sound like you don't remember, bro. The reason why that man was that is because he broke his wrist and he played the entire season left-handed. Bro, you ever broke your right hand and had to sign your signature with your left hand, bro?
And he was still dominant.
Basketball.
I'm not that old.
He was still dominant.
And he was still dominant, the number 1 pick. What is AD talking about?
I don't even even though Durant was Durant and you knew Durant was going to be that off the rip, Odin was this physical force, and he had an extremely high motor.
Bro.
And he was skilled too, but the injury took that from you. You couldn't really.
But he had a broken right hand that he played with a cast the entire.
Dre, the Portland kept doing okay. You've got Walton, Freezy stretch fractures. Okay, fine. You got Bowie. Okay, fine. In between, then they still draft guys like they're probably their best center for a good little minute was Kevin Duckworth. They still kept drafting these centers that they had no luck with. Go fast forward, you're drafting Odin. Like, you may not believe in karma, but if you keep doing the same thing over and over again, how can you expect a different result?
You know, it's funny, AD. When I think the Blazers are just snake bitten because the record when Aldridge, Brandon Roy and Greg Oden played, they were 50-10.
Yep. Thank you. And I'm glad you brought up Brandon Roy because Brandon Roy was injury prone also, and he was not a center.
They're just snaked in.
Right.
They probably would have drafted MJ and then he would have became injury prone. He would have broke his foot like he did on the Bulls and never got healthy after that.
Or it would have been Drexler. Yeah. Right? Or like these things, bro. Some things it's like expecting the Knicks to have a and that draft pick become something. When has the last time you drafted a guy and that draft pick became something, anything?
KP.
He a journeyman, bro. KP's played for what, 4 teams since 2014?
He's no bust though.
He's a journeyman, bro.
That's fine, but he's no bust.
Remember
A
when
lot of guys are journeyman.
He was an all-star with us, then tore his ACL like a week later.
Remember when
after it was announced.
Nurkic got hurt for Trailblazers?
Yeah.
And when he broke his leg?
Right.
Who broke the leg again? Say it again.
Nurkic.
Yeah, it was weird, but it's shaped like an L. Remember he broke it, looked like an L.
Okay, another big that kept breaking their legs. So when do they learn?
And yeah, not kept. He just did it one time.
I think it's just the Blazers thing because there's other bigs across the league that Jokic ain't break nothing. He's still out here just destroying teams.
Yeah. The thing with Portland, I think it's closer than what we wanted. Man, Portland and New York, bro. Portland for a stretch Portland had like a 30-year playoff stretch, bro, where they made the playoffs every year. Them, Utah, and Phoenix made the playoffs every year for like, I think Phoenix's ended when they drafted George, you know the guy, Dragon. Remember when they had 2 lottery picks, coach, and they drafted Dragon Bender and George Papadopoulos, whatever his name is. You remember that?
Did you say George Papadopoulos?
Yeah, from Webster. Remember the dude from Webster? Remember the daddy from Webster? Him.
Come on, Ostertag?
No, George Papadopoulos, the dude, the father on Webster. You remember that TV show Webster?
Yeah, he played.
Would you stop saying George Papadopoulos?
He played Sloth in Goonies too.
you old as hell, bro.
Yeah, it's the same guy. And he played Mongo in
Blazing Saddles. Yep.
Yeah. Alex Karras.
Yeah. Hey, he was a good NFL player too.
Yeah, he played for the Lions. Yeah, but the thing I was gonna say is I love the Knicks, bro. You know, I feel like the Knicks are the greatest. I was gonna say the greatest team ever in orange and blue, but y'all know how I feel about my Mets, right? But my thing is I love the Knicks, right? But when you look at in the grand scheme of things, all the Knicks are better franchise than the Toronto Raptors.
Yes.
Wait, just to give you a thing on that, your argument, the Trailblazers made the playoffs 21 years in a row. That's 1983 to 2003.
Bro, that's a long time, bro.
That's the third longest in history. The longest ever was 22. They combined the Syracuse Nationals and the 76ers.
Didn't Utah make it like 24 years in a row?
Utah was 20 from 84 to 2003.
Yeah.
But they split the bed every time in the playoffs.
Right. So
you want to know who's 8th on the list?
The Knicks.
The Knicks, the 14 years from 88 to 2001.
Bro,
one would say they had a gimmick offense that always got figured out in the playoffs. The Jazz, that is.
No, stop it. Stop it.
Yeah,
Hey, them inflated ass assists.
Stop it. You might never had the Laker run. Remember something. Those early 2000s, Utah used to slap the Lakers around with Kobe and Shaq.
Yeah, I remember that.
I'm talking about.
Shaq could not.
Baby Kobe.
Shaq could not defend the pick and roll in his heyday.
But that's why
baby Kobe. You talking about airball Kobe?
But
that's fine. It all counts.
But
that man was 18.
That's the reason why teams went to the pick and roll, bro, to get your big tree rumbling center away from the rim and out in space, bro. It's the reason why NFL teams run the screen pass to get big thumping linebackers in space against a jitterbug. It's a mismatch. right? We know that, bro, because you can run single post, double post, triple post with all types of bigs and all that stuff. But if you run the pick and roll offense, bro, on defense, those Moses Malone type dudes have to get in pick and roll coverage.
But
and the next thing you know, they getting traded to the Atlanta Hawks.
But I said that because if you go look back at the Jazz history, they choked in the playoffs. How many years before they even got to the finals? Granted, they got to the finals 2 times in a row, but they choked a ton in those earlier prime years of Karl Malone and John.
But they're honestly, Dre, though,
They missed
and
a lot
not
of
to
free
be
throws.
different from what Dre's pointing, because I understand what you're saying, but I want to be a little bit compassionate for them because for one, if you remember that era, man, Utah was a franchise that you didn't know was gonna like legit keep the lights on in a building. Like when they moved from New Orleans to Utah, bro, if it wasn't for, I think they had a playoff run in 80. AD would remember this. Karl Malone wasn't even there.
No.
I think Adrian Dantley was still there starting power forward. Adrian Dantley was 6'5", 205, starting that power forward for them. And Adrian Dantley and Darryl Griffith had Utah on this magic carpet ride, and it saved basketball in Utah, bro. Like legit. You remember Darryl Griffith? Remember the super athletic guy? He would remind
Dr. Duncanstein, right?
Yeah. If it wasn't for him and Adrian Dantley, bro, we might not even be talking about Utah Jazz basketball right now. They might be in Vancouver right now, bro.
Well, because of their location and where they're at, they don't really get bothered. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you didn't remember that Utah went to the playoffs 20 straight years.
Yeah.
Because it was just like, all right, Utah first round against whatever. They lose, whatever, boom. Right. It wasn't anything special. That's why I say you can't really put them as, one of the, teams or whatever, even though they were going to the playoffs only, because it wasn't really anything special. You didn't notice them. Denver went to the playoffs a bunch of years.
They were gimmicky though, bro.
Very. But they had a great player, and they had some other good. They had Fat Lever and Michael Adams. Guys like that came through. A young Kiki Vandeweghe. You know what I'm saying? But you don't remember them. Wayne Cooper at center? You don't remember them?
They had Dan Issel at center too. Dan Issel in the early years, and then I forget the other guy in the late 80s. But point, like, I'm not trying to. I'm glad you brought them up, and I'm glad you pointed out the fact that they didn't have the personnel to compete with, because it was at the time, and I know sometimes I get long-winded with basketball history and stuff. But the team de jour back then in that 80s was the Dallas Mavericks. They came into the league in 1980, right? And they legit, when you look at the Oklahoma City Thunder right now, that's how the 1980s Dallas Mavericks used to look. Every year they drafted somebody and it was a stud, right? You're like, damn, they got these dudes have Rolando Blackman starting and Dale Ellis, Detlef Schrempf coming off the bench, right? These dudes had Rolando Blackman, Derek Harper, Mark Aguirre, not Roy Marble. What's the other guy? Roy Topley. Yeah, Roy Topley.
Oh boy,
man. They had the center that spoke English. The center that sounded like Idris Elba.
He was on the Knicks at one point too.
James Donaldson.
James
Donaldson. He sounded like Idris Elba. Yeah.
He was 7'3", thick.
He was a mountain.
Yeah, he was tough.
He walked like a mountain too.
Bro, I saw Kurt Rambis. I saw Kurt Rambis try to dunk on that man, bro.
Yeah.
Kurt Rambis is the type of dude that make you just want to fight him. Just looking like you ever heard the phrase "punchable face"?
Dick Mata was their coach. Remember?
Dick Mata, you remember him?
Dick Mata. I saw him go up against, like, in his later years, kind of like him and Shaq. Shaq didn't want none. Shaq didn't want none of Donaldson.
Yeah,
Donaldson just looked like a man.
Donald.
And Shaq is bigger than him.
Yeah, Shaq bigger than him.
In width.
Yeah.
But Donaldson just looked like
the great Khali.
Yeah, like I'm here. Like I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. Big dude.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I saw Kareem
they
on
had
him,
Sam
bro.
Perkins too. They drafted him.
Yeah, it's big. Big School. Yeah, bro. They were coach. They were loaded. They were like what the OKC Thunder look like right now, bro. Where you have
they got pretty good fast.
Yeah. But Utah on the other hand had not I keep wanting to say Frank Layden. You remember Frank Layden, the dude with the checkerboard blazers?
Yeah. Fish tie Frank.
Fish tie Frank. That's him. That's him. The dude that kept the microphone on so he can talk to the crowd, talk during the game.
He was the most. Dude, they had a guy that a lot of dudes are not gonna remember. Thurl Bailey,
number 41. I remember him.
Thurl Bailey,
yeah.
6'11", used to come off the bench. I think he went to. Did he go to Carolina State? Did he go to NC State?
NC State. I think so.
They went. I know they got Bill Wennington played there first too. Where you got that?
Who did, Utah or Dallas?
No, Dallas.
Yeah. Dallas drafted Bill Wennington?
Yeah. Dallas drafted him.
I didn't know.
I think like number 15 or something like that.
Bro, Dallas was like big man central.
Yeah, Dallas drafted him like number 15, and then when he got there, they realized, he's not that good.
And when we watched him at St. John's, bro, he was just a jump shooting big at St. John's, bro.
He did have a little athleticism, and he could score.
I remember they had Uwe Blob.
Oh my God, bro.
Uwe Blob. But anyway, gentlemen, I gotta rock out, man. I didn't realize it was this late.
Yeah,
great hanging out with you guys, man.
Let me get out of here.
As always.
It's been 6 hours.
Salute that. I just seen it 6 hours.
Hours.
I've only been on for 3. I've been out here 6 hours.
Coach, my man. I ain't mean to drag you.
Salute, gentlemen.
So in closing, my Deuce McBride is
the GOAT.
Disposable.
The GOAT.
Expendable.
Is a luxury.
I like I said, I would love to keep him and get a center. Obviously, would love to have Anthony Edwards and everyone else on the team. A lot of things I'd love to have, but
can't have it all.
Can't have it. I mean, as Knicks fans in our base, for what we've endured for so long, man, this feels good. And any of these complaints about Mitch or whatever, these little mini arguments we have, it's a bittersweet thing that I can't believe we're able to nitpick on this topic instead of
we arguing about third point guards and backup centers.
Yeah, like
rich people problems, man.
Yeah. We definitely complaining about. I can't believe Verizon. I only have one bar. I mean, the signal's going to space and back. Can you give it a second?
Right.
We used to argue about not having a starting point guard at all.
Yeah. I mean, not even having a guard on the team.
Yeah, a good guard.
And now we got too many, apparently. So, like I said, for anyone out there that thinks any of us are throwing shade on what we have and complaining, no. It's just I see what we're on the precipice of, and what's on the horizon, and I just want to help give it a nudge. You know, I just like all that extra insurance is nice to have.
Yep.
I hate having to pay for it, but man, when something happens, it's nice to have.
The 82 game season is a grind.
Yep.
You need the bodies.
And we've been the unfortunate recipient of the bad luck, even all the way back to the Randall, Bubble Randall years, like we've had from then on, we've had injury. It's been derailing all our seasons for the past 4 years. So it's good to have the talent we have right now. I can't wait. That's why we ramble on like this. I appreciate you guys. Make sure you mash that like button, subscribe button. And I know we go off the rails and go on little rabbit holes here and there, but that's just gives to show you guys that a lot of the stuff, these opinions we have, and some of these things we have to talk about our guys aren't just coming out of left field. We've got a plethora of basketball, it's hours of thousands and thousands of hours of film that I've witnessed live. And my brother Freezy here, I'm not saying we're smarter than anybody else. And we try not to be like old heads and just be like, oh, I've adapted my taste over time. I know what's better. Like these guys today would beat the brakes off a lot of these 80s guys. I'm not going to lie, just talent, athleticism, you know what I'm saying? It's on a whole nother level. But you got to give, in the end, it comes down to you got to be willing to give up something to get something. Nothing's good, it's free.
Yep.
Yeah. So I just got the word from Corey Lee, man. His mom just passed away a few minutes ago.
Damn.
So Lee, if you watching, man, may the God of all bring you and your family comfort in this trying time. And remember, man, you got a bunch of people here as a support system, man, to try to help you through it when we can.
Here for you, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. You know, we'll do what we absolutely can. So, yeah, that's just a trying time, man. I hate to see my man go through something like that. And then me and him were arguing about point guards earlier. That kind of put things in perspective.
Yep.
So yeah. So yeah, man. So Lee, hey, Corey Lee, if you watching, man, we're gonna be praying for you, bro, and your family. And for those that like Lee said, man, earlier, if you kind of care something about him a little bit, man, just keep him in your prayers and all that stuff. So.
That's right,
All right, man. So I'm gonna get out of here and go recruit on the college football game.
That's what I'm about to do right now.
I'm messing, man. No, I ain't grand.
I bought an Xbox, a used Xbox, just to play this damn game.
What?
Yeah, I did.
What college you taking to the championship?
Right now, I got 3 dynasties going.
Damn.
I got the first one I did USF, South Florida.
Of course.
Makes sense.
So just because I don't want to just get, it's easy to do like a top tier low team. Yeah, like teams that already have that pipeline and it's really detailed. Like, so if you're already ranked pretty high, it's easy to get recruits and stuff. But the fun of the challenge of the game is if you use a lower tier team and build them up.
Mm-hmm.
So I did that first, and with my other 2 sons, we did the 3 service teams: Army, Navy, and Air Force.
You out here with the wishbone?
Yeah, we all each have one, and so man, that's hard, bro. But it's fun to recruit, like just running back, like recruit a lot of running quarterbacks, but it's hard to beat anybody with it because once you get behind, you can't pass. It's like they got horrible receivers. And then right now, I also have, you can go on Team Builder and build your own college. You can make up a college team, download it, and put it in. Like I haven't used them yet, but I downloaded them. But I made FGCU, that's down in Fort Myers, and the old Dunk City basketball.
Yo, talking about the online college?
No, that's Kaiser.
Okay.
Kaiser got but no, FGCU. They got their Division I in basketball, but they don't have a football team. But we made them like a football team. I made they have the South, the Mud Dogs, Bobby Boucher. They got all the fake TV, the fake movie teams on there. Eastern State.
Middle linebacker wear number 9.
Yep. Eastern State University from the program. I remember the program. Yeah. And they got the Adams from Revenge of the Nerds.
Right.
Yeah, you're gonna do a bunch of stuff like that. It's just fun, man. If you're a football fan or a college football fan, and if you like to geek out, it's just fun to do all that recruiting, building the teams up. It's fun, and you can actually customize all the conferences too. Like you can make the conferences how you want, like how it should be. Like not have USC.
Coach, I run for 400 yards on you right now.
Yeah, probably
UCLA in the Big Ten.
Yeah, like UCLA and USC in the Big Ten. Come on, that's just weird.
Yeah. One of these days, I'm gonna catch you and Dre when y'all sleeping, man. I'm gonna catch one of y'all, both of y'all on 2K, and give y'all the business. One of these days when y'all get up enough nerve.
We can do when the new one comes out.
Okay. Because I don't want to do the any of the first person shooters because I already know that's an unfair advantage.
Yeah, man. I'm telling you, as a 30-something, I can't keep up with these teenagers. So I know it's even worse. The older you get with the reflexes and bro. Nah, man. These kids are,
my God, bro.
These kids are outrageous.
Bro, I turned that controller upside down. That's the trick, bro. like legit to face your controller away from it. And that's the trick, bro. Don't, instead of using like your big fingers, bro, use your small finger. Yeah, bro, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. I'm telling you. Okay. Sleep if you want, bro. I'm telling you. Coach, when you're trying to use your big finger, nah, bro.
You gotta have them triggers on the
back.
Yeah, bro. You gotta be slick with it. And I'm sorry I gave away my secret, man. But now that y'all know, at least it'll be competitive a little bit. So, yeah. But when do y'all want to do the fantasy football stuff? Y'all got time?
I'm with it, man.
Yeah,
I'm waiting on Coach.
I personally, I like getting into it more when training camp's done, just because sometimes
injuries can happen.
Yeah, like the team isn't technically finalized yet.
I like talking about it right now.
No, I mean, I don't mind talking about it now, but as far as like mock drafts and all that stuff.
No, I don't do no mock drafts. It's too early. Yeah, I'm with you. Like I like to talk about the Jets. I think the Jets are gonna have a player in the offensive player of the year conversation.
Drake, yeah, right.
But I think it's gonna be Breece Hall.
I mean, look, as far as you want to talk about a team, as far as New York teams go, it hasn't come to fruition yet, the fruits of their labor, but you can make an argument that no one's drafted better than the Jets past 4 or 5 years, bro.
Hey, man, when you get offensive and defensive rookie of the year in the same draft, it's kind of hard to do.
I mean, even besides that, I mean, they got
Jermaine
talent.
Johnson is coming.
They got talent on both sides of the ball, all over the place. Young. I mean, I'm biased, but I'm this. And as far as on the NFC side of it, the Bucks.
Bucks are coming.
I'm telling you, bro. Them young draft picks. The
Bucks need a quarterback and a running back. I think they have an old receiver.
I think Baker's fine.
I think
what they're doing.
As long as they didn't sign him long
term. I think there's a peace of mind that comes with finding a home. And if he's comfortable there, I think he's gonna be fine.
Yeah, I say that knowing that my team has a top 10 NFL quarterback. And it's amazing. It's amazing how confident you get when you have a top 10 quarterback. Bro.
I mean, I think that the thing that makes me more confident is how good our O-line is. I mean, bro,
drafted well.
Like we got, first of all, worse.
Y'all drafted Ola Fashanu, right? Did the Bucks got Fashanu?
No,
is like a wide receiver playing tackle, bro. Olafashano is like a wide receiver. Bro, Olafashano is going to be so good. He might be, bro, like, Dre, you remember when I had a conversation about Derek Lively and everybody thought I was tripping?
Yeah.
Remember that? And I was like, nah, bro, you gotta get. And they were like, man, all we need for him to do is just play behind. I was like, nah, bro.
No, like
Yo,
you
this
need
kid,
to respect.
Olafashano, bro, is.
Mike Evans is the jerk of whiskey. You want to talk about jerk of whiskey?
Y'all got Olafashano, right?
No,
That's the Jets, man.
Oh,
you know that.
The Jets got a good one then, bro.
But
Yeah, the Bears won the draft, bro. Once we got Caleb and Roma Dunze, bro, I turned the draft off. I ain't even care.
bro, you're sleeping on Rashad. You think the Bucks need a running back? Rashad
Who?
White's pretty good. I mean, who?
He might be the 10th best running back in the NFC. Yeah, he might be the 10th best running back in the NFC, bro.
You got me. You crazy, bro.
Cole's about to cuss that man.
I know
out.
you, man. He rushed for 1,000 yards and had 550 yards receiving.
Never heard of him.
Nah,
He's
good.
Is he better than any of the Falcons running backs?
You better draft him in your fantasy.
Is he better than the Rams running back?
I don't even know who the Rams starting running back is right now.
Ooh. Is he better than the Lions running backs?
I mean, fantasy wise, yeah. This is no one behind him.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, bro. Oh no.
I mean, I'm more excited about there ain't a better young D line than the Bucks' young D line right now. Fight me.
How many men deep are you at that D line? 8, 9 guys right now?
Bro, we are.
Number 9 is gonna be legit whenever he put everything together. Number 9 is gonna be a star if he could put it all together, bro. I think this is his 3rd year, right, Coach?
Oh, Tryon Shoyinka?
Yeah, the 6'5" dude blazing fast.
He's a freak. And you ever see Yaya Diaby? That freak?
Yeah, all right.
Bro, that dude's got arms like Arnold in his prime. And they got Vita Vea.
Still
Vita Vea is 37 years old, bro. What are we talking about?
What did you talk about? Vita Vea he's only like
29.
I don't know. I gotta look.
He's like 29. Yeah, he's older, bro. This is like his 7th year.
Bro, he's still ridiculous.
Yeah, him and then the linebacker. Y'all broke y'all linebackers up, right?
We had Devin White's dumb, bro. We had to get rid of him.
Yeah, and then the other dude is like 34 years old.
It don't matter. He's still the top 3 linebackers in the league to me.
How is that so? And we have 2 of the best. So if the Bears have 2 of the best, that means he's the best. He's the 3rd best.
So if you saying that, then what's the Jets tandem?
And then
they all right. They all right. They the Quentin Grimes of the linebacking core, bro. now the Jets secondary and pass rush. If you're talking about that, but if you're talking to me if you're trying to tell me about CJ Mosley, bro, I ain't.
No. Quincy Williams is better than CJ.
I mean, I didn't even get a chance to talk about Antoine Winfield.
Yeah,
Junior. It blows my mind when I be seeing these juniors, man.
I know.
Antoine Winfield.
Antoine Winfield Jr. He's the Bucks.
He's like the next Tyrann Mathieu, right? Like a small safety, corner side safety that's a big hitter playmaker everywhere on the field. That's the one you're talking about, right?
Yeah, he's basically like Rondé Barber reincarnated at safety.
Is he a corner? I thought he was a safety.
No, I said, but at safety.
Oh, you mean when Rondé Barber transitioned to safety?
Remember,
Rondé played safety too late in his career.
He's just a ball hawk in general. Like he's 120 tackles. He gets sacks. He gets picks. He forces fumbles.
Yeah, he ain't Jaquan Brisker, but he okay.
And we got long corners. Our corners are 6'2", 6'1".
Right.
I mean, our D is straight, bro. They're all young except for David.
Hopefully, they can win the division. Hopefully,
they should win the division.
They should. The
We
division
did last year. Hey, look, I'm sorry.
Y'all eked it out last year. Y'all need to
We beat the Eagles in the playoffs. We were tied with Detroit going in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
We were really injured. I ain't worried. I think we're gonna be just fine.
So the Bears are going to go 14-3 and beat the Jets in the Super Bowl. That's my prediction.
You know, we got Randy Gregory too.
So the greatest rookie season of all time is what you're expecting.
Ever.
Did you know we picked up Randy Gregory too?
I'm glad.
I forgot about Randy Gregory. He's good, man.
And Randy Gregory's.
He's hurt right now, but
Of course.
Right now we got him on the bench, William Golston on the bench, Greg Gaines.
Wasn't he a Jet? Was he not a Jet?
That's Vernon Golston.
Same thing, bro. They all trash, bro.
Yeah, man, I feel good about them. But
hey, man, I think the way it's shaping up, I think Tampa should win 10 or 11 games.
Win
in that division
in 2 years.
I bet you have more wins than the Bears.
Yeah, I think we gotta relax, bro. Y'all only won 2 more games than us, bro. Y'all won 2 more games than us, and this the conversation we having.
And we got better.
Yeah. Well, the Bears
got better. Bears young offensive line got better year over year.
Bro.
Bears started to build in the trenches, which they should have been doing.
We gonna come, bro. Y'all gonna see Bear Force One take off, bro, and y'all gonna be like, "Yo, this is like the greatest show on grass, bro." I promise you.
Oh man,
bro, when you try to double, bro, teams are gonna have to double Cole Kmet, right? Teams did that last year. Like they legit had to double our tight end to stop him from looking like George Kittle, right?
Because everyone else sucked.
Yeah, DJ Moore was all right. He was okay.
But it depends on who's throwing in the rock.
Yeah, so. yeah. And he's right, bro, because we could have beat the Redskins. I mean, the Commanders. We could have beat the Lions. We could have beat, like, legit, the Bears could have won 10 or 11 games last year. But the team was a mix of up-and-coming young players and veterans that overstayed their welcome, so to speak.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And so now you clean out the wide receiver room and you bring in Keenan Allen and I think our receivers are all right, man. We got DJ Moore, we got Keenan Allen, Roma Dunze, Tyler Scott. And so we're gonna put the Bucks in a nickel and watch their pass rush get obliterated by our big 6'5", 340-pound lineman, just smother them. Like we did. Yo, you ever heard of Aiden Hutchinson?
Yeah.
Last I checked, he ain't on the Bears though.
No, but if you saw him pass rush against the Bears, bro, we were just like passing him around, like bumping him from lineman to line. Now the thing about that though is our center position sucked last year. We didn't have a dude that can snap the ball and block at the same time, right? Like if he could snap it, he couldn't block, and if he could block, he couldn't snap it. Right. But this year we showed up the center position, and now we're just gonna run the football down people's throats and throw it at, bro. We have a dude named Tyler Scott. Poised for the I wouldn't trade him right now for number 17 from the Jets, bro. Right now, bro.
Well, in that case, number 17 is a rookie. So
yeah, I know he changed numbers, right? Garrett's wearing number 5.
Yeah, he wears number 5. Yeah. I think Malachi Corley wears 17.
Yeah. That dude's gonna be good, bro.
Yeah,
y'all got Malachi Corley?
Yeah.
Ooh, y'all might be doing something, bro.
They drafted him to be like a younger Cobb.
Bro,
a younger Cobb, but that can break tackles repeatedly.
Coach, this dude Malachi Corley is. You remember this name, Azahir Hakeem?
Yeah.
That's who that dude Malachi Corley is, but probably stronger. That dude is Hakeem, bro. But book it, bro. On third down, they go into this dude, and unless it's third down and 14. If it's third down and 9 or shorter in a pat, bro, they go into this dude, bro.
He's gonna box out and muscle a lot of corners.
Bro,
A lot of those nickel corners that they'll try to throw on him. He's gonna bully them.
you don't think he's a two-way? You don't think he a two-way slot?
Yeah, that's what they're developing him to be because he's not really an outside guy right now, and because he's so good at yak, the best
Yeah.
place to be is in the middle. Like
He's a two-way. To me, he's a two-way slot, bro. And bro, you can probably Coach, you remember the tight end Jordan Reed from the Redskins? Number 86?
yeah,
He was the
he had
second.
a quick prime. Like his prime came.
Yeah,
Really
he was there with a dude named Chris Cooley.
Yep.
Yeah.
He was like the second tight end, and then Chris Cooley retired.
Yep.
Jordan Reed is that type of like tight end, big body guy. You put the two-way slot guy, except he was that at tight end. Remember, he played receiver at Florida.
Yep.
I think Malachi Corley is. How big is Corley? 5'11"?
I think he's 6 foot.
6 foot. Okay.
But
Yeah,
he's strong enough to take like linebacker hits, but he's shifty enough to get those guys off him. But he's way too big for slot corners.
Yeah, now he not Randall Cobb, bro. Randall Cobb was a short jitterbug gadget guy at Kentucky, right? Nah, he ain't that, bro. That dude is gonna be something.
He's gonna run over some corner at some point.
Yeah, you remember Jericho Cotchery?
Yeah.
So he's quicker than Cotchery, I think. Like he's got the twitchiness, like he's got more of a twitchiness than Cotchery. But bro, you talking about hands? Remember how good
Cotchery knew how to get open.
And so who's got just real quick before I get out of here, right? Who's got the best wide receiver hands in Jets history?
Ooh.
Altoon.
Wayne Corbett?
Well, because he ain't wearing no gloves.
Keyshawn Johnson? Quincy Anunwa.
Best hands?
Hands.
Lavernius.
Hands?
Wesley Walker.
I'm just thinking about reliability.
Wesley Walker. Oh, wee. Wesley Walker? I'm with Joe White. I'm gonna say Altoon.
That's what I said. That was the first one I said.
I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, no, I heard you, Coach.
I haven't seen too many very good Jet offenses in my life, so.
Bro,
when you start talking about Altoon, I didn't get a chance to see.
Don Maynard. You don't remember Don Maynard?
I didn't see Don Maynard. I wasn't alive, man.
Bro, Don Maynard. Think of Don Maynard played at. Think about the Jets offense playing in a windy Shea Stadium on a half dirt field with old quarterbacks, and that man is catching passes across the middle, getting hit by George Atkinson and Jack Tatum. Yeah, Don Maynard. Yeah, the Jets. Coach, I'm gonna say this and I'll get out of here, but I think the Jets may have, I think the Jets may have the greatest collection of wide receiver hands in NFL history, bro.
What?
Yeah, the Jets, bro. Ain't nobody even close.
Come on, man.
Because here's my example. When I think greatest hands of all time, I think Steve Largent, right? And then when I think about other hands,
Carter.
I'm about to say Vikings.
But let me stay on Seattle for just a minute. Let me stay in Seattle for just a minute, though. When you think of other Seattle receivers, do you think hands? You think Joey Galloway? You think Brian Blades? No, you don't think hands when you think Seattle. It's just that one guy, right? It's like Chris Carter. You think Chris Carter, and then who else in Minnesota history had great hands? Anthony Carter, Randy Moss,
Jefferson, Jefferson today,
Justin Jefferson.
He has.
I think he's open a lot. I don't think his hands are great. I think he's open a lot, though.
Well, yeah, he destroys corners at the line. So.
Yeah, I think he's the king of. He makes his catches so easy. Like he creates separation, right? But when I think hands, bro, I'm thinking about a quarterback under duress throwing a football through a sea of hands.
Arizona freezing
straight to dude. Arizona,
Anquan Bolin, Larry Fitzgerald. If we talking straight hands.
Yeah. But who else though? Roy Green.
Yeah.
Roy Green had
Well, I'm just
hands
saying, in my lifetime, those probably the two guys that I've probably seen had the best hands, like in top 10 in my lifetime.
because the Bears. I could throw the Bears into that conversation too with guys in your lifetime, but I'm talking about like overall because you remember Marty Booker? Like nobody had hands like Marty Booker, bro.
Mm.
Right. You remember Brandon Lloyd?
Yeah. Oh, Brandon Lloyd with the circus catches, one-handed catches.
Yeah, man. Brandon. So were you talking about the 49ers? You talking about Brandon Lloyd, Dwight Clark,
Niners, yeah.
James
Rice,
Taylor, Rice.
T.O.
Yeah. I
It'd be
still
the
wouldn't have
receivers
them.
that make it a point to catch it with their hand, even though they could just catch it
I
with
mean,
their
you can
body.
go with the Oilers, the receivers they had.
Oh yeah, the Oilers. You remember what's the white receiver they had in the league? Renfro. You remember Mel Renfro?
Yeah.
Bro, hands, bro.
Haywood Jeffries,
Ernest Givens.
yeah, Ernest, that whole with all them Warren Moon receivers.
The run and shoot receivers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna give it to the Jets, bro.
You could say the Colts.
Historically.
Who had better hands, Marvin Harrison or Reggie Wayne?
Ooh.
Marvin Harrison created
I think
separation.
Marvin had better concentration. Reggie Wayne just made all hands catches look prettier.
If he ever got open, he would catch it.
Yeah.
But he wasn't creating separation like Marvin Harrison, bro. Marvin Harrison would have your corner like looking for his jock strap. Right. But who else? Paul Warfield? Did Paul Warfield play for the Colts? I don't think so. He played for Cleveland, the Dolphins. I think that might be that may be it.
Damn. I was thinking.
Yeah.
I was gonna say
the
maybe
Bucks have had quite a few receivers go through the pipeline. As far as hands guys.
It's all Keyshawn had at that point.
They had
hands.
Bro, didn't the Bucks have Vincent Jackson? You remember him?
Yeah, Joey Galloway.
Vincent, he played for the Chargers, didn't he?
Yeah, he left the Chargers
He was
and
on
played.
the Bucks too. And Keenan McCardell.
Yeah.
Oh,
Jacksonville.
man. The Jaguars. The Jaguars had a
Burt
couple
Emmanuel
guys with hands at the same time.
Burt Emmanuel.
Yeah, I remember him.
Jaquez Green, Joe Jervicius.
I wouldn't say Jaquez Green with hands, but Jared Vicious though with hands, yeah.
The Rams, historically the Rams.
Ooh.
Henry
Ellard had it. James Lofton was a deep threat, like probably the original deep threat guy.
Oz Hakeem.
Ooh.
Isaac Bruce.
Did he have hands? Bro, when you talk about hands, though, I don't know if Oz had hands. I think Oz was like
Cooper Kupp got hands.
He got hands, bro.
Isaac Bruce
has hands, bro. Torrey Holt,
Flipper Anderson.
Ricky Prohl, remember him?
Yep.
Hands, bro. Like, I still think I'm gonna give it to. The Rams are close.
You know, it's funny. I said the Colts. You could have said on a low, Brandon Stokely and that tight end that they had hands too.
Dallas Clark
had hands too.
Yeah, here's another one that a dude that had very underrated hands for the Colts and may have had the best hands for a stretch. A dude named Pierre Garçon.
Oh,
you remember him? You remember him?
And then they had Austin Collie had hands until his career.
He was crazy though. And Anthony, the dude that ran for
T.Y. Hilton.
Did he have hand or was he just a playmaker?
He was a playmaker, but he made some contested catches, clutch ones.
Yeah.
For his size, because remember he got to get up to get open for jump balls and stuff like that.
When I think hands, I think about 3rd and 7 in the Meadowlands with the wind blowing and it's sleet and rain, and the Jets got it. The Jets need this 8 yards to keep their playoff hopes alive.
And the safety bearing down.
You're right, and everybody know you throwing it to Wayne Corbett. And you throw it to Wayne Corbett anyway, and he get his head knocked off. And Red Cashin, you remember Red Cashin, the old referee, jump up, 1st down, and Red Cashin just wait. That's what I think about when I think Wayne Corbett, bro. Every time he saved the Jets season 30 times a season every year, bro.
You ain't never gonna see receivers out here with no gloves ever again.
You got to give props to the Steelers' history.
Oh yeah,
yeah, they had great receivers, man. I don't know if they had dudes with hands though.
I mean, Lynn Swan and John Stallworth.
Yeah, Lewis Lips. Remember Lewis Lips?
Yeah, Hines Ward.
Hines.
Yeah.
Who had the best hands of
Antonio Brown?
Antonio Brown. Yeah,
Antonio Brown's prime was just.
I mean, yeah, it's pretty good.
I think the best hands from anybody I ever seen from the Steelers, though, after a long time watching them play, is a tight end that had named Heath Miller. Right, like legit, bro. Hands, bro.
Ravens linebackers trying to rip his head off, and he's still
and Bengals linebackers hitting him dirty, and he's still catching it, bro.
I mean, and then you got, the old Redskins.
You could freeze. Oh, my fault. You could say the Packers had some guys with hands. Sterling Sharp.
Oh, probably he's in that best hands ever conversation.
Hey, James Jones had some hands in his prime.
Yeah. I think Jordy Nelson had hands too, but I don't know. Jordy was like playmaker / hands.
Yeah.
I read, coach, when he was at Kansas State, I thought he was a black. Because he was a dude. He was
a light-skinned brother.
Yeah, he was the dude that wore, like, you know how you wear your jersey tuck up and you can see the abs and all that stuff? And back then, dudes wasn't really doing it like that, right?
Adams got hands. Devontae, of course.
Oh, yeah, Adam. Oh, yeah, him. Robert Brooks.
Antonio Freeman.
Hands. Antonio Freeman, Robert Brooks, hands, bro.
Yeah, matter of fact, you actually gotta have hands if you're a good wide receiver in Green Bay.
Yeah. In the elements, bro, you gotta, yeah. I still,
you know what? The Jets, also Santana Moss. The Jets.
Santana Moss was, bro. I seen that dude run in real life, bro. It don't make sense for a human being to be that fast, bro. I don't know who's faster, him or Lavernius Coles, but I've never seen Lavernius Coles run in person, but I saw Santana Moss, bro.
Santana's short space burst is just
crazy.
And then, if you want to keep talking about the Packers, Donald Driver
was good. Yeah.
Greg Jennings, I think, was on that team.
Greg
Randall Cobb.
Yeah, like all these guys, they weren't body catchers. They were catching with their hands.
I mean, the Bills, too, had some good receivers.
Historically, yeah.
Andre Reed had hands, bro.
Stevie Johnson, remember him?
Yeah, I remember Stevie Johnson. Remember the dude he said he came out after a game and said something about he didn't believe in God, and then all of a sudden his career went down the toilet. You like, is that coincidence? Yeah, coincidence or not? Yeah. But yeah, coach. One of these days, man, when you get some time, man, I want to talk about on Playback TV. Maybe talk about the greatest pass rushing tandems of all time. I'm not ready to have the greatest running back of all time debate because I'm putting together a database.
Pass rushing tandem.
Yeah, man.
Pass rushing tandem.
I mean, does it have to be at both ends?
Or whatever. However.
Remember,
as far as talent goes,
on the Colts, Robert Mathis and what's his name,
Dwight Freeney,
and the spit. Yeah,
I mean, you don't get much better than Dexter Manley and Charles Mann.
Clyde Simmons and Reggie White.
Yeah, well, and then if you want to add in Jerome Brown before he got hurt,
Brown.
Died,
yeah, and Mike Golick.
Yeah, Mike Golick.
Coach said, "Yeah, Mike Golick."
Yeah, it's funny that what's funny about Mike Golick is he pokes fun at himself. He said, "Yep, I was part of the Eagles line that had so and so combined sacks. I only had like one." So he
He's like, "Yeah, together we had 200 sacks, and I had 6 of them."
Yeah.
Coach, did you ever see the thing where Troy Aikman was on the show and he was like, I'm the only one on this panel that picked off Troy Aikman.
Yeah. Yeah. I remember.
I was gonna not to but like the Giants had Justin Tuck and OC and Strahan and Pierre Paul.
And then if you want to go with Lawrence Taylor and Leonard
Carl
Marshall,
Banks.
all
what about Bruce Smith and Cornelius? Is it Cornelius?
Cornelius Bennett.
Yeah, that's another.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Von Miller and DeMarcus Ware. That was definitely.
That was crazy, bro.
You
That
got,
was crazy.
Kevin Green and
Mar Lathan? Or Kevin Green and Greg Lloyd.
Yeah, Greg Lloyd.
Yeah. Ricky Jackson and Pat Swilling, the Dome Patrol in New Orleans.
Oh yeah, well that whole linebacker. Well, that's another thing. Best linebacker.
Yeah, man. But if you're a Bucks fan, can you really talk about linebackers?
Well, the Jets fans are gonna be mad at me if I didn't say Mark Gastineau and Joe Klecko, even though I ain't see him. But
and Marty Lyons and I think his name was Ephraim Salam.
Sack exchange.
Yeah, they that whole four, Salam, Lyons, Klecko, Gastineau. When you got Marty Lyons and Gastineau on the ends, bro, you like.
I mean, James Harrison and Lamar Woodley.
Yeah.
Howie Long and Harry Long had somebody.
I guess if you
the dude, his name was Lyle Alzado.
I was about to say,
yeah, and bro, what about
I mean, Simeon Rice and Warren Sapp. I mean, that's
who?
pretty good. Yeah, shut up.
No, I'm saying I know who Warren Sapp is, but I thought y'all had a dude named Tony Brackens. Tony Brackens, the dude out of Texas.
Remember, I think James Harrison, Lamar Woodley.
Yeah, Coach mentioned them.
Yeah.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Too Tall Jones and Randy White.
Oh, man, Randy White.
Howie Long was Greg Townsend.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Greg Townsend. Yeah, the tall black dude. Yeah. Him and Lyle. I thought Lyle Alzado was a defensive end. Howie Long was a three technique, right? Like right over the center. Like but I can't believe y'all didn't mention Dwight White and oh my God, who's the other dude? The Steel Curtain, Dwight White and LC Greenwood.
Oh yeah, I can't believe you didn't say Richard Dent and Dan Hampton.
Yeah, Dan Hampton was And
Derek Thomas, Neil Smith.
Derek Thomas and Neil Smith was a problem, bro.
Golly.
That was legit a problem, bro. I mean, you remember what's the dude name in Denver? The dude played defensive end, and he was on defense. The Orange Crush defense with Tom Jackson, Carl Mecklenburg. Oh God, I forget the dude name. They had a defensive tackle who, at the snap, all he did was grab three people.
Hold on, what was his name? I know you.
Dre, they defensive tackle at the snap, bro. He would run at linemen and just grab three of them, or try to, and everybody else just bull rush the quarterback. Bro, it was crazy, bro. Yeah,
he was a D lineman.
Yeah, for the Orange Crush defense. They had a dude that used to be at the top of the league with Simon Fletcher. I remember Simon Fletcher. He was the other defensive end. Yeah. Number 73.
Was it Paul Smith, I think?
I think so. I think that's the dude, bro. I can't remember.
I know Lyle Zeta was on that defense too.
Yeah. I remember oh my God. I think so. The greatest tandem of all time, of all the names that y'all said, I'm just gonna say this tandem, and then I'll bid y'all adieu, unless y'all got. But I think the greatest tandem, Merlin Olsen and Deacon Jones.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, man. Yo, when the entire front, Remember that front also had Rosie Greer. Remember Roosevelt Greer? I can't even that defense had a name, right?
The Rams one.
Yeah.
Is that the late 60s or the early 70s?
No, early 60s to late 60s. It was Roosevelt Greer, Deacon Jones, Merlin Olsen.
Oh, the fearsome foursome.
The fearsome foursome. Yeah.
Yeah. Larry Lundy, Deacon Jones, Rosie Greer, Merlin Olsen.
And Merlin Olsen. Yeah. And Merlin Olsen was the dude from Little House on the Prairie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, all right, y'all. I'm gonna get out of here, man, and try to get some stuff done today, man. I did so much stuff yesterday, like licensing stuff, bro. It drained me, coach. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I don't even want to look at another computer until Kingdom Come. But I got to.
Gotta pay the bills, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. State of New York, y'all wildin'. New York Department of Treasury, y'all wildin', bro. Y'all wildin'. It don't make sense, bro. I mean, what do y'all have against New Yorkers, bro? I don't know.
They got something against New Yorkers that's not in New York no more.
Yeah, bro. I say that, and I got to do the cybersecurity checkup with them, bro. They. Oh my god, bro. Anyway, I'm gonna get out of here. Thank y'all for rocking, coach. It was like 7 hours, bro. It's like a marathon, bro. So with that said, man, I hope your team gets all the recruits, and I hope Alabama and Georgia DBs fall down when you throw a deep pass.
We'll see what happens.
All right, y'all. Peace, everybody.
All right, peace, everybody.